Please take your seats. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the annual Jerusalem Post Conference in New York. I'm Shanna Fold, and I'll be your host today. I'd like to thank all of our esteemed VIP guests, including senior political leaders, security professionals, heads of NGOs, business executives, and influential voices from around the world who are helping make today incredibly special. We also have a wonderful group of partners whose support made this event possible. I'm so excited to be here. This event is so grand, and I think everyone can really feel it. So I really welcome everyone to take a moment to have some appreciation for where we are today. Take it in, we're here together, we're celebrating Israel and America, the ties, the Jewish community, the global Jewish community, and it should not be lost. Just because we have events like these, it should not be lost on you how important and wonderful it is for all of us to be here together and to be able to welcome one another between Israel and the United States, especially here in New York, after a wonderful parade yesterday. The Jerusalem Post was founded in 1932, and for the past 94 years, it has served not only as a newspaper, but as a gateway between Israel and the world. Today, our stories, our in-depth reporting, and sophisticated analysis connect Jews and Zionists worldwide while offering loyal readers across the globe a window into life in the Jewish state and access to the science, innovation, defense technologies, and medical breakthroughs emerging out of Israel. Over time, we've evolved from a print newspaper into a multimedia platform that includes a leading website, robust social media channels, and conferences like today's, bringing people together around a common purpose. With a global reach of 30 million monthly readers, 1.2 million followers on Facebook, 800,000 on X, and more than 250,000 newsletter subscribers, we understand the responsibility we carry to provide clarity, context, and credible journalism in an increasingly complicated world. Our conferences held in cities like Miami, Washington, Marrakesh, Dubai, London, and Berlin bring together global audiences to engage directly with the most important issues facing Israel and the Jewish people today. And I have a little bit of news for you this morning. We here at the Jerusalem Post are excited to announce, for the first time, the Jerusalem Post will hold a conference in Australia this coming November. I'd like to take a moment to recognize Jerusalem Post owner Eliezer and CEO Inbar Ashkenazi, whose leadership and vision made today possible. And I'd like to extend a thank you to Mr. Ronald S. Lauder, president of the Jerusalem Post Conference. Can we have a round of applause? This year's conference comes at a pivotal moment for Israel, the Jewish people, and the broader Middle East. Throughout the day, we'll hear from leading voices in government, diplomacy, security, business, innovation, and civil society as we explore the challenges and opportunities shaping our future. And each and every one of you in this room are an active part of that, so don't forget it. Let's begin today's program. It is my honor to invite Israel's Consul General in New York, Ophir Akunis, to kick off this morning's event. Please welcome Mr. Akunis.
Thank you. Good morning, shalom, shalom, shalom lekulam. It is an honor to be here again this year and open this morning program again. In Australia? That's nice. Miami, Australia. India is, no, not yet. Maybe. I want to thank Eli Azur, Ofer Yanai, Inbar Ashkenazi, Ambassador Ron Lauder. Thank you all for hosting this conference year after year in New York, but now we can see that there's a lot of new places. Good luck, by the way. Good luck in Australia and Miami and the other places. My friends, yesterday's parade, besides being the most impressive one and the biggest, sent a clear message to our supporters and haters as well. We are strong, we are proud, we will not bow our heads, we are here to stay. The Jewish community in New York is here to stay, and the state of Israel is there to stay. Even though the parade was one of the greatest successes of our people in the last few months here in New York City, you know me, the truth is above all. And the truth must be said. The anti-Semitism in New York City is at the peak of all times. It's not longer only a theoretical threat, it's our daily reality. Waving of Hezbollah flags, if you can show the picture. Yeah. New York City. Manhattan. Shame. Wearing Hamas and Nukhba's bandanas here in New York. Physically attacking Jews on the street, using Nazi symbols has become the norm on the streets of this city. Well, this is not normal. It should not be a normal behavior in New York City, actually any other place in the world. But because we are here, and because this is the city with the largest Jewish community outside of Israel, this morning, I'm warning my American friends, our American friends, who I love so much, be careful from a radical Islamic occupation of this city. How do I know? How do I know this can happen? Besides the wild mobs shouting, "Death to America," right here, 2 weeks ago in front of Park East Synagogue, 2 weeks ago in Union Square, 3 weeks ago in Washington Square. What is it? Death to America? It's not Tehran, by the way, an Iranian slogan from 1979. Of course, death to Israel, but this is obvious. This is obvious. Death to America in the name of the First Commandment. You can hear the imams of Brooklyn and Queens saying, "This city belongs to us." They said it to the British, and they did not believe. They said it to the French, and they did not believe. They said it to the Dutch, and they did not believe. Now the current situation in London, Paris, Amsterdam is that neighborhoods that actually the police cannot or don't want to force the local laws there. Everyone knows it. It may not be politically correct to say it, but this is the truth. And the leaders must reflect the truth. Now I want you to believe it. I want you to believe it not because I'm saying it. It doesn't matter. It's not because I'm saying it, but because they are saying it. there is no other reason that young people in New York City, in Manhattan, wave the Hezbollah flags, which according to the US State Department, Aviram, is a terror organization. According to the State Department. Or to arrange a protest in support of Iranian regime in Washington Park? Is it possible during the last operation? That's what they did. And cheered, not to the American president, not to the Israeli prime minister, I know they don't like them. They cheered for Khamenei. What is it? Insane. Take them seriously, and please, as a big admirer of the United States of America, it's not a secret that I am a big admirer of this place. Please, wake up. Don't let them use your democracy to destroy it. We all know that there is a new trend to hate Israel, as we heard from many in the current primaries in this city. Primaries for Congress, primaries for Senate, using lies. I don't want to repeat their lies, so I will not quote them. And I will not mention names because now it's during a primaries process. Then they are using their lies in general election. But to support them for them, the terror organizations, for political reasons, is not a good example of leadership. The opposite is the truth. This is to stand on the wrong side of history, to support the Ayatollahs, to support Hezbollah, to support Hamas for political reasons. They want their voices, they want that they will vote for them, they will, believe me, they will. I served in the Knesset 15 years. I know what is to talk directly to your base. So they want these people, the pro-Hamas and Hezbollah organizations, they want their voices. And in historic perspective, the politicians, elected officials in this city, influencers, professors who decided to support terror organization, a terror state like Iran here in the United States, or to cheer or to like posts from October 7th will be remembered the same as the leaders who supported the Germans before and during World War II. Now, I don't want to close my speech with a pessimistic outlook. I will tell you why. It's because I'm a great believer of the Israeli resilience. Just look at our economy. One of the strongest economies in the world after nearly 3 years of war. The peace treaties with Egypt, peace treaties, not with PLO, not with others, with Egypt, an ancient nation, with Jordan, with Morocco, the Emirates, and Bahrain are stable. Although we are in a long war with Hamas, with Hezbollah, and with the Iranian regime. Lebanon would be much closer to join the Abraham Accords if Hezbollah would dismantle. And our regime can bloom even more. The potential of the Middle East is huge. The formula is clear. No terror organizations. It's like in the Knesset. So, my friends, this is right time to unite our nation. Like we united yesterday at the parade, no differences. Then the world saw how united and how strong we are. In this situation, there is no force in the world that can beat us or even think to mess with the Jewish people and the state of Israel again. So, on behalf of the state of Israel, I want to thank all the elected officials who participated in the parade, to the NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch. Yeah, that's right. That's right. And her brave officers who stood shoulder to shoulder to protect us. We will continue together our long journey during the good times and bad times, and we will always remember that Am Israel Chai, and we will always live. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Absolutely excellent. Bank Leumi is one of Israel's most influential financial institutions. It not only plays a central role in Israel's robust economy, but maintains a strong international presence through global banking, investment, business partnerships, and of course, technology. I now have the pleasure of inviting Eyal Efrat, head of the Technologies Division at Bank Leumi, to the stage. Bank Leumi has been one of the leading supporters of the Jerusalem Post Conference for the past several years, and we are honored to hear from Mr. Efrat today. Please welcome Mr. Efrat to the stage.
Hello and good morning, everyone. I'm deeply honored for being here today. And I would like to start by sharing an experience, a personal experience from the last few months in the situation in Israel. So I currently serve as the head of the banking division in the bank. I used to be in the technology division. Actually, the banking division gives a great service and a customer experience. So if anyone here wants to open an account, I can recommend a great bank, and you can see me afterwards. But just after the last war broke out, and many Israelis were still staying in shelters and close to their homes, me and my team decided, and we took a decision, that we want to open back for business as quickly as possible. We had to be there for our customers at this very challenging times. We started traveling around all our branches and offices from the south to the north, and I have to say that I've been over 30 years in the Israeli financial industry, and I was still amazed at the way that this industry gets challenged and can adapt to new situations. You arrive at a city in the north where sirens go off every hour, even sometimes a few times in an hour, and even sometimes rockets fall with no sirens, and you still see the employees, the workers, the small business owners opening up for business. Actually, some of our great business deals and customer acquisitions were done during this period. I'm sure, and not only in branches, and not only in our offices, but in many, many, many places. I'm sure that there's not one financial institution or bank in the world that has done financial deals in such places like we've done during the war. But we still did it, and we progressed. After 3 years that Israel has been in a war, I was still amazed to see, and I truly saw with my eyes, what is the meaning of the Israeli resilience. It's not just a slogan or an abstract idea. It's really something real. The way and the speed that the Israeli economy and people can adapt to a changing situation is never-ending and amazing. Resilience runs through our economy. It's the entrepreneurs and small business owners. It's the wives and husbands who are on reserve duty and swap between each other to go to work. It's the families who have to adapt to a new situation and manage it. All these are truly the Israeli resilience. And this goes back to the true magic and its magic of the Israeli economy, which not only stabilizes itself during these situations, but keeps growing and improving. But the global uncertainty is not the only thing that influences us today. And we're in the midst of a new revolution, the AI revolution. Unlike other revolutions, such as the Industrial Revolution, which were revolutions of machinery and labor, the AI revolution is the revolution of the mind. As a tech litigation, something Israel is good at is number one, revolution, and number two, the mind. And today, Israel is the most advanced country in the world in AI usage per capita in the workplace. Over 95% of tech, just a minute, over 95% of tech workers today in Israel use AI, and I think this is a great figure. Bank Leumi, I don't know if everyone knows it here, but Bank Leumi is older than the Jerusalem Post. It's 125 years old. Herzl established Bank Leumi back in Europe. And although Bank Leumi is 125 years old, it is the most advanced tech bank in Israel. We use AI all across our banking systems, our business models, and our business processes. We are rethinking the way we do business. We're rethinking the way we interact with our customers. We're rethinking business models. Jamie Dimon wrote in his last letter to shareholders that AI will be embedded all across the financial industry and the bank. And traditional bankers will be more of AI specialists, much more than traditional bankers. This spirit of innovation and change is what truly lies between Israel and the US, because the relationship is not only a political relationship, it's a financial, defense, tech relationship with the US presence deep in the Israeli economy. Very deep in the Israeli economy. And I think the Jewish community in America is the true bridge between our two countries. Yesterday in the parade, I went and I was truly amazed at an Israeli standing in such a place and very much honored, and it was a very, very powerful event for me, and I'm sure that everyone attended. But it doesn't only stop there, because I understand the true relationship, because I too was an Oleh Chadash in Israel long time ago when I was a teenager. I used to live in America, but I made Aliyah from Australia. The growing Aliyah from Israel, and not only from the US, but also from Europe, also from Australia, and even South Africa, is a true growth of social and economic growth. Another personal story is that last week, 2 weeks ago, I walked into the hairdresser. Of course, it was my wife's, not mine. And I heard two young guys speaking in an Aussie accent, and I walked up to them and I said to them where they're from. And of course, I was amazed that they were two sons of two girls that went to school with me in Australia. And I asked them what they're doing here, and they said they were joining the army, and they wanted to join the paratroopers, which was exactly where I was in the army. And this magic moment, and it's such a small world, just emphasizes that nothing changes, and people are still coming, and the new Aliyah and the new immigrants are such a strong and important factor in the social and growing of Israel. I believe that the technological leadership in Israel, together with the Jewish community in Israel, but also from all across the world, has the obligation and has the energy and has the power to continue and to grow our economy. Finally, I would like to thank my friend Eliezer for holding this important conference at this important time, and for all of you for coming here today and standing with Israel. Thank you very much. Toda rabah.
Thank you. For 15 years, one leader has stood at the heart of the Jerusalem Post Conference, helping shape not only this gathering, but the global Jewish conversation itself. As president of the World Jewish Congress since 2007, Ronald S. Lauder has been one of the strongest and most influential voices advocating for Israel, fighting anti-Semitism, strengthening Jewish identity, and building bridges between Jewish communities around the world. Through decades of philanthropy, diplomacy, and leadership, he's invested deeply in Jewish education, Holocaust remembrance, and the future of the Jewish people. His vision has always extended beyond headlines and politics, focusing instead on ensuring Jewish continuity for generations to come. At a time of growing global anti-Semitism and unprecedented challenges for Israel and the Jewish world, his voice has remained principled, courageous, and unwavering. He has consistently reminded us that the bond between Israel and the diaspora must be strengthened, protected, and nurtured. Tonight, or this morning, rather, we honor a true friend of Israel and the Jewish people. Thank you, Ronald Lauder, for 15 years as president of the Jerusalem Post Conferences. I now invite Jerusalem Post owner Eliezer to join me on stage to present this special recognition award to Ronald S. Lauder. Mr. Lauder will receive an Agam Rainbow Torah featuring a magnificently designed rainbow-colored 3D polymorph cover. This piece of art was designed by artist Yaakov Agam, winner of the 2026 Israel Prize. He'll receive this along with a framed special publication created in his honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They want us to be there.
Good morning and thank you. I'd like to say a few words about the Jerusalem Post. That great paper that grew up with Israel. It was founded, I think many of you knew, in 1932. And since then has informed, challenged, and enlightened the Jewish state. And more important, the Jewish people worldwide. We are grateful for its enduring commitment and for bringing together people like the distinguished guests today who have come here. We meet this year in New York City, my hometown, which looks nothing like the city I grew up in. It was always a haven to Jews. New York has been hit, like many other places, but especially here, a wave of anti-Semitism raging across my beloved city, with a mayor that only makes the situation worse. He didn't even march in the Israeli Day Parade yesterday. And it's hardly just New York. From Sydney to Madrid, from London to Paris, Toronto to Berlin, every single major city has been reinfected by this age-old virus. So yes, the challenges we face today are enormous. But this is important. They are not insurmountable. And what it takes, I want to talk about this morning. How the Jewish people and the state of Israel can move forward and grow stronger. We all know it's happening. You see it with your own eyes. If you read the mainstream press, you must wonder how the only Jewish state has become the most hated nation on earth. That's because every single day we are bombarded with lies, gross distortions, outright malice. Sympathy for Israel is at an all-time low. But our people have never been asked for, nor have we ever needed, the world's sympathy. I'm reminded of a quote attributed to Golda Meir that goes like this: had we not chosen to fight in 1948 when we were attacked by all the Arab nation countries, we would have been destroyed and we would have received the world's most beautiful eulogy. Instead, we fought and we won, and we received the world's condemnation. If it's all the same to you, she said, we prefer the condemnation over the eulogies. But that doesn't mean that we should sit idly by when confronted with these outrageous lies. Here's a case in point. Just days after October 7th, the headline shouted that Israel had bombed an Arab hospital in Gaza, killing 500. You know now that A, it wasn't Israel. B, it was a Hamas rocket. C, the hospital wasn't even hit. It was the parking lot. And D, there were no 500 people killed. But it took Israel days to respond, and by that time, the lies spread around the world, many times over. And a historic synagogue in Tunisia was attacked and burnt to the ground. On May 20th of last year, a UN official made the outrageous claim that 14,000 babies in Gaza would die within 48 hours. The ridiculous claim spread like wildfire. And the very next day, a beautiful young couple was murdered at the Jewish Museum in Washington by a gunman shouting, "Free Palestine." And again, just a muted response from Israel. The malicious and outrageous lies just last month about Jewish rape dogs provoked a muted response and no real strategy. Israel should have immediately attacked that paper that allowed these lies to be printed. The attack should have been relentless. Israel said it would sue the New York Times for libel, and then it went silent. No one has heard a word about it for the last 2 weeks. But this is crucial. Just as their lies are relentless, Israel's counterattack should be as relentless as well. Here is a paradox. Israel has been outstanding on the military front, but as good as it is militarily, that's how bad it is on PR, and it's losing the information war in the age of media-driven politics. When everyone has a computer in their pocket with the most vicious smears that will create and go around the world and circulate instantly, Israel cannot afford to ignore its public relations. Israel has no public relations. No country can survive without public relations. And for some reason, Israel is blind to this. And it still ignores this. And this is absolutely outrageous. Israel can't afford to ignore it any longer. It can't afford to isolate itself even further. From this day forward, Israel must devote much of its resources into this battle. Think of it this way. Just like the rockets that hit Israel a year ago, the Jewish state is facing rockets of disinformation every minute of every day. There is no less a campaign to destroy the country. And it's coming from TikTok. It's coming from mainstream media, from the BBC, from CNN. It's coming from each posting, each headline, each fake photo of a starving child in Gaza. And these lies are no less dangerous than the rockets heading towards Jewish homes. And they are constant. Israel must create a new Iron Dome to not just fight this never-ending cascade of lies, but it also must go on the offensive. There should be a completely new and vitally important government operation with a new director, not just a political appointee, but someone who knows PR and news backwards and forwards. It should be a separate building. It should have a $1 billion budget. Some of the $1 billion should come from Jews in the diaspora. Diaspora Jews should partner with Israel in this PR fight, because in the end, it won't be just protecting the Jewish state, it'll be protecting the Jewish people worldwide. And Israel should use its excellent intelligence services in this fight. The Mossad and Shin Bet are second to none, and they must know where these lies are coming from. It just makes sense to use them in this fight, and it should be one day in, day out. When Israel is hit with lies, Israel should hit back twice as hard. Its response should be furious. It should counterattack every single hour of every single day. And no institution should be spared. And there should be a special investigative section that investigates the old sacred cows like the UN. Everyone in this room is sick and tired of the UN's campaign against the Jewish state. They don't even try to hide it. Just last week, Israel was placed on a list of countries accused of sexual violence. This is beyond outrageous. It's a filthy lie. The UN said nothing when Iran slaughtered 40,000 of its own people over the past year. Just silence. Maybe the worst part of that is that the UN knows its lines, they are lying, and they lie anyway. Because Israel never does anything. Israel should attack the UN twice as hard as the UN attacks Israel. It may be 3 times as hard. God knows there are enough skeletons in the bloated closet of this world body, which was started with the greatest hopes of mankind, but quickly turned into a sewer of lies and hatred aimed at one nation, and only one nation. That nation happened to be the only Jewish nation on earth. The UN should be ground zero on Israel's PR retaliation. But there's a question. Who's in charge of Israel's PR? Can anyone tell me here who's in charge? I'm one person I know, but the answer is really no one. In this day in and day out, what's happening, this is criminal. We have allowed our enemies to define us. It's time for us to define them. Actually, it's long past due. There should be a brigade of young, attractive, and articulate Israelis. Their faces and their voices should be recognized around the world. They should be on screens every single hour of every day. They should work overtime to make the case for Israel on camera. The Arabs may have oil, but I know Israel has an abundance of smart, handsome young men and women. They should be recruited immediately. Their presence and their works are just as important as the Golani Brigade or a squadron of F-35s. Let me give you a concrete example of why this is so important. On October 7th, we saw the attacks on our screens. At first, the world was shocked by the horror of this day. The immediate reaction was sympathy. We saw the Israeli flag on the Eiffel Tower, on the Brandenburg Gate, on the Empire State Building. But within days, that solidarity was replaced by massive protests against Israel. For me, that was like people marching the streets to support Adolf Eichmann right after the liberation of Auschwitz. College campuses erupted in chants for the Intifada. Posters of the kidnapped hostages were torn up and were immediately thrown away. Can you imagine? Even those beautiful red-headed babies. But that didn't happen organically. It was part of a 20 to 30-year campaign that started with foreign money going to universities. Billions of dollars have poured in. Radical professors were hired, and our top schools became indoctrination centers that spread anti-Israel propaganda. Yet all of this was met with silence on our side. Look, I understand we are fighting an age-old hatred against us, but that doesn't mean we should let our enemies define us. We have a voice. We have a voice, and that voice must be heard. The organized diplomatic campaign against Israel is well coordinated, with unlimited foreign funds, and also from a billionaire here at home. It has strong allies in the media, in the UN, and our top universities. But I have to point something out. We are not powerless. We have billions of dollars as well, but none of it is going where it should go, to attack our enemies. In the end, the answer to this new wave of anti-Semitism is a strong Jewish state, supported by a united Jewish people. It must be impossible to unite the Jewish people. By the way, I travel, there are 40 countries that have 99% of the Jewish population in diaspora. I travel to them, and they always ask the one question: where's Israel when we're being attacked? They don't have very often ambassadors. They don't have no one sticking up for them. It's the World Jewish Congress, the only one that comes to their rescue, because we are out there and we care. But frankly, we can't do for Israel what Israel can do for itself. And we have the vast majority of Jews who care for each other and to help to save our people. Oh yes. The challenges before us is that we have spelled out are immense. But remember, Israel and the Jewish people have no shortage of talent. And for all the hatred against us now over the centuries, we are still here, and Israel is still strong, and miracles still happen. Only a few years ago, no one would have envisioned the remarkable success of the Abraham Accords. Those accords should be expanded. I believe they will be. However, we must have a strong public relations campaign. We must not be silent. And I'm sick and tired of the government's silence and letting our enemies define us. This must stop immediately. And we should spell out who are our enemies, because they are not just the enemies of Jews, they're enemies of Christians and Western civilization. Israel is strong because of its people. It's a nation that has only sought peace, small but mighty, forever extending the olive branch to the world, even as it was attacked on all fronts, even when abandoned and alone. It has never stopped standing up for its people. Together we will tell a story. Together we will write our history. Together we will determine our destiny. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Our next panel will help introduce one of the central themes of this year's conference, the new Middle East, after more than 2.5 years of war on multiple fronts, including the recent prolonged conflict with Iran, which many believe could reignite at any moment. These conflicts are part of a broader global shift and an ongoing struggle between the West and the axis of evil, with implications far beyond the Middle East. Today's first panel is titled The New Middle East: Terror, Influence, and the War for the West. The discussion will be moderated by Dan Diker, president of the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs. He'll interview two leading JCFA scholars, Rawan Osman, JCFA Diplomacy Fellow and Middle East Analyst, and Oded Elam, former director of the Counterterrorism Center of the Mossad and a JCFA researcher. Please welcome them to the stage.
Shauna, don't start the clock yet. We have exactly 12 minutes. This is like the Evelyn Wood speed interview, the speed discussion, and we're going to be assassinated if we go 1 minute over, so we're going to do it really quickly. First of all, I want to say, for the record, every single word that Ambassador Lauder issued right now from the podium, I can tell you from Jerusalem, is exactly the point. And that speech, ladies and gentlemen, should be given in the Knesset, because we have a major challenge in Israel. I say it as an Israeli sitting with two very prominent sons and daughters of Israel. And this is exactly what the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs, previously the Jerusalem Center for Public Affairs, for many years led by the great and blessed, of blessed memory, Dr. Ambassador Dori Gold. We are moving from defense to offense, from explaining to exposing, and from defending to attacking, off the military battlefield. Economic battlefield, diplomatic battlefield, media battlefield, social network battlefield, political battlefield. We're moving. Hasbara, explaining, is no longer relevant. We're moving to strategic influence. And that means using the great people of the Middle East, such as Rawan Osman, a daughter of Lebanon and Syria. 2 years ago, I sat here with the Green Prince, Mossab Hassan Youssef. And now we're more than blessed to have the former deputy head of the Mossad, director of counterterrorism. That sounds good too. They both go on the business card. The former director of counterterrorism of the Mossad, but a great global thinker. And because we have to move to information operations and move away from explaining policy, as Ambassador Lauder said, and again, this is a speech that we must give in the Knesset. And we know exactly why there's a problem with Israel's approach to what they call public diplomacy. But we can win this war. And that's what the JCFA is that's our mission. So I want to get into it very, very quickly, because we have 9 minutes and 50 seconds left. Because what we want to do now is really lay out one of the key issues. Look at this, it's pizza. One of the major issues here is, for so many years, we have fashioned, for several decades, that the problem, Oded, has been a political issue in the Middle East, that Israel has been fashioned as the killjoy, as the prevention of peace in the Middle East, or the Palestinian issue. But both you and Rawan, have reiterated time and again, the problem is jihad. As Ambassador Lauder said, it's Islamic warfare. Tell us from your standpoint, within the first 90 seconds, just a couple of observations on jihad.
Thank you for having me. It's a great honor to be here. I prepared a 2-hour speech, and I condensed it to 3 minutes and 20 seconds. First of all, we were talking before about the startup nation, which is Israel, and there's also another startup, which is the Shia startup. It's invented in 1979 Iran, and it's the most successful startup of the Shia. You have to remember that the Shia are only 12% of 2 billion Muslims, and yet they had managed to establish a superpower. And we are not talking about right now about a conflict, or political conflict, or a border conflict, or economical conflict. No, we are talking about a religious conflict between, right now, the axis led by the Shia and the rest of the world. Let's not forget, in the Iranian parliament, it's the only parliament in the world where they shout death to America. Khomeini, when he established the Iranian regime, said Israel is the mad dog that America is sending to bite Islam. So we are in a conflict of religion, and if we are talking about the prospect of this negotiation that is being carried out now by the US with the regime, I don't see any way of making any sort of a deal with a regime that is defined by the mukawameh, the resistance. And the resistance is, first of all, to Israel and to the Western culture, the Western norms, whatever it comes. They have what they say, the sabr. They have the patience. They will drag this for a long time, but eventually their aim is not just to reach any sort of agreement that has no meaning at all, but to disperse and to spread the religious Islamic revolution all around the world.
Oh, yeah, that's weird. I want to, Rawan, you're a daughter of Lebanon and Syria. You grew up in the context and the culture of jihad. Help us understand from your personal experience in 10 seconds or less.
No pressure. Good morning. Thank you. I think what Mr. Lauder said earlier summarizes everything. Even someone in his age understands the solution. So why don't we all? What am I going to tell you that you don't already know? My father is Sunni from Damascus, and my mother is Shia from Lebanon. I grew up in the Bekaa Valley. I was one of Hezbollah's biggest fans. When I told the Jews for years, they're going to come for you. Yes, we achieved something phenomenal when the Abraham Accords were signed. But they were preparing to undermine every bridge we carefully built. And October 7 happened because people were asleep. We underestimated jihad. We underestimated that those people are so devoted. They have long-term plans. And when they say Israel will be removed, they mean it. And the only way for Israel to stay there is when Israel is strong and united. Israel is not united. You know, it's not allowed for me to visit Israel. It's illegal. And I've been to Israel since October 7, 22 times. And I'm going back in a few days. I know what I'm talking about. We have a tool called social media. I'm here because of social media. I'm an influencer. I don't bake cakes. I don't post about bikinis and nail design styles. We can influence political opinion by telling those stories, by raising awareness, especially among Arabs who have no idea what Israel is like because they're not allowed to speak to Israelis. And the only point Mr. Lauder did not mention are the 850,000 Jews who were uprooted from the Arab world. So there are no Jews left to contest whatever the state tells them about them. And we are going to change that.
Rowan, I'm going to continue. Because we have a short period of time. I'm going to come back to Oded, but I'm going to continue. You've made an important point in our work together over the last months about building bridges between Israel and the Arab world, that the Arab world does not understand the Israeli voice in Arabic as an indigenous member of the Arab Muslim majority Middle East?
Yes. We need, we are working on 2 projects. One, we need young, creative Israelis to tell their story, because the Arab and Muslim worlds tell everything about Israel and everything is distorted. We need them to speak, to claim their voice back. 2, what I bring to JCFA and through the infrastructure you already have, Dan, thank you, is creating documentaries in Arabic. There are thousands of stories in Israel that the Arab world doesn't know about. Very quickly, very briefly, I just recently met a lady, and her story is the center of the first documentary. Her family was killed by a Lebanese Druze terrorist in 1979, before Hezbollah even existed. They infiltrated the borders by sea, and this terrorist was 16-year-old when he killed her husband. He dragged him out of his home in his pajamas after midnight with his 4-year-old daughter. He killed the father in front of the girl, according to eyewitnesses, and then smashed the skull of the girl with a rock. He didn't have to do this. This happened in 1979. So in a space on X, with 1,200 Lebanese who are hoping for peace with Israel, I asked them, do you know who Samir Kuntar is, this Lebanese Druze terrorist? And they said, of course. He was celebrated a hero. Al Jazeera threw him a birthday party live on TV when he was released in 2008 due to a prisoners exchange deal with Hezbollah. Do you know, dear Lebanese, what he's done? And nobody knows. And we need to tell those stories. People were in tears, mostly, I think, out of shame, because this is my reaction when I learned about the Holocaust, living in Germany since 2013, coming from a part of the world that denies the Holocaust ever happened. I live among Germans. I have a German passport. If anyone can document well, it is the Germans, yet the Arabs deny. Facts. This is why we need to introduce those stories, hopefully mostly in Arabic, to the Arab world. Thank you.
Great. Rowan. Well done. As we wind up, I want to get to the red line. As we're having this conversation right now, the Iranian regime, Hezbollah, is heating things up expectedly in the midst of this so-called ceasefire, non-ceasefire. What's Israel's red line now, if through this period of negotiations and some potential diplomatic arrangement between the United States and Hezbollah and Iran?
First of all, Israel right now must mainly focus on Lebanon. If there are 2 impossible things on earth, is the one was explaining my mother how to use Wi-Fi over the telephone, and the second is understanding the logic of internal Lebanese politics. Now, we have to be firm on not including Lebanon in any sort of a deal that is going to come out with the Iranians, simply because if we stop our campaign in Lebanon, that means we will not be able to support the Lebanese government in the future of dismantling the Hezbollah. The Lebanese right now have difficulties in the will and difficulties in the capabilities, and only the effect of Israeli diminishing the power of the Hezbollah will eventually bring the Lebanese to take their faith in their own hands.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention.
Thank
Join JCFA. We're going on offense, and we're fulfilling the vision of Ambassador Lauder from Jerusalem. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We now have the honor of hosting one of the most highly decorated Israeli military leaders and strategic thinkers in Israel. He's the former commander of the Israeli Air Force and later served as the Director General of the Israeli Ministry of Defense. Today, he's a senior partner at Aurelius Capital, where he focuses on advancing dual-use defense technologies and supporting cutting-edge innovation in the global security ecosystem. He'll now be giving a talk called Change Now. Please join me in welcoming Major General Amir Eshel to the stage.
Good morning. I'm going to take you to a journey, focus on the military aspect, after covering here in the panel vectors in the present time in the Middle East. There's no wonder that the world is becoming significantly less secure. We are witnessing a proliferation of regional wars with global repercussions. Advanced technologies now enable relatively weak actors to project power and influence in a global scale. While major powers, like the US and Russia, are increasingly constrained in their ability to effectively employ force. Everything is upside down. I think that many wars ended with unclear answer to the question, which side won? It's not clear. I contend that we are at the dawn of a revolution in the way we fight. And I want to take you deep inside to that. Just briefly, 5 major strategic military lessons from Ukraine and the Middle East. The first, and above all, this is the major change, overwhelming firepower of ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, drones, and many others. This has become the primary threat at the front lines and deep inside each country's civil environment. The whole country is covered with firepower, enemy's firepower. Second, which is brand new, quantity has become quality. The ability to generate massive damage through large numbers of simple, low-cost systems is a game changer. Numbers count. Third, ground maneuver is severely restricted due to full spherical kinetic threat, as we all saw that clearly. It was demonstrated in Ukraine. The fourth is air defense struggles to keep pace with sheer volume of incoming threats. Cost has become extremely expensive. The last one, the fifth, without decisive outcomes, wars are becoming significantly longer and far more costly than in the past. We all witnessed what's going on right now with Iran, in Ukraine, in every front. I want to raise a question. Are the free world nations prepared for the next war? Are their militaries ready to address these challenges? Unfortunately, my answer is they are not enough. Without further ado, it will be worse. So, envisioning the new major characteristic of future wars, I'll try to take you to a journey. Try to imagine, and I will pinpoint only 3 elements. One is massive, simultaneous, multi-domain saturation attacks, swarms of missiles and drones in magnitude of thousands. In the last conflict with Iran, we have seen at the beginning a few hundreds simultaneously, Now we have to think about thousands simultaneously, maybe 10,000. Coming from space, high and low altitude, all at once. The second thing is AI-driven warfare, a revolution in combat. We will see AI fights AI. Our AI will fight the enemy's AI, and vice versa. Thousands of autonomous systems with capabilities we can barely imagine today. We are just on the doorstep of understanding the consequences of a dramatic revolution on the making. It's a different ballgame, completely. The electromagnetic spectrum that all of us here enjoy right now is a battlefield. The spectrum critical capabilities like cellular networks, data links, GPS guidance based on the constellations, and many more will be heavily disrupted or worse. Maybe it completely be denied from use. So the one of you who right now enjoy that, it might be gone. Last thing is directed energy weapons. Widespread deployment of lasers and electromagnetic weapons that can destroy electronic components and power systems, military and non-military. Just to give you an example, drones, okay, your cars, computers, smartphone, cameras, traffic lights, elevators, doors, and I'll stop here. Knock them down completely, totally. So what must be done? I think that we need fundamental mindset shift. Some military success in Ukraine and Middle East shouldn't lead us to be overconfident. We've seen some, but we haven't seen the many and the sophisticated. New challenges evolve, and the change is a step function, not a linear trajectory. Victory is mainly achieved by offensive operations. We need to put more effort to defend our offensive forces and simultaneously decrease the damage to national strategic infrastructure, civilians' life, urban areas, etc., etc. That is the weakest link in the chain of our strength. When I say our, it's not just Israel, it's the rest of the free world. Defensive capabilities have become critical enabler for offensive operations, alongside with other enablers like precise intelligence, air superiority, C4I. Now there's another one that has been added. Without robust defense, offensive potential cannot be realized. Therefore, significantly greater investment in defensive capabilities is required despite long-term to prioritize offensive ones. It's more sexy to invest in offensive capabilities. But we need more defensive. We need to change the balance within the defense with more non-kinetic-based solutions than kinetic ones that won't be able to match the great masses of threats at high costs. We must develop diverse, large-scale, effective, and affordable, yes, affordable capabilities, both defensive and offensive. We need a mix of munitions, some of them high-end, and some of them are good enough, low-end, low-cost. Massive stockpiles are needed because wars became longer. A word about the defense tech ecosystem. The new reality presents both national security imperative and business opportunities. Aurelius Capital Defense Tech Fund launched after October 7, and I have decided to join it to make Israel safer Another colleague of mine, sitting here, he succeeded me as the commander of the Air Force. He does the same by its own in another fund. We want to make Israel safer. The enormous gaps and urgent needs are forcing defense establishments to fundamentally change their DNA, becoming far more open to civilian technological innovation, startups, and private investors. Israeli defense tech ecosystem is perfect for that. Defense ministries are dramatically increasing R&D and procurement budgets, sourcing from a wide range of defense tech companies. However, we should remember, many capabilities developed rapidly in wartime have yet to prove their operational effectiveness before massive procurement. The surge in investment in defense tech startups, often within short timeframes, makes accurate assessments of companies to be difficult and increase the risk of speculative bubbles. We should be aware of that. So in conclusion, I have covered briefly the change, the needs, and what must be done. The Israeli defense industries, defense tech ecosystem with international collaboration, mainly with the US, can address the challenges successfully and make the world more secure. The change is mandatory and should be immediate. It's doable, and I'm confident that we will make it. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now honored to invite the grandson of one of the young defenders of Tel Chai, Zalman Belakovsky. Major Reservist Yair Belakovsky is chairman of the trustees of Tel Chai and Tkuma L'Israel. His organization is dedicated to preserving the historical and ideological legacy of the Tel Chai settlement and its enduring significance in Israeli history. Please welcome Mr. Belakovsky to the stage.
At the northern tip of the burgeoning country on the border with Lebanon, a magnificent chapter in the story of the Jewish nation was written. A chapter about a choice, about responsibility, and about an indestructible spirit. The story of the modern-day Maccabees. The year is 1920. The region is in turmoil. The borders are unclear, and the Jewish settlements are isolated and vulnerable. A handful of defenders remain, with the understanding that a mission is not an obligation, but a privilege. The belief that their actions will shape the fate of a people. The members of Tel Chai and Jewish defenders were limited in number, but with undying faith. And at the moment of pain and loss, an immortal ethos was born. A will which was not a eulogy for death, but a promise of a life of meaning.
These are my final moments. Tell the comrades to resist until the last minute for our nation's honor.
Tel Chai has burnt. The heart of Israel lives on.
It is good to die for our country.
The Battle of Tel Hai is his legacy, and like the unfinished symphony, it will not cease. Tel Hai is a symbol of the tenacious fight of the few against the many and the ability to persevere and fight for the realization of a common goal.
We did not create just a single Tel Hai. The whole country was Tel Hai for us. Many Tel Hais.
Mr. President of the Conference, Member of Congress, honored ministers, consuls, Member of Knesset, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we are launching The Roaring Lion, a book whose title is not by chance. The Roaring Lion is not just a monument in stone. It is the voice of the Jewish courage across generations. It echoes when history demands that we choose between silence and destiny. We are gathered here today not only to launch a book, but to awaken a story, not only to remember history, but to declare responsibility. There are moments in the history of a people when time seemed to stand still and a pure and unbreakable spirit continues to echo for eternity. Tel Hai was such a moment. The story of Tel Hai is the story that unites us beyond any disagreement, beyond time. It reminds us that the strength of Israel has always begun with the unity of the Jewish people, and it is the internal responsibility of our generation to preserve the unity of Israel. For me, Tel Hai is also a personal story, a legacy written and shaped by my grandfather, Zalman Berlechovsky, the youngest defender of Tel Hai. My grandfather was one of those young people who made history, and I see it as my life mission and responsibility to tell their story and to spread their legacy. For me, Tel Hai is my identity. "106 years ago, on a small farming settlement in the north of Israel, a group of young men and women stood against reality far greater than themselves. They did not face it with certainty of victory, nor with confidence in their strength. They stood against it because they understood one simple, profound truth. If we do not stand here, we will not stand nowhere. The Battle of Tel Hai was not a glorious victory. It was something greater. It was a moment of a moral decision in which the people looked deep into their own soul and asked, are we here only while it's convenient, or do we also remain when it's difficult, deadly, and painful? At Tel Hai, there was no great army, no higher walls, no strategic advantage. There were only young pioneers with courage in their hearts and faith in their destiny. They knew the danger, they understood the price, and still they chose to stay. Because there are moments when a person no longer asks what will happen to himself, rather what will happen to his people and his homeland. Yosef Trumpeldor, my grandfather, and his friends chose to remain. They understood that to abandon Tel Hai meant giving up the future, and that a nation unwilling to pay the price for their freedom may not survive. Out of their faith, they stood against all odds. Faith in the justice of their cause, faith in their people, faith in a future not yet born. The war of our generation is not merely a struggle over borders, communities, or immediate security. However, there is a single truth that binds us across the generation, from the pioneers of Tel Chai to our IDF fighters of today. It is the struggle for a very right to be here and to say it in a clear and unwavering voice. This is our land, this is our home, and we are not going anywhere. During Yosef Trumpeldor's final moments, my grandfather Zalman Belachowski stood beside him and tended to him. He was not a legend then. He was simply a young Jew who understood that history was calling out to his generation. The spirit of Tel Chai did not end at Tel Chai. It became a chain, a living chain through generation. My father continued serving the state of Israel through years of secret service in the Mossad, dedicating his life to protecting the Jewish people, not only on the battlefields, but in the shadows, wherever Israel needed defenders. And then, on October 7, when our country faced one of the darkest days since its founding, I left everything behind and went to fight. I left my beloved wife Noah and my amazing, beautiful kids, Rona, Benaya, and Arya. Like so many Israelis, I did not hesitate, because when history calls our generation, we answer. Many of my commanders of my unit, wonderful men, brave leaders, people I loved, did not return. They fell defending our people, our homes, and our future. And during those moments, I understood something profound. Tel Chai never ended. Indeed, different enemies, yes, different battlefields. Nevertheless, the same question, will the Jewish people remain standing? The answer now, as then, yes, we will. Let there be no doubt, we will always stand. We will always fight when we must, and we will always ensure a home for the Jewish people in the land of Israel. These are not just words. It is a promise written in blood, responsibility, and unwavering commitment. The connection between Tel Chai and our own time is not merely symbolic. It is alive, it is vivid and striking. The connection cannot be expressed more clearly than by the fact that a century after the Battle of Tel Chai, America and Israel launched a military operation against the Iranian regime on 11th of Adar, Tel Chai Day. In Israel, it was named Operation Roaring Lion, precisely because it began on Tel Chai Day. They tried to test our spirit then. Today, they seek to test it again. Then, we were few, standing against the masses, isolated and surrounded by enemies. And today, there are moments that we feel very much the same. Yet one thing never changed, the spirit of our people. And today, as we launch this book, we do more than remember the past. We carry forward a flame of hope, a flame of Zionism, the flame of Tel Chai, the flame of Israel. May this book be more than words upon pages. May it carry the living flame for Israel's revival. May every chapter remind its readers that the Jewish people did not return to the land merely to remember the past, but to shape the future, a future built on courage, faith, vision, and responsibility for generations yet to come. Ladies and gentlemen, this book is not only a story of a battle, but the story of our victorious spirit, the internal spirit of Tel Chai. Thank you all very much.
For over 20 years, Nefesh B'Nefesh has empowered nearly 100,000 Olim to make Aliyah and has actively shaped and strengthened the State of Israel. At the heart of our mission are 4 transformative pillars: Aliyah and integration, national service, national development, and Zionist education.
Along with personalized Aliyah facilitation, Nefesh B'Nefesh offers a robust array of post-Aliyah services, all to ensure successful integration into Israeli society.
With every Oleh, we are building a stronger Israel for today and for generations to come.
We would now like to call on Rabbi Yehoshua Fass and Tony Gelbart, founders of Nefesh B'Nefesh, to join Jerusalem Post CEO Inbar Ashkenazi on stage to receive the Zionist Impact Award for their extraordinary work promoting and strengthening Aliyah by assisting tens of thousands of Jews to make Israel their new home. Since the organization's founding in 2002, more than 100,000 Jews have made Aliyah from North America to Israel through Nefesh B'Nefesh. Their work has transformed countless lives and strengthened the future of the Jewish state in an extraordinary way. Please welcome them to the stage for this award. Thank you. Our next interview features Yoel Zilberman, founder and CEO of HaShomer HaChadash, a Zionist volunteer-based organization that aims to protect the land of Israel and connect Israeli society and the Jewish people. HaShomer HaChadash has been instrumental in ensuring national food security for the land and the people of Israel. He'll be interviewed by Alex Winston, news editor at the Jerusalem Post.
Yoel, thank you very much for joining us today. We are seeing right now in the north of Israel levels of attacks and terror that we have not seen, even after October 7th, in over 20 years. What is your vision for Israel's northern arena, given the work that you do, and what is HaShomer HaChadash's role in that vision?
First of all, good morning to everyone. It's exciting to be with a group of lots of friends, Zionist friends, and people that so care about Israel, and to work yesterday together with so much love to Israel and love inside our nation. It was exciting, and I'm happy to be here, and thank you for the team of Jerusalem Post to let us be part of it. So I'll start from the end. I hope that after today, everyone here will start to make sure that he has his own piece of land in Israel. I think that every Jew, every girl or boy that I saw yesterday, I told myself that each and every one of them should have his own piece of land in Israel. I had the luck to run a division during the war with more than 1,400 soldiers. But my biggest pride is actually that I established a new ranch right on the border with Syria. That 140 cows keeping the borders right now. I'm here, they're doing the work right now. And I want to say something. When Putin got to his position, he came and said that he must make sure that his country needs to be ready for what we saw happening with Ukraine. And what he did is to take the agriculture industry from number 10 and make it one of the top 5 inside Russia. Right now, he can run the war with Ukraine for another 15, 20 years. You have a food-independent country that's called Russia. We all heard about the embargo against Qatar, that Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, and Bahrain had against them. And Qatar produced 15% of their food. I'm speaking about 2017. They understood that it's put them in a huge risk, and they made a strategic plan. After 5 years, they became a country that produced at least 70% of their food to 130%. Milk, meat, eggs, fruits, vegetables. Israel sits in an area, I guess you all heard that Egypt almost collapsed when the war started between Russia and Ukraine. 95% of their wheat coming from Eastern Europe. Israel sits exactly in this position, and we must make sure, like we have great and strong army, and we have great energy with gas, etc. We must make sure that Israel is, I won't say food independent, because we will never be food independent, but we'll have food security that not depend on Turkey and Jordan. And we need to remember, this is a lesson from Igal alone. Israel is a tiny country with almost zero population on our borders. With Egypt, almost zero. With Jordan, almost zero. Everybody live in Tel Aviv. I was so happy to see Yair speaks about Tel Chai. We are going to make Kiryat Shmona, together with the mayor of Kiryat Shmona. It will be the capital of agri-tourism in Israel. We are going to make a world record in this year to plant, listen, we are about to plant the biggest amount of fruits trees in Kiryat Shmona from any other city in the world, with a volunteer village that will bring at least 500,000 kids to Kiryat Shmona. And the story will be the love of the land, the connection to the land. So what we're trying to do in the Shomer, from one side, is to keep this land and to make sure that each and every one of you here will have his own piece of land in Israel. I'm telling you, there is enough place to all of us in Israel to grow dates, lemons, whatever you want, grapes for wine. I have also vineyard right by the border with Syria. Welcome you to join us. But we also understand that we must make sure that Israel will be not less than the Joseph of the Middle East. We need to work right now that the next accords will be the Joseph Accords. Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Egypt will depend on Israel's solutions of water and food. And it's something that can happen. I know that you all remember that 15, 20 years ago, we were sure that we are going to produce water from Turkey. No one knew how we are going to resolve the Israeli water problem. And now we became a place that can give water to anyone. And last year, that it was a disaster year. Thank you. Last year, it was a disaster year in the Middle East because there was no rain. Israel was in a great place. In the Jordan Valley, there was too much water. They was able to grow as much as they want because of the Jewish brain. So together with the Jewish brain, we will do two things. One, it's to make sure that the young generation have this pipeline to the love of the land, and every girl, like I said, and every boy will have their own piece of land in Israel, will have the opportunity to walk the land of Israel, not just by reading about it, but literally feeling and make it. And the second is to make Israel the Joseph of the Middle East, and I think it can make a huge difference for the United States. It can build a bridge between India to the United States, what is called IMEC, and make Israel the bridge that also make a new strategic, geopolitical relationship between Israel and the whole area through the land and through solutions of water and food that today is necessary more than ever.
Fantastic. You've just spoken about sort of Israel's security, its national security, and how we can strengthen our borders as that. You were also quoted recently in Israeli media talking about the Israeli narrative, and I wondered if you could expand on that for us today. You said we need a new Israeli narrative. What you mean by that exactly?
So listen, I'm someone that maybe people will not agree with me, will have an argument. I think that there is a huge waste of money to fight against anti-Semitism. I think we're wasting billions of dollars. Michael Eisenberg taught me that this book that called Startup Nation, I guess that everybody read the book. It was not a book that spoke about something that exists. I guess you remember Shai Agassi was the star of the book, the most failure company in Israel ever, I think. But the story was more important than this company that failed. This failing was important to the rest that came and succeeded. Right now, that everybody speaks about Israel more like Sparta, we need to build a new story. We was Startup Nation. Now I think that we need to build a new story that Israel, it's a place that's feeding the world. We can make Israel a place that's feeding the world, that's feeding Syria. I was in Syria many times. You see the vegetables and the fruits are so small, it feels like, that the difference between one side of the fence in Israel and in the other side is unbelievable. And we can change it. And we need to build a story that will make countries around the world that will come to Israel to find our solutions. Not just missiles, but also things that, different perspective, food.
Well, we look forward to joining you all up north and coming to the vineyard and tasting a glass of the wine.
More than welcome.
Yoel Zilberman, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. I'd now like to welcome Professor Tarif Bader, CEO of Kaplan Medical Center, to the stage. Kaplan Medical Center is known as a center of excellence, integrating professional quality, innovation, and personal dedicated healthcare. Professor Bader will speak about how his hospital managed to maintain top-level care under constant emergency conditions throughout the war. He'll be interviewed by Anna Arenheim, editor of Business and Innovation and Defense and Tech by the Jerusalem Post.
אנחנו שני פצועים, אחד פצוע, לא בהכרה. אנחנו מוכנים כניסה שלך בינינו לבין הים.
When we think of public hospitals in wartime, we usually picture the wounded, helicopters landing, non-stop sirens, fortified rooms, life-saving equipment. But today, I want to talk about the people. Hello, I'm Shanna Fold, a journalist from New York who made Aliyah to Israel, and I'm here at Kaplan Medical Center, or more precisely, I'm here to introduce you to the people who turned this hospital into a place of life, a place of compassion, a place of healing. Meet Dr. Kalani Tershkovich-Sporan. During missile attack, she saved the life of baby Roni, born at just 23 weeks, weighing only 1.2 pounds. Today, little Roni is home and doing just fine. Meet Dr. Guy Pinas, who during the war continued operating on patients with advanced lung cancer, because every day of delay can be the difference between life and death. Meet Dr. Alon Bar, head of trauma, who managed a mass casualty event while the hospital itself was under fire. Meet the orthopedic teams treating severe limb injuries, some from the battlefield, others from civilians who've been injured while running to shelter. And meet the cardiology teams who kept saving lives inside a protected catheterization lab, even as sirens sounded. When it comes to the heart, every minute matters. Kaplan Medical Center is not only a story of emergency, it's a story of life. The Israeli story, at its very best, even in war, and perhaps especially in war. Kaplan shows what Israeli medicine truly is: professional, compassionate, and resilient. With your donation, this hospital will be even stronger, whatever comes next. Shanna Folds here at Kaplan Medical Center on the front line of care.
What an incredible video. Thank you for joining us. And Professor Tarif Badar, your journey is remarkable. 30 years in the IDF, serving as the IDF's chief medical officer, and now leading Kaplan Medical Center. Can you tell us where it all began? What led you to this journey, this career and life of medicine and leadership?
I was born in a Druze village in Khorfesh in the north part of Israel, and I was educated and taught to be part of this country. This is my country, and I'm going to do whatever is needed to serve in the country and to be part of this country. That's the reason that I served for almost 30 years in the military. Began in Golani as a commander, as a physician, and ended by the position, the highest position, as the Surgeon General of the State of Israel, the Chief Commander of the Medical Corps.
And during that time, you took part in major humanitarian missions. You spoke at the United Nations. What do those moments mean to you?
I think it's a wonderful example of what the State of Israel is doing, not only inside the country, but also outside the borders. We went to Haiti, to Nepal, and we saved hundreds of Syrians. We are talking about a hostile border that we decided to be part of this and save lives just because we've been taught about that, and it's very important for us to extend the helping hand for the others. And this is what we did in these humanitarian missions. And it was amazing, and this was one of the points that I talked about in the United Nations during the General Assembly.
So when you go from Haiti, Nepal, and then to October 7th, Kaplan Medical Center really faced one of Israel's darkest days and most difficult days. What were those first hours like?
October 7th is a very dark day, not only for Kaplan Medical Center, but I think for the whole country. And I think one of the words that we heard here is, do not underestimate your enemies. And I think we underestimated our enemies during the days before the October 7th, and the whole country waked up in a very terrible day. And of course, Kaplan Medical Center, as was one of the centers, which it's about 40 kilometers far from the Gaza Strip, we have to be part of what is happening. We have to be part of the preparation for the mass casualty events. And actually, at that Saturday morning, we turned from a normal mode of action to an emergency mode of action. And during that day, we received more than 100 casualties from the south, and we treated them, of course, at the hospital, at the Kaplan Medical Center.
That must have been extremely, extremely intense. And Kaplan is a center of excellence and a leader in trauma training. So how do you maintain that top-level care under constant emergency conditions? Israel has been at war for close to 3 years and has seen emergency conditions on and off for years now.
Yeah. As we saw in the movie, we have a lot of excellent centers in Kaplan Medical Center. We haven't seen all the excellent centers that we have there, but I think one of the main issues that we are training the whole year. It's not only the October 7. We have a lot of preparations before that, and I think this is probably one of the strengths that we have. We have to be well prepared all the time, and actually, even though we didn't imagine the intensity of the October 7, but we are well prepared. You have to remind that even before that, a couple of months before that, we have escalation in Gaza. So all the time we are prepared, and actually we are moving from a normal mode of action to the emergency mode of action as we are preparing and we are training for that.
That's incredible. Now, looking ahead, what do you think is Kaplan's most urgent challenge, and what needs to happen next?
I think one of the things that we all faced during these 2.5 years, especially after the Iranian war, is that the protected areas in the hospitals are small and ineffective. We are talking about almost 600 beds in Kaplan Medical Center, and we are talking about less than 30% of them are protected. So what we need, what is the urgent need, is to convert part of our department to a protected department so we can continue giving treatment in a very large mode for the casualties and for the citizens in the Kaplan area. You have to understand that we are serving almost 1 million inhabitants in that area, and it's very important to continue giving this treatment also during the wartime.
It's incredible. Thank you so much, Professor Badr, and keep saving lives.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent. I'd now like to welcome Chaim Bibas, Chairman of the Federation of Local Authorities in Israel. Mr. Bibas has been a driving force behind local municipal independence, smart city development, and crisis management. He also serves as the mayor of Modi'in Maccabim Re'ut. Please.
Good morning, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and partners. It is a great honor to be here with you today. We are living through historic days that are reshaping the Middle East and influencing the entire Western world in the struggle against the forces of evil. These are times in which our future is being rewritten. We stand here today following the conclusion of one of the more justified campaigns in our history. Operation Owing Lands was not just another military operation, it was the defining test of our generation. We faced the terrorist regime in Iran, which wanted to destroy the people and the state of Israel, and we prevailed. For years, Iran circled us with the ring of terror operating through proxy organization in neighboring countries. With courage and determination, Israel chose to confront this threat at its root. The IDF acted with unprecedented strength. Our Air Force struck deep into Iran, targeting missiles and nuclear infrastructure, while our brave soldiers in southern Lebanon dismantled Hezbollah terror networks. We fought a ruthless regime that launched ballistic missiles at civilian population, seeking to destroy and to spread fear, but they miscalculated. They underestimated the strength of our people, the resolve of our leadership, our national resilience, and the unwavering support of Jewish communities around the world, and especially in the United States of America. In this campaign, our alliance with the United States proved crucial once again. This is not merely a strategic partnership. It is a deep bond rooted in shared values of freedom and democracy. I would like to express my deep gratitude to President Donald Trump for his courageous leadership. At a moment of existential, At the moment of existential threat, the steadfast support of the United States gave us the confidence and freedom to act decisively. We are also grateful to you, the Jewish communities worldwide. The bond between Israel and the Jewish people, and especially the United States, is one of our greatest strategic assets. Time and again, when Israel is under attack, you stand with us, you mobilize, you advocate, and you confront anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism across the global stage. Most importantly, you remind us that we are never alone, that the State of Israel stands alongside a united and strong Jewish people. For nearly 3 years, Israel has been engaged in an ongoing campaign. Since the terrible morning of October 7th, the State of Israel has faced one of the greatest challenges in its history. And yet, in the face of all this, something extraordinary emerged. We discovered the depth of our resilience, both local and national. We strengthened our partnership. We proved that when we stand together, when we stand united, we are far stronger than ever. The resilience of Israeli society is our most powerful answer to terror. It is built from the ground up, from our communities and neighborhoods. As chairman of the Federation of Local Government in Israel, I say with pride, we have strong and effective local leadership. While the government set national strategy and the military fight on the front lines, it is local authorities that sustain life on the home front. We are the backbone of stability, ensuring that daily life continues even under fire. Mayors and local leaders stepped forward once again to lead from the front, supporting residents, managing crises, and maintaining essential services. As missiles fell, they ensured that daily life continued. We established an unprecedented support system for impact communities and allocated significant emergency resources. When one municipality was hit, others stepped in, sending teams to assist with evacuation, rebuild infrastructure, distribute food, and provide emotional support. We opened resilience center, cared for evacuees from dozens of communities, and worked even under fire to safely reopen the education system and provide stability for children and families. Throughout every challenge, we adapted in real time. We learned, improved, and implemented the solution on the ground. We developed smarter systems, advanced emergency data platform, stronger infrastructure, and above all, more united communities. This prolonged war has come at a heavy cost. Our hearts are with the bereaved family, all the wounded who carry scars. I salute our heroes, the men and women of the IDF, our sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, fighting in all front and those in reserve. And those in the reserves who left everything behind to defend our home. They stand on the front lines in southern Lebanon, carry out the daring missions over Iran, and since October 7th have not laid down their arms so that we may live in safety. Now, we face a new mission, no less important: recovery and renewal. We are not waiting for miracles, we are building them. The road ahead will require hard work to rebuild what was damaged and to strengthen the personal security of every citizen in Israel. With determination and pride, local leadership will continue to guide Israel toward a stronger, a better future. Standing here today, seeing your support, I will return home with the confidence we have true partners who believe in our destiny and walk beside us. this connection is the force driving our renewal. So thank you for your support, thank you for your solidarity, and thank you for your partnership. Together, we will ensure that Israel continues to grow, to thrive, and to lead for generations to come. Thank you very much. Am Yisrael Chai.
Thank you. And now, please welcome Gilad Erdan to the stage. Yes, Ambassador Erdan previously served as Israel's ambassador to the United Nations and played a leading role in representing Israel on the global stage during some of the country's most challenging moments. Today, he serves as the global president of Magen David Adom. Please welcome Ambassador Erdan. He'll be interviewed by Danielle Roth-Avneri, political analyst for Ma'ariv of the Jerusalem Post Group.
בניין בין 4 קומות, פגיעה בקומה השלישית רביעית. סרקו בפנים את הכל. מגן דוד אדום, משטרה באמבולנס בדרך אליכם. יש פה מישהו! יש מישהו שנמצא איתך בבית, והאמבולנס כבר בדרך אליו. עד שלא מדבר עברית. 1037, אני ממש ליד המקלט, יש פה חיילים. רחוב, השבעה הנשיא, תעלו מולי. 310 נוסעים לרחוב ספירה ברמת גן. יש לנו פה עוד 4. כרגע הוא בהכרה מלאה, כמה הדופק שלו?
Ambassador Gilad Erdan, good morning.
Good morning, Danielle, and good morning, Jerusalem Post.
Amazing crowd, yeah.
Give yourself a hand, wake up.
Wow.
Okay.
Good energies. First of all, how are you, sir?
I'm great.
You're great.
Yeah.
That's an amazing answer for an Israel.
Israel is great also.
That's
We're doing
for sure.
great.
That's for sure. All right.
Stronger than ever.
Perfect answer. All right. Mr. Ambassador Erdan, yesterday morning you marched up Fifth Avenue with American friends from Magen David Adom, while the city's own mayor refused to march for the first time in 60 years. So, what's your message to Mr. Mamdani and to the Jewish New Yorkers, Mr. Erdan?
So, yes, I've been coming here for many years to march in this important parade, also as a minister, as a member of Knesset, because I believe we have to express our mutual solidarity, both Jews of New York and America for the state of Israel and vice versa. And the fact that first time after so many years, while anti-Semitism is on the surging, the mayor of New York abandoned his own citizens and did not show up is a disgrace. But I have one clear message to Mayor Mamdani, because whenever I was entering the UN, and many people here were asking me, how could you do it? I mean, you know that everyone there hates you. So I always had a very optimistic message. I was entering the UN halls, I was looking around, I never saw the flags of the Roman Empire or the Babylonian Empire or Amalek, you know, all the empires that always wanted to destroy us, they're gone. They collapsed. And so since after we defeated Hamas, and we, thank God, we will defeat Iran as well, so we will overcome. We overcame Pharaoh, and we will overcome Mamdani as well.
Amen.
Be sure.
Amen. All right, Mr. Erdan, you sat in Israel's security cabinet. You've been in the room where the biggest decisions in Israel, I think, are get made. We've just come out of a war that set Iran back decades, I'm proud to say it, and now there are talks underway between Washington and Tehran. President Trump says all the time, we'll see what happens. So, Mr. Danon, what do you say?
What are you asking?
Will happen?
What will happen?
Of course.
Okay.
Maybe you have the answer.
So that's the easiest question, to predict what Trump might do. For sure, like, what can be easier than predicting
You see
Trump's
the crowd
deeds?
Feels it also.
But seriously, I think this war had great achievements, and I think we all owe President Trump a huge, gratitude. He deserves a huge credit. But we should also be realistic and honest. President Trump is not the president of Israel. He's the president of the United States. He's also taking care of American interests, the economy, midterms, etc. So, again, I want to make it clear. Any deal with the Ayatollah Iranian regime that keeps them in place is a bad deal for the future of Israel, because it means that we will need to continue fighting against their ballistic missile.
You believe that he will sign an agreement?
Sorry?
But you believe that that Trump will make an agreement with the Iranians?
Finally, and sadly, I believe there will be an agreement. I think that there should be a minimum, because the minimum must be taking out all of the enriched uranium from Iran and dismantling all of their nuclear facilities. That's the minimum. Otherwise, I'm sorry to say, it will be the same kind of agreement like that was signed during President Obama. I don't want to say it, but that's the reality.
Right.
But it's also a message for us, because yes, we have set Iran's nuclear program decades backwards, but still it's going to be the same nature of the same regime that aspired the destruction of the state of Israel. So we will need to, as we say, Israel will have to keep all options on the table for many years to come.
Right. Do you miss the United Nations, Mr. Danon?
Not at all.
Not at all.
Not
Why
at
is
all.
that? Because
4
they
years
published
are definitely enough.
this week, it was next week, they published terrible lies about Israel. How can we fight it? I mean, we cannot close the United Nations. So what can we do about it?
Yeah, so as you pointed out, this week the UN has reached a new, maybe, law by making this immoral, crazy comparison between the savages, between the Hamas sexual atrocities against Israeli women that were proved 100%, and against our soldiers with the false accusations against our soldiers abiding by international law, and the distorted UN is blaming us for sexual crimes. So, but again, the message is not only about the Secretary General. He's an anti-Semite. He should be rejected. We should neglect him for sure, but the problem is deeper, because it's the political makeup of the UN. It's the fact that when you have more than 50% member states that are non-democracies, almost 1/3 of UN member states that are Muslim countries that vote together against, of course, Israel, there's no way to fix it from within. That's why when you ask yourself, how come Iran was elected to be on the Human Rights Council, or Saudi Arabia can be right now to chair the Commission on the Status of Women? Saudi Arabia right now. So you understand, this organization should be totally defunded. It should be dismantled. And I call on all elected officials in the US to work in Congress to defund. You know, you're still the biggest funder of the UN. You're still giving $20 billion every year to an organization that is serving terrorists, dictators, rogue states, and basically working against your enemies. So defund the UN, replace it with a real league of democracies. After 80 years, it's time to get rid of the UN.
Okay, you crossed I think one of the biggest lines ever from the from the UN to Mada. I mean, this is evil, and the other one is pure good. Why did you decide to go to Mada? Because he had a lot of offers.
As we say, the answer is really
in the question.
Inside your question.
Sorry for taking your answer.
No, but seriously, because after 4 years serving inside an organization of pure evil, I felt that I want to do the polar opposite, like working for an organization of pure good. And what can be better than saving lives in the Holy Land 24/7, 365 days a year? And let me point it out another one important maybe strategy that sometimes we don't understand. Thank God our military is great. They can defeat our enemies. We are seeing what's happening everywhere. But this is the strategy of our enemies for decades is not to target our military, is to target our civilians, is to target our home front. That's why they arm themselves with hundreds of thousands of rockets and missiles, and that's why we have found on the Nukhba bodies, the Shin Bet shared it with MDA, clear instructions to deliberately target paramedics, deliberately target ambulances, because what are they trying to do? They're trying to break our spirit. They want that our citizens, our children would think even help is not on the way. Even ambulances can't get to the Gaza envelope. So I understood when I left the UN that if Magen David Adom, our one and only national EMS, Emergency Medical Response Services, if Magen David Adom is strong, if we are deployed everywhere, if we have enough armored ambulances, if we have the most state-of-the-art equipment, so help will be in seconds, and people and the home front will be more resilient. And I would like to take this opportunity also to thank these great people, because many of them are our supporters, and Magen David Adom was established 95 years ago, before the State of Israel was established, mainly also thanks to great Americans that understood the need. Thank you.
Amazing. Last question, Mr. Gilad Erdan. Let's talk a little bit about politics.
Don't I have 3 more minutes?
No, I gave it before. I knew that you don't want to get this question, but you're doing huge steps in the political arena, and that's right. That's right.
What do you
building
baby steps? You meant?
No, but you're building a new political party from the right side in Israel. It's a huge thing. So what's new about this new party, Gilad?
Well, let me start by saying that I believe that one of our biggest threat to the Jewish people, to the State of Israel, is not only our enemies, not only the 7 or 8 fronts that we are fighting, is our divisions, is the fact that we don't have enough unity among us. So after 30 years as a Likud leader, I'm right now dedicating my efforts in trying to establish a new right-wing party, because I truly believe that today, like hundreds of thousands of Israelis, they feel politically homeless. And what do I mean? I mean that they don't want to see a government that is totally dependent on the ultra-Orthodox party. Therefore, they advance a distorted exemption from military service. But they also don't want to see a left-wing government that will be totally dependent on radical left and the Arab parties. So I'm trying to establish, as I said, a clear right-wing party, but one that will be fully committed to the principle, the moral principle, that everyone in Israel, including Arabs and including Haredim, should share the burden with everyone else in Israel. That's how we can fortify our unity and our future.
Okay. Mr. Gilad Erdan, thank you so much, and good luck in the elections.
Thanks for having me, Danielle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. We now welcome Eli Sprecher, CEO of Tel Aviv Sorovsky Medical Center. During Israel's ongoing security challenges, the medical center has redefined hospital readiness with its ability to relocate the majority of its operations to an underground facility in under 5 hours, while continuing to provide top-level patient care under emergency conditions. Please welcome Professor Sprecher to the stage. He'll be interviewed by Idan Queller, White House and diplomatic correspondent for Walla News.
כל יום אחרי להביא לכם, כל יום.
It's a pleasure to see how breakthrough technology, put together with top-notch clinicians that focus on the questions that matter most, end up in decision support tools that provide our patients with the best possible care.
People slept outside their houses the entire night, waiting in line to be examined by us. They came from all the surrounding villages, and everyone is standing here in line patiently, waiting to be examined by the doctors from Israel.
Wow. What an amazing video and what an amazing job that you are doing there, Professor Sprecher. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, usually in life this is the running order. You come with Madas Erdan, right, to the hospital and they get your wonderful treatment.
That's it.
Yeah. So, you know, I want to ask you something, and ladies and gentlemen, if you know what's going on in Israel, so we have a folklore, which means that every time there's underground things going on in a parking lot in a hospital, we know that something's going to happen. But I want to ask you, because we know that the hospital can operate underground, and this is a part of the national resilience, but moving an entire hospital underground in less than 5 hours, it is truly extraordinary. So, Professor Sprecher, how do you do something like that in real time?
Well, you know, Idan, I think that your question is a very special one because it deals actually with something which is supposed to be an historical event. It was actually the first time in history that an entire hospital went underground. But the thing is that usually historical events happen just once. Mm-hmm. But we made history twice in a bit less than a year.
Yeah. A record, huh?
Yeah, two nights, June 13, 25, and February 28, 26. Same scenario. We were faced with 1,500 patients hospitalized, and we had to move them within a few hours because we knew that the missiles were coming. So many people ask me, so how did you do that? And the answer is very simple. We do it the same way we do everything in medicine. We built on two elements. One, preparedness. We train and train and train and train. And when the moment came, we were ready. Secondly, the people. I think we learned during those 2 nights that it takes much more than having the leaders in all medical fields to build a very strong medical institution. What is needed is a huge degree of dedication and commitment, and I'm sure you won't believe it, but after 1 hour, after the sirens went out, all of our personnel was on site.
Wow.
We didn't have to call them. They were all there.
That's truly amazing. And this is not the only amazing thing you are doing there in Ichilov. You also developed an AI system that help manages the hospital during wartime. And I must say, you're doing that with a great partnership with AWS, which is, of course, the Amazon Web Systems. So what are some of the most surprising things that allows you to do that? Or what exactly allows you to know or do with the AI?
Well, first of all, I must say that our medical center didn't wait for the wars to build its AI capacity. Over the past 5 years, we have built a unit called iNext Data. I think that you saw it in the movie.
Sure.
It is today by far the largest and most advanced health-focused AI unit in Israel. It is well known all over the world. It is actually comprised of many people who were educated and trained at the very famous A200 unit in the army. And a very important part of this transformation was actually a decision that we took 4 years ago, and it was to move the entire hospital to the cloud. And actually, till today, we are the only hospital in Israel with all of its medical records in the cloud. And this very much facilitated the implementation of AI tools. So when the wars occurred, I was mainly concerned by two major issues. One, infections, because infection in a very confined environment, like an underground hospital, can spread very rapidly. And two, something that we call delirium, which is a situation where you forget who you are, where you are. It is a very common condition in individuals above the age of 65 hospitalized in this kind of underground hospital. So I called the AI chief, an extraordinary woman called Liat Arad, and told her that I needed tools to detect early infections as well as delirium to allow us to implement early treatment. Within 48 hours,
wow,
we had Gene AI-based tools that not only allowed us to save lives, dozens of lives during the war, but today those tools are implemented across the entire hospital, and they will help us to continue running our operations above the ground.
This is truly amazing, and another innovation, I will call it innovation, but it's going to be your partnership, and this has quite a wow factor between you guys at Ichilov and the Abarbanel Mental Institution, and what you're going to do there, because you are taking your big back and history and knowledge of Ichilov and do what you're going to do over there with the people in Abarbanel.
Well, I think that everybody here in the audience understand very well that since October 7, psychiatry and mental health have become a major issue in Israel. And what we have learned over those 2.5 years is that there is not such a thing as a purely physical or a purely psychological or psychiatric condition. It is true that psychiatry, has evolved at the outskirts of medicine for many years, and psychiatric patients have been treated separately. And this is a big problem, not only for a moral or an ethical point of view, but I think that this is also negatively affecting the quality of care that all patients are receiving. Because if you think about a patient after a heart attack, he needs psychological support just as a patient with major depression needs to be screened for heart problems, which are very common among psychiatric patients. And there is I would say, a quite sad story that illustrates very nicely this situation. So about 10 days ago, a patient of ours came to visit us. He wanted to thank us. He was brought to the emergency room during the war under missile attack, and he had been stabbed in his back by a terrorist. And our surgeons literally saved his life. The guy, when he came to visit me, was a few weeks after, was still walking with a crutch. He didn't need really the crutch for physical reason, but I think that he was signaling us that his body may have recovered, but his mind had still some way to go. So connecting body and mind, this is something that, a mission that we have taken upon ourselves. This change, it's not just a structural an operational one, it's a conceptual one. And we are backed, we are getting a lot of support from the Ministry of Health, trying to change the way mental health will be managed from now on in Israel. And in that context, we are going, as you mentioned before, to merge with one of the largest psychiatric hospitals in Israel, who will not only become an integral part of the Tel Aviv-Sourasky Medical Center, but also an integral part of this change, approach to mental health management, really reintegrating psychiatry into general medicine.
Yeah, and we do know that we need a good mental health managing at this day and age. Professor Sprecher, do I hear some kind of an accent in your voice, in your speaking? What is it? You want to guess, people in the audience? Or you want to tell us the answer, because we have 2 more minutes?
Yeah, so I was born in Belgium and emigrated to Israel at the age of 18 to Israel. I studied medicine at the Hebrew University, was for a long period of time in the army, and actually I served quite a lot in the 669 unit, which became, during the last 2.5 years, quite famous. And then I did my residency in dermatology, became also a geneticist.
And I want to say that you
do
live...
That's where my accent is coming from.
Yeah. So
French speaking.
You live in Ichilov in a very, very challenging times. So how does your personal story, you were born to Holocaust survivors, how does it shape the way you lead the hospital?
Well, I was named by my grandfather, who was on a train, which was supposed to take him to Auschwitz. And he jumped out of that train, saved his life, saved others' life, many. And I think that, knowing where you are coming from makes it quite easier to know why and where you are heading to.
Yeah, so that's the message we are exiting with from our conversation, to take the innovation, the future and history together, right? That's what you do there in Ichilov.
Exactly.
Okay. Professor Eli Sprecher, the CEO of Ichilov Hospital, thank you so much for talking to us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Aidan.
Wonderful. Thank you. Wonderful. Now we're shifting to venture capital, big ideas, and artificial intelligence. Our next panel features 3 very special guests. Alex Whitcuff, CEO of the Whitcuff Group, and yes, in case you're wondering, the son of diplomat Steve Whitcuff, who currently serves as the United States Special Envoy to the Middle East, along with Josh Wolf, one of the leading voices in venture capital and innovation. Josh currently serves as partner and co-founder of Lux Capital. They're joined by Natan Sror, Economic Minister for the State of Israel to North America. Their conversation is titled, Investing in Israel's Future. It'll be led by Alex Winston, news editor at the Jerusalem Post.
Wow, this is intimidating. What a collection of minds we've got here, business brains, and thank you guys so much for joining us today. Alex, if I can start with you right at the end. You're building Whitcuff into a diversified platform across hospitality, credit, and development. And where does Israel and the Middle East as a broader region fit into that?
Sure. So admittedly, we haven't focused on Israel so far, but I think Israel has enormous potential. As we've all seen, the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange has had a remarkable success, I think 50% in 2025 compared to just 18% in the S&P. So it's one of the best of any major indexes. It obviously has a remarkably young population at 29 years of age. The fertility rates are high, young, growing population, very tech-focused, who hasn't seen the deals with Wiz breaking all records at roughly over $30 billion acquisition by Google in the cybersecurity space. So currently our business is certainly, from real estate perspective, focused on the United States. We still see remarkable opportunity in the United States. Under President Trump, the economy has done remarkably well. Unemployment rate at 4.3%. Unbelievable job numbers, 4.3% unemployment rate. 115,000 non-farm jobs added in April, which was well above estimates. So right now we're focused on the U.S., but we do see remarkable opportunity in Israel upcoming in the future.
And how do you decide, in your opinion, what's worth looking at as a business opportunity? I'm guessing I'm asking, what's your secret tactic?
I wouldn't say there's any secret tactic. We've been in business for 40 years. My dad built the business from scratch. His father was a coat manufacturer. As you know, he went into public service, and I took over as sole CEO of the company roughly almost 2 years ago. Time flies. We're not structured as a private equity fund. Ultimately, our company is a family office, so we can be very elastic in how we're thinking about what to invest in. Our kind of core bread and butter business has been U.S. real estate. We're obviously now also in the cryptocurrency sector. We have the second largest Genius Act compliant stablecoin as part of our USD1 investment. So that's been great. I think we look for kind of our main thing we focus on when we're looking at a new sector or a new geography is just barriers to entry. And the moat of investing. Like when we invest in Miami, we tend to invest in Miami Beach, just given the paucity of new oceanfront land, and then the regulatory environment in Miami makes it hard to build. Same thing with stablecoin. It's very hard to build a stablecoin at scale. So we're really focused on areas where you have real barriers to entry or large moats that protect your investment.
Fascinating. Josh, if I may turn to you for a second. You've got quite a reputation for investing in sectors before they become fashionable, should we say, AI, defense technologies, things like this. Obviously, in Israel, we have a huge interest in such sectors. Do you think October 7th, the wars in Ukraine and the conflict with Iran, as well as rising tensions with China, have permanently changed how investors view such technologies? Are we in a completely different world now?
We very much are. We always like to say that we believe before others understand. Oftentimes that's trying to find the key founders themselves, and within founder class, I always like to say that chips on shoulders put chips in pockets, and so you like to find entrepreneurs that are sort of doubted or have a whole bunch of haters that never believed in them. On the technological realm, we're psychologically very competitive. We like people that are sort of obsessed with the technical capability that nobody else in the world has, so that you can get a moat in the same sort of way and have a deterrence that other people would want to start a company in a sector. In defense, it's very interesting because most of our history in that started with dual-use technologies that were mostly intelligence community and commercial sector focused. We became founding investors in a U.S. company called Anduril that was about 8.5 years ago, very heavily doubted. Some of the co-founders from Palantir, and in particular a guy with a big chip on his shoulder, which was Palmer Luckey. And he was sort of universally dismissed until it became one of those Gandhi-like phenomenons where first they laugh at you, and then they fight you, and then they join you, and then you win. And I think that the vast majority of people that doubted Anduril have either now invested in the company or joined it. It started as a very small company, I think sub $60 million when we first invested. Today, the most recent round was $5 billion at about $60 billion. And global, and now coming to Israel. I had the great benefit of being able to introduce Palmer to BB earlier this year, and we think that they're going to be setting up some very significant operations in country. Anduril was the first company that we as an investor had to contend with being comfortable with a kill chain, where many investors would say, well, we're investing in defensive technology. It's sort of up to the user ultimately how they define it. And that was the first company where we had to be comfortable with the idea that the greater your technological precision, the greater your moral precision. If you could have a very tight clustered munition or the ability to detect an individual that was a bad actor, that was a better moral resolution than having indiscriminate bombing and whatnot. Within Israel, particularly post-October 7th, I'd say we became very mobilized. I think we put close to $250 million into the country, particularly around aerospace and defense. Early investors in Kella, run by Hamutal Meridor, and Alon Dror, truly exceptional founders. some stealth companies that are focused on capabilities that Israel has historically not had. Israel has very inexpensive, cheap, short-range capabilities and expensive long-range capabilities that are not publicly talked about. And then they lacked long-range, cheap capabilities, or the inverse of what we see with Shahed drones coming in. And so we've backed companies in that domain, but pretty much every facet of air, land, sea, space, and cyber. And yes, to your point, the geopolitical events both around Israel and Gaza and Ukraine and US and Israel and Iran have woken up the world to the false ideology, as ideal as it is, that the world is a safe place. There are bad actors, they have bad intentions, and you want good people with better technology fighting those people. You also have the simultaneous democratization of lots of attritable systems across air, land, and sea on autonomous systems. And so the fight now is not social media, it is not games, it is not mobile technology, it is cutting-edge technologies that are really coming to the fight, and it is an absolute incredible thing. Within Israel, I believe it is the greatest generation, much like we had in the US post-World War II. The quality, the caliber, the talent, the mission-driven, faced in this existential threat and literally born in fire is a stunning thing to watch, and I'm very proud to be an investor in this class.
Well, if you're looking for a chip on the shoulder or a bit of attitude, Israel's certainly the place to go.
Amen.
I'd like to ask, if I may, there's a lot of talk in the world these days, looking ahead in the next 10 years or so, about AI and what role it could play in replacing human jobs. You know, even journalists are at risk, may I dare to say it. What do you think the next 10 years look like?
There is going to be a lot of disruption. I will say that the thing that I teach my kids, I've got 3 kids that are 16, 13, and 10, is whatever becomes scarce becomes valuable. And the thing in a world of abundant AI and technology and screens is human connection, the ability to connect with people. So there are going to be timeless principles of history and psychology, intuiting people, having taste is something that computers will not entirely replace. But vast majority of things over the past 15 years that everybody was told to go and study. When I was growing up in Coney Island, Brooklyn, my mother wanted me to study Japan and golf because that was the lingua franca of business. The past generation was Mandarin, Chinese, and coding. All of those things are obsolesced. And in fact, many of the coders themselves are facing, record levels of comparable unemployment for the first time in 2 generations coming out of college. So I would say that the scarce thing is the humanities and the human connection. That's very important. Within AI itself, in a more technical basis, we have had probably 7 years of absolute consensus view of the need for endless demands of data centers, hundreds of thousands of H100 NVIDIA chips to be able to both train and do inference. And I believe that this trend is going to go towards edge AI. We're going to have lots of small devices sprinkled everywhere. It's going to change the nature. You already see it in the capital markets, inflecting the rates of some of the high bandwidth memory players and the Korean memory chips. And so I think that that's going to be another wave. There are 3 big areas that I think are very interesting that are sort of under invested. And I would say it's sort of out there, up there, and in here. The out there is a crazy thing that we're doing between AI and genetics to find outlier people, real-life X-Men around the world that basically have outlier traits in outlier parts of the world that can be drugged and then turned into drugs for us here in the US and the West. The second is up there. We funded a crazy company called Reflect Orbital that is trying to create sunlight as a service. Basically, you can think of it as a giant birthday balloon, a big mylar surface that stretches and can redirect sun at night or for rescue operations and those kinds of things. Combination of crazy optics, satellites, and AI. And the third in here is smell. If you think about our phones have eyes in the forms of cameras, they have ears in the form of microphones. They do not have the ability to do chemical detection in the form of smell as we are. It's our most acute sense. It's the most salient memories you have. There's lots of evolutionary reasons why that's the case. We spun a group out of Google about 2.5 years ago called Osmo that is using AI to basically do what Shazam did for music, to be able to detect a smell, a good one, a bad one, and then to be able to generate it and play it back. That is a capability that I think in 10 years people will look back and say, how did that never exist? In the same way we do that with our phones.
I wonder what it would have to say about my wife's cooking. Right. Nathan.
You are going to have to say it's amazing no matter what.
Unlike the esteemed gentleman sitting either side of you, you are obviously coming from a different aspect. You are representing Israel here on the North American continent. Obviously, we've had 2.5 traumatic years. We've had, crazy 2 years. How, conversations that you've had, in the meetings that you've had, how are US businessmen and investors looking at the Israeli market right now?
Okay, thank you. So I'm representing the Foreign Trade Administration in the Ministry of Economy. We work together hand in hand with the Israeli Export Institute. And what we're trying to do here is to bring together Israeli and American business. And the reason for that is, this is my own personal interpretation. Israel stands on 2 fundamental legs. defense, and economy. Without Western standard welfare of each one of the residents in Israel, we will be in risk, let's put it this way. And since the Israeli local market is very narrow, very limited, only 10 million people, we have to rely, in order to get growth, we have to rely on international trade and investments. And this is exactly what we are trying to do here in the US as the main Israel trade partner, and with other 45, 50 locations around the globe. I am here with the team, and each one of them is in charge for a certain sector. We cover the East Coast and Canada, and that's our everyday work. Now, there has been today here and anywhere else, there has been a lot of talk of the Israeli resilience of defense, social defense, but there is also economic resilience. Do you know that throughout the peak of the most hard years of the war, 24, 25, we kept positive growth in GDP? Do you know that the ratio of debt, national debt to GDP, has been kept in 24 it was 60% of the GDP, and in 25 it was 70%. Only a mere 10% growth in the ratio. This is the Western standard ratio, and that shows resilience of the Israeli economy. It comes from the personal resilience of the citizens, from the defense resilience, but also, naturally, it gets to, I don't want to go to the shekel strand. I mean, everybody knows that. I don't want to go for the many examples. So we are trying to show this resilience, to show here this resilience, and to tell everybody, once again, and first of all, of course, the business people, that the Israeli economy and industry and innovation is more attractive now than ever. More attractive now because of the difficulties that we are facing.
I think it's symbolic, by the way. You have three builders here, right? So somebody that's focused on the Israeli economy. You have Alex, who's an amazing builder with incredible taste, and we like finding incredible technologists. But I think the fact that we're all gathered here very symbolically, technology, real estate, economy, I'm very optimistic.
It sounds like we have a lot to be optimistic about, and as long as we can keep peace, we'll keep on growing. Gentlemen, I wish we had so much more time because we have so much to learn from all of you, but thank you all of you for joining me on stage. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. That was extremely interesting. Our next panel is an especially exciting one, bringing together leading influencers, activists, and public voices at the forefront of the fight for Israel's narrative around the world. Please welcome Nitzana Darshan-Leitner, attorney, human rights activist, founder, and president of Shurat Hadin; Elizabeth Pipko, political commentator and former national spokesperson for the GOP; and radio host Sid Rosenberg. The panel is titled Courts, Campuses, and Congress, the Fight for Israel's Narrative, and this will be moderated by Danielle Roth-Avneri, political analyst for Ma'ariv.
Wake these fucking people up.
Sid, good morning. You're taking my job. How are you guys? Oh, you said over there. All right. How are you? Who watched Sid's story on Instagram? All right, I watched it all night, like repeating it. First of all, thank you for being here. I'm so happy and glad. Sid, let's talk about what happened yesterday.
Well, there's a moral to the story. If you're a reporter in New York City and you think you're tough and you got a story you want to go out and you come at me with an attitude at the Israel Day Parade, you're going to walk out crying. So Melissa Russo of NBC yesterday, I was at a big event on Wednesday night in the city, MJE, with a bunch of people you may know, Bruce Pearl, great college basketball coach, and Erin Molan from Australia, and James Maslow, a bunch of us. And I said at this event, I said, Mamdani wants us dead. Oh, wow. You can't say that. Okay, I'll say it again. Mamdani wants us dead. He wants every one of you dead. That's what he wants. You can't say that. Anyway, they made a big deal about the whole thing. So Russo comes up to me at the parade. She goes, did you really say that he wants us dead? I said, yeah. Can you prove he doesn't? She said, wow, that's a tough thing to say. I said, okay. Have you heard him lately? I'll leave it with this. All he's got to do is come out once and say, I'm not about globalizing the Intifada. Just say it once. Tell us one time that Israel exists because of the Jewish people, right? Stop celebrating bullshit Nakba Day. I'm sorry. Start doing stuff like that, and I won't say stuff like that.
That's great. Wow, great opening. So you are all unique individuals, and you all have one thing in common. You're strong and you're proud warriors for the truth of the Israeli narrative. First of all, thank you for that. Okay. Nitzana, I would like to start with you, if it's okay. Can you give us an example for an experience where you successfully broke through the lies? Only one, please.
You know, my organization, Shurat Adin, we are leading the fight against Israel's enemies in court, utilizing legal actions. And one lie that I was successfully able to break is the pay-for-slave policy of the Palestinian Authority, that for many, many years, countries, United States included, is trying to block by the Taylor Force Act. Israel is trying to block by our legislation. But myself and my colleagues, with one litigation throughout 22 years, were able to receive a judgment against the Palestinian Authority for $655 million.
Amazing.
And when the Palestinians tried to vacate it in court, and successfully did, we fought for 10 years in court and in Congress, and we proved that the Palestinian Authority should be tried in the United States for supporting the terrorists who are killing American citizens, and got their judgment reinstated. Now the Palestinian Authority have to pay $655 million to terror victims because of this lie.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Nitzana. Elizabeth, hello. Same question, please. I'm fine. After I hear all these good energies, like on stage, on this amazing crowd. There is no battle that we won't win with, you know, it's in our hearts. So thank you. Elizabeth, please, the same question.
Yeah, thank you. I'm actually glad that you brought that up, because I was thinking of examples of when the truth might have made some kind of a difference. And I remember at a conference that I was speaking at, and very often when someone comes up to me and wants to fight the battle of why does America support Israel, I can tell based on their energy they are not interested in a conversation. But I think it was a few months ago when someone seemed genuinely curious, because I had said so many times on stage, I don't support Israel as a Jew, I support Israel as an American because it helps us here at home. And he seemed genuinely interested to understand my point of view. And I asked him right then and there, do you know what the Taylor Force Act is? No. I said, do you know who Taylor Force was? No. And I had him Google it right there on his phone, and there before my eyes, I watched a young American student who had been thinking, for whatever reason, that Israel is taking advantage of the United States, and I watched him learn the truth, that it was a United States student named Taylor, who I think was 28 years old, in Israel, who was slaughtered by a terrorist, and because that terrorist was himself killed by the IDF in the process, it was his family that got to be paid by the Palestinian Authority instead of him. And the student kind of looked at me and said, why does that happen? And I said, you know, they pay their own people when they commit acts of terrorism, and that doesn't just mean killing Israelis. Here it was killing your own. An American, you say you're America first. America is on the side of Israel. Israel's on the side of America, always. We don't just share victories, we also share enemies. And in that moment, it seemed like I had broken through. I don't know where that student is right now, but that Taylor Force Act, signed into law by President Trump, the greatest president we've ever had, I think was a very, very good example of someone realizing right before my eyes what it actually means to see the truth and why America and Israel share the bond that we do.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Sid, your example, please.
By the way, Liz Pipko and I were both appointed by President Trump to be on the Holocaust Memorial Museum Council, so we served together in an effort to keep the Holocaust, the memory alive. You know, I don't really have a story where I was able to break a lie. But I will say this. I get frustrated when I talk to people in New York all the time who think they know the dynamic between Israel and the Palestinians, Israelis and the Palestinians, from Staten Island or from Brooklyn or from the Bronx. They think they get it. We know it. You ever go there? Never been there. So just so you know, before October 7th, in 56 years, I'd never gone to Israel. Wanted to go, was going to go, never got there. After October 7th, I've been there 5 times. I'm going back in 2 weeks for JNS.org's big summit. With the opportunity to speak on the same stage as Bibi and Mark Levin and Mike Huckabee and all these great people. And I see everything differently now. See, I thought maybe there was an issue between the two, and maybe it was a little bit both sides, you know. But when you go to Israel and you really see the dynamic of how the other side looks at us, how the other side treats us, go for a walk in Judea and Samaria for 1 hour. Go ahead. I dare you, okay? And come back and tell me, you come back and tell me, Scott Peltman, that it's our fault. So the one thing I have learned is the only way to talk about the real dynamic between the Israelis and the Palestinians is to go to Israel. If you don't go to Israel, you have no idea what you're talking about. That's my lesson.
Guys, you're all professional speakers and debaters. What is your advice to people who are unprofessional and just want to justify, Israel and say good things about Israel, but the people who's in front of them are making their life very hard? What is your advice to them, Sid? Professional advice.
Am I a professional?
Yes. You're on stage, right?
I'm not sure I'm a professional when it comes to that. I can talk on the radio. And by the way, let's go Knicks. Everybody a big Knicks fan in here today? Very excited about that. My advice to my children, for example, my daughter is on the way to Israel right now as we speak. She's going to Kennedy Airport in the next 2 hours. She's 22, my daughter Ava. She goes back and forth all the time. My advice is to be strong. I don't like it when I see Jewish people, moms and dads, they tell their kids, you can take your yarmulke off. Take it off. If you're nervous to walk in the streets, take your yarmulke off. I can't stand that. Or hide your Mogen David. You do that, they win. They'd almost rather see that than a dead body in the street of Tel Aviv. Trust me, okay? Don't do that. Don't tell your kids, I know you're a parent, you're nervous, I'm nervous too, okay? I've got a son who goes to school in Chelsea. It's not easy. And my daughter just came back from London. You want to talk about a rough place for 3 years. But when you do that, you're really doing a disservice to the Jewish people fighting for us in Israel, and all of you fine people in the audience here today. Do not do that. Wear your yarmulke proudly, wear your chai proudly, and show everybody that you're Jewish. And I got to say, to quote from the great movie Goodfellas, if you get your ass kicked once in a while, so what? Everybody needs to get ass kicking once in a while, right? But it's okay. You'll go to bed that night a proud Jew. Don't hide the fact that you're Jewish. Flaunt it.
Thank you, Sid. Elizabeth, please.
The question is basically, what is your advice to those who want to defend Israel, correct? Sid mentioned his daughter, and I feel like he reminded me of the person who taught me everything I know, which is my dad. And I think when I started doing what I do, I got very blessed with TV opportunities left and right, and I don't think I really earned them. To this day, I'm not sure if I earned them, but I remember when I first began my career, my dad sat me down and said, you are now representing not just a bunch of people, but a message that will resonate and needs to resonate long after all of us are gone. You cannot possibly sit on TV with a Magen David on your neck, knowing that anyone who watches that knows who you are, knows that you're a Jew, and not know what the hell you're talking about. And my dad said, you read every book that exists, you watch every interview that exists, you learn every human that has done this before you and who's doing it now, you debate every single day, and I've sat with my dad, and anyone who knows him knows he's the smartest person alive, and he will test you until you're crying. That's how we did our homework growing up, and that's what he does with me to this day. And I think we have to remember that what we do matters. We have to have some kind of dignity and pride and accountability. It's very easy to go and scream at someone because they're screaming at you and they know nothing, but we have to actually represent the truth. And to represent the truth, unfortunately, you have to do the work, right? Sid didn't have the #1 show in New York by just waking up one day and grabbing a microphone. He's been doing this forever, and now everyone in New York knows who he is. You can't just get on TV, scream for Israel, and not represent our people to the best possible abilities that you have inside of you. So I would say do the work, or it's not worth it. You're going to actually kind of do us a disservice if you haven't done the work that has to come with representing your people. Every day I put on this Magen David. I know that when I walk by someone, I have to walk with a smile and with poise and with elegance and class, because I represent in one way or another the Jewish people, just because I have the star on my neck. So I think everyone needs to work harder. Truly, we are up against the entire world, and unless we work our butts off, we can't beat them.
Right. Thank you so much. Nitzana.
You know, when people lie about Israel, I just sue them.
That's a knockout.
And I was doing it, like for instance, Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera, for the past 3 years, has spreading lies against Israel, being the owned Qatari network, bashing Israel, but I found a way to bring a lawsuit against them, although they are a media outlet that enjoy freedom of speech, by proving that they are crossing the line by providing material support to a terror organization. When Al Jazeera pays money to Hamas terrorists to come and take them around in Gaza, or pay money to Hamas terrorists to become freelancers, to give them information or to give them interviews, it's actually providing material support to a designated terror organization, which is a violation of the Anti-Terrorism Act. So I sued Al Jazeera. But this is not the biggest threat. This is not the danger. The danger lies in the newspaper that actually lies on the desk of professors and universities and presidents, of prime ministers. The danger is in the newspaper that shapes public opinion. I want to go after this newspaper that became so radical against Israel, that influenced so much in the world. I want to go after the New York Times. And I know I cannot bring a lawsuit against New York Times, despite this horrible op-ed piece by Nick Kristof that alleged that Palestinian prisoners and detainees are raped by IDF soldiers or by prison guards in Israel, that they even train dogs to rape them. I cannot bring a civil lawsuit like this. I do take all the articles of the New York Times in the past 3 years of the war and show one by one how they took the narrative of Hamas and echoed it and blamed Israel for genocide day after day and blames Israel for war crimes and starvation. And I'm going to take this report and give it to the hands of the Department of Justice here in the United States, demanding to open a criminal investigation against the New York Times.
Nitzana, Elizabeth, and Sid, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You're amazing.
By the way, just so you know,
Amazing.
Harmeet Dillon is ready, willing, and able to do that whenever you're ready.
Okay. Guy, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Luca. Thank you. Bye, Sid. All right, everyone. Thank you. That was awesome. I now welcome Anat Vidor, World President of WITZO, the Women's International Zionist Organization. Anat's journey of Zionist leadership began immediately after her IDF service, when she served as a Beitar emissary in Australia, and continues today as she leads a global movement with 38 WITZO federations around the world. She calls herself an unapologetic Zionist. Anat will be interviewed by Inbal Ann Buskila, content strategist for the Jerusalem Post.
Thank you, everyone. Anat, it's a pleasure to have such a strong woman here on the stage with me. Thank you for being here. Since the early Zionist Congress, you have built more than a movement. You guys have built influence. Tell me what the secret is.
Well, I think it's the secret of the State of Israel. WITZO is the State of Israel. WITZO joins the government of the Jewish people in 1920 when it moves to London because the British Empire started controlling Israel. And then majority of the Zionist organizations actually start emerging from there. And WITZO starts there and realizes that we have to have women in the Jewish government. We join, and we have a task to build everything to do with social welfare and also train women. It didn't come from a fact of understanding that women needs to be more equal. I don't think that was it. I think that they realized in order to build a state, you have to cater for who's going to do agriculture, who's going to deal with postnatal, who's going to deal with early childhood. The first Aliyah, the second Aliyah were very, very challenged, and it failed a lot of it, and women came back. So we did it because we realized that we need to build a state. It was done in cooperation. And I think the successes in everything, and I'll go back to the Zionism. Everyone has mentioned it, but you have to break it down. What is really Zionism? Zionism is a change of consciousness when you realize no one is going to do it beside you. Second, because we could have always done it for 2,000 years, but it flipped there. We realized we have to stay together, we have to do it ourselves. The second thing, miracles do not happen without deeds. So in order for miracles to happen, you have to do one stage after another, create this capacity. And I think women do it very well. We're not hunters, we're gatherers. So we build layer to layer, slowly, slowly. By 1948, when David Ben-Gurion, which is not necessarily a feminist, he realized he needed the head of WITZO to be in Mo'etzet Ha'am. It was the committee built half a year before the State of Israel was declared. Rachel Kagan, because she had capacity. We already had capacity. Now I want to talk about democracy when you talk about capacity. We all say this government, that government. You know, I can tell you, dealing with the social infrastructure of Israel, hand in hand with the State of Israel, we were never happy with any government. We always complained about the governments because there's never going to be enough money. But we realize in our DNA, remember Zionism responsibility, we're not waiting for the government to do, not because we are underestimating the government, because that's the whole thing. We have to be a community of destiny, a community that does things and by the side of the government, because that's how you can influence democracy. Ben-Gurion makes Rachel Kagan sign the Declaration of Independence because she has capacity, she has influence. And afterwards, she establishes the first women party in the Knesset. Since then, nothing like that has happened. And then we decide, not because we didn't get enough votes, and this is 1951 when the Congress had 2% of women, the American Congress, and we already had 10% in Israeli government. It's really a breakthrough. But then she decides that after she establishes the first law for equality of women, in 1951, she decides, Well, she actually didn't decide. I want to be polite about it. Witzo decided for her. She was quite upset. They decided we're not going to be a party because you can't make women issues and social issues basically a political thing. It should be everyone's agenda. So that's why we went out of the party. And actually, they're talking now about the next elections. They want to have a women's party, which is quite interesting. So there's a pros and cons. I'm for it, but the model has to work. We have to keep that thing out. We're not political. We're not affiliated with any organization.
So I'm not going to see you running for government?
Well, sorry. No. We are political because Zionism is a political movement. Don't be scared of the name politics, by the way. Politics is every frame that you create in order to move ahead, okay? But, and you start dealing with governments, agencies, anything is a political move. But we're not partisan. We don't affiliate with anything. And it keeps us the capacity to work with every government. We keep that very, very, protected. And I want to just tell you, success. I heard a lot of NGOs speaking here today. We are not an NGO. An NGO is a non-government organization. We established the government of Israel, so we're not an NGO. We see ourselves responsible for anything that happens. And we don't minimize to one project or the other, but we do say that organizations like us have to stay because we can influence and we have capacity and we can actually change decisions in the government. It doesn't have to be always through political, it's just mutual interest, like any business at the end of the day. And proof of concept, I just want to acknowledge. So I'm sitting here like a Yiddish mama with a lot of nachas. Because I'll tell you why. Look at this protege. Just please stand up, General Amikam Norkin. General Amikam Norkin is a proof of concept of Witzo. He did few things afterwards, but he's a graduate of Witzo. And Witzo Nahalal. So just give you an example, we have over 300 physical projects in Israel and over 6,000 employees. We're a very big organization and we're actually today Israel's probably almost largest NGO. So I'm not going to dwell to the projects, I'm going to give you proof of concept. So we have General Amikam Norkin, which are going back to the values of Zionism. Studies in Kfar HaNoar Nahalal, which is one of the cradle of establishment. He's also a few generations in Israel. He has, his grandparents has rights here. But he meets, in his youth village, a new immigrant. That happens to be today his wife for his better half for a few years. And he becomes obviously the commander of the Air Force, and you'll hear him afterwards. But the beauty about it, look at it, the integration. So you raise the top of the crop, and also you align it with new immigration. And by the way, in every one of these schools is also a boarding school. Show me a model like that in America or anywhere in the world where boarding schools cost you $60,000, $70,000 a year in order to do agriculture. So we have our youth villages planted in the salt of the earth areas where the establishers of Israel, the real Mayflower of Israel sits, and we bring there Na'aleh children, Aliyah children. We have now 300 children from Ukraine in our youth villages. We have 5 of them, and you'll hear from Nirim afterwards, one of the youth villages, you'll hear what amazing work we do. But then you have a melting pot happening there. This is equality, this is Zionism. These children get the best, and who can actually imagine that you have also dormitories there for children from unprivileged families. So look at the combination. I don't think it happens anywhere. And another nachas, we had here the CEO of Ichilov and the CEO of Kaplan, and they will both testify that in the beginning of the war, we established, I'm talking on the 9th of October, daycare centers in the hospitals in order to operate by emergency. And I think that this is capacity when I went into it. And we weren't alone. We have here Chagit Pe'er, Na'amat, that we work together, and also change policy. So Chagit will tell you that big organizations have a lot of influence. Yes.
And it's important that you all work together. Anat, I never have to ask you more than one question and you just tell me everything.
No, I've got to say that is an issue.
But I love talking to you, and it was
We talk a lot, by the way. We talk a lot.
We do talk a lot.
I just want to say something. I'll end with one thing. And I want to tell each one of you, remember, no one else is going to do it. And remember, there's no miracles. Now, when I talk about mutual interest, it's not about coming and yelling, you know, we are right and Zionism will prevail. Think about the dialogue. I want you, each one of you, you're coming from organizations, and when you sit there, be the Zionist inside your organization. Doesn't matter, it's already a Zionist organization. Be the Zionist. Zionist is a change of concept. It's when you think, okay, responsibility lies here. I'm not just a member on the board, responsibility lies here. And ask yourself now, how are your communities gonna look? And you know the answer. The answer is the connection to the land. The answer is that will give you resilience. Be the Zionist in your organization. Start in your community. And toda rabba. And I'm so humbled to be in New York and see such a Zionist community. So,
Anat, thank you so much for being here, inspiring us.
Thank you.
Thank you. So important. Thank you. We now turn to a special panel titled Voices of Strength, Leaders Shaping the Future of Israel and the Jewish World. The panel brings together an extraordinary group of leaders making an impact across Israel and the global Jewish community. Please welcome Chagit Pe'er, President of Na'amat, Frida Ross, President of World Emunah, Liz Kennedy, motivational speaker, and Dganit Shenkar Lange, Director General of the Ministry of Aliyah and Integration. The panel will be moderated by Danielle Roth of NERI.
Hello, ladies. Hello, lovely audience. I have a challenge for you. What do you say? Woo, it's good.
We love challenges.
So much women, yeah. That's a challenge. Oh, that's a good mark. Okay, so I have a challenge for you. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, but you must answer me in only one sentence, okay? Can you do that?
Women and one sentence doesn't go together.
One sentence. Okay, this is my question. Women make up half of the population, yet they're still underestimated in key decision making. So I'll go straight to the point. Why is it? Chagit, one sentence, please. It's only an opening serve.
My golden advice to women is don't wait for permission. If you want to do it, do it. Get into the table and sit there and don't wait for opportunity. And if there isn't a place at the table, so build another one for yourself.
3 lines, that's good. That's also good. Chagit Pe'er, thank you so much. Hello, Liz. How are you?
So since we're in a room of all Jewish people, myself included, don't be fooled by the name Liz Kennedy, Sivana Buchatzera. I would say that the #1 thing is to spend time with people who don't think, act, and look like you. To be Jewish is to be chosen, and to be chosen means to live with integrity and to act like the light.
Thank you so much. Frida, hi.
Hi.
One sentence.
One sentence.
Please.
For a lifetime of work.
We'll talk about it afterwards.
The only thing that I would say is that Emunah has worked for over 90 years to strengthen the Jewish family and empower women. And today we find our graduates in areas of success and influence, and they're changing Israeli society.
Thank you. Ganit, hello.
I'm going to do it short.
You should, please.
Be bold and don't read the little letters that makes you afraid of, conferences like this.
Okay, that's great. Okay, thank you for this opening. Dear Chagit, what actions are you promoting today to help more women enter leadership and positions of influence in Israel?
I have 1 hour to answer, yes?
You have 1 minute.
So women make up half of the population, as you said, but yet when you look around, women are missing from key decision-making positions in Israel. And this is not a bug, it's a feature. And it's not only a women's issue, it's a democratic issue. You cannot run a country or make good decisions when half of his talent, experience is missing from the table. So we at Naamat, we are working bottom up. We are creating a leadership workshop for women and creating opportunities, real opportunities for women to lead and to make an influence. We're also building a mentorship and a workshop for young women entering for the first time for public or workplace.
So you start like from the young ages.
Always, always. We have to work bottom up, otherwise it doesn't help. And we're also working, we are fighting with court to get laws for women and create, we are working and we are stepping step by step.
We will talk afterwards about one law that is very important and we will discuss this. I promise you. Thank you. Hagit, Frida, you run programs to empower women from the religious Zionist sector, including businesses and business and network centers. What kind of change are you seeing among the women who come to you? Let's talk about the change that they are making.
Well,
just the microphone, please.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you so much.
The change that we are seeing, that we've seen over the last 3 years, is the empowerment of women. Women are supporting their husbands who are out fighting. Women are bringing up their children. They're going out to work. They're on the go 24 hours a day. And they're helping Israel to survive this really very difficult time. To this end, we have had many different opportunities to empower women and to educate women. We're working today on a Rishonot program that has hundreds of women, professional women, who are being given the tools to enter into Israeli society at all levels, many of which are making us very, very proud.
Wow, so nice to hear. Thank you, Frida. Dganit. Yes, of course, we can clap. Thank you so much, Dganit. What is the biggest challenge? I give you a second challenge for today. What is the biggest challenge for women that, as a professional, you see after they make aliyah to Israel?
So I want to tell you a story,
Please.
David and Fanny just made aliyah on last Thursday from France with the little baby who's called Noam. And they went to the beach. They're living in Nahariya. They moved to Nahariya and they went to the beach. They just got bumped from Hezbollah on last Saturday. And the mother, she just knew, she was in shock, and she just knew what she needed to do. And I totally agree about what has said before from Anat and from other organizations, that NGOs have the ability to see things that we as government cannot see. So I truly believe that working together with everything is the biggest challenge, especially at times like this.
Thank you very much, Dganit. Liz, dear Liz, 500,000 subscribers from all over the world follow you, and also me. And I love your energy. And I know what I think as a woman in my profession about energies, but I want to talk about them with you. I mean, it's a tool for success in today's life.
I want all the men in the room, I see a bunch of men on their phones, I want you to listen to me because this is important. Pay attention, you've got some strong women up here, okay? The men in this room should be reminded that the women in your lives that are Jewish, your wives, your sisters, your daughters, to be Jewish, especially Israeli, it's the only country in the Middle East where women have freedom of voice, freedom of choice, and freedom of life. And, thank you. And it's the only country where women can also oppose the government, which is actually really, really critical to democracy. I am the #1 supporter of Israel, and I still find that there are a lot of things that there needs to be improved on there. And that's why women are really, really imperative to the government there. And that's why not just Jewish women, but Muslim and Arab women should hold government roles so that the world sees that women are a vital, vital part of Israel and the voice and the soul of it.
Thank you so much, Liz. Okay, Hagit, I promised you that we will talk about the law because it's a very important one. One of the issues that you're promoting is expanding the rights for fathers after childbirth. How could this kind of change impact women's status in the workplace and family structure in Israel?
Well, so expanding fathers' parental leave is one of the important equality reform we promoted in Na'amat. Because, you know, it seems like being a caregiver is only a mother's responsibility. And when we think like that and we act like that, so women get hurt also in the working place and of course also in the family structure. When fathers take a meaningful parental leave and stay with the child, it means both a change in the workplace and a change in the family structure, and also a great bond between fathers and children from the beginning, and a real model for children of how it works, it should work.
And it's also modern. I mean, we're, 2026, so the world must go faster, and that's
we hope so.
That's what I think also in this issue.
We hope so that men will take the maternity. You know, the law is not enough. We have to do it in action.
Right, you're correct. All right, Frida, you operate centers for women and children leaving abusive homes. How do they look? I mean, at the first minute that they come to you, what do you see?
You see children who have experienced untold trauma. When they come into our homes, they're welcomed with love and affection, the affection that they don't necessarily get at home. They live in family units that are supported by counselors who live there with their own children. And they're taught how to live in a family unit and given the values of a family unit. Our highly skilled staff of professional trauma experts, therapists, they receive many different kinds of therapies, including music, which gives children the ability to stand up on a stage and enhance their self-confidence and perform, something that in their previous experience would never be able to would never be possible. And we strive to bring up children who will be strong and important to Israeli society, to break that terrible cycle of violence. And we have many successes as well, thank God.
Thank God, thank you. Ladies, for the end, if it's fine by you, I'll have a similar question, but you can answer not in one sentence. It's okay, it's okay. Okay, Liz, sorry, start with you. Can you give a winning tip for women, and of course, also for men, who are on how to deal with negative criticism?
Sure. So quite often, I spend a lot of time with people, specifically women that aren't Jewish. And I find this rather negative connotation around Zionism and chosenness, etc. But to be chosen is not a sense of entitlement. To be chosen means to act with responsibility and to act like the light at all times. And as Jews, I think quite often we forget this because we're coming from so much trauma and we're always trying to protect ourselves and our image and our name and get people to understand us. But God is not an old man in the sky with a white beard. To be Jewish is to understand that God is energy and we are fragments of energy. And since neuroscience explains that everything is energy and everything is quite literally measured by a frequency, wouldn't it make sense to always act like God? How does God act, right? God acts from love, compassion, kindness. What is the opposite of acting like God? Fear, anger, violence, jealousy, all these things that we experience. Instead of fighting it with the opposite of acting like God, we must remember to be Jewish and act like God. This is how we're going to win. Collective consciousness is not just an Instagram term. Collective consciousness means to understand what it means to have collective consciousness. And as Jews, when we come together, we must remember this. Israel is the land to all three Abrahamic accords: Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. So if we remind people of this and we remind ourselves of what it is to be Jewish and act like the light, we will see more of that in our lives and in our world. Israel is the heart and the soul of the world. And because there's so much issues within Israel itself and we're so divided amongst ourselves, the rest of the world feels that ripple effect.
Thank you, Liz, very much. Okay, Ganit.
So 64,000 Olim just came to Israel from the 7th of October. It's the size of a small city like Kiryat Gat. And still we have a lot of criticism being heard about how much does it cost, what about the other aspect of that. And if you know what your goal is, if you truly know what you need to do, then criticism is not that bad.
Wow, amazing. Ganit, Frida, Liz, and Hagit, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great to see you. Such wonderful women. Thank you for sharing all of your thoughts. They are very important. Nice to meet you. Bye. Now, please welcome Bat El Balaish Sultanik to the stage. Bat El represents the AIDS Coalition, a US-based nonprofit dedicated to strengthening the democratic foundations of the State of Israel. Round of applause, please.
Shalom, everyone. I'm Batel Blai Sultanik, an Israeli naval officer, ex-deputy commander of a missile vessel, turned tech executive, a mother of four, and today a co-founder and CEO of the AIDS Coalition. Like many of you, I built my life in innovation, in startups, in growth, in a belief that technology can shape a better future. But like many Israelis, I thought my fighting days were behind me, but I was wrong. Because today, we're fighting for something just as critical. Ensuring that every Israeli voice becomes an Israeli vote. Today, I want to tell you about a remarkable venture. It's not new, been around. It constantly reinvents itself with creativity, resilience, grit, and stubborn commitment to its mission. Its community is more committed than you'll ever see. And many investors would call it a high conviction bet. This venture is called the State of Israel. It launched like a startup, and like many startups, it's facing real turbulence, from internal challenges to a war that has reshaped our life ever since. In about 3 months, the shareholders of this venture, the citizens of Israel, will decide what comes next. And that's what we call an election. Israel's 2026 election. But there is a problem. A large portion of the shareholders aren't in the homeland. They're in this room, in Palo Alto, in London. They're simply abroad. We surveyed 4,500 of them. 84% say this is the most crucial elections in Israel's history. 73% want to come back and vote. 43% say they'll do whatever it takes. But Israel has no absentee voting, no absentee ballots. If you're an Israeli citizen abroad, the only way your voice becomes a vote is when you show up physically at the polling station in Israel. And that, my friends, is an interface problem. And if there is one thing this room, the startup nation, knows how to solve, it's interface problems. Distance is not a reason to lose your voice. It's a logistics problem. So we're solving the logistics at scale. Because you don't leave Israel, you expand it. To those of us who chose to build their lives elsewhere, but whose heart belongs to Israel. To those of us who got on planes on October 7th and came home to fight for Israel, this is for you. We're here to make sure that every Israeli citizen who has the right to vote will have the ability to show up in Israel's 2026 elections. At Aid Coalition, we made a commitment. An Israeli vote for every Israeli voice. We're not in the business of persuasion, only participation. We don't back a side, we back the right to vote. So here's the ask, with respect. We don't get to skip that board meeting. If you're an Israeli citizen, fly home and vote. If you're not, tell every Israeli on your team. Because democracy only works when people show up. So show up, scan the barcode, sign up, tusu להצביע, fly and vote, support our mission. Thank you.
Excellent. Next up is Navot Bar, CEO, Director, and Fund Founder of Keystone, a publicly traded infrastructure investment company in Israel. The multi-billion shekel fund focuses on long-term, contract-backed assets in energy, transportation, telecommunications, and water. He'll be interviewed by Dr. Ephraim Chalamish, an international media commentator and columnist.
First of all, I think we should all have a wonderful round of applause for this wonderful lineup. Really, really wonderful to see the Jerusalem Post bringing the best and the brightest on stage, and most importantly here in the room. Thank you, everyone. We're going to spend the next 10 minutes with my good friend Navot Bar, who is the CEO of Keystone, on speaking about infrastructure. And if you got a chance to listen to President Trump over the last couple of years, quite often he speaks about energy, about infrastructure as an engine for growth in the US market. And pretty much, Navot, you are the story of infrastructure and energy in the Israeli market. Let's start with a personal story. I'm sure you got stuck in traffic jams so many times. That's the moment where you started kind of falling in love with the infrastructure space?
Well, that's one of them, obviously. Thank you for having me here. Hello, everybody. Yes, so Israel is stuck with a lot of shortage of infrastructure in different segments. One of them is transportation, obviously. The congestion in Israel is not only now in the morning. It used to be 2 hours in the morning, and that's it. Every time, everywhere you go, you stuck in traffic, shortage in power, new heavy consumers like AI and data centers all come to the point that Israel needs a lot of investments in infrastructure. And that was the point that I understood that that's the place to be.
Terrific. So in the US market alone, just to give you a sense, the size of the infrastructure energy market, it's about 1.5 trillion. It's a crazy number. And Israel is almost there. We're not there yet, getting there. And one of the biggest developments in the space is the fact that when we start thinking about infrastructure, it means different things to different people. We just extend the definition. At Keystone, what do you guys have in mind when you think about infrastructure in the Israeli market?
So Israel, I think, is the only and last Western country that still has a positive fertility rate. The population is actually growing, and it's growing fast. That alone creates a lot of pressure on infrastructure, on everything. But and the run and the chase after infrastructure to provide for all this population is endless. Developing infrastructure is a matter of years. When you want to, let's say, develop new power plant, it takes like 7 to 8 years is a minimum. And the chase after the infrastructure is always there. Now, when you add these extra heavy consumers to power or to AI or to transportation, 200,000 new cars every year on the roads of Israel, you get a bottleneck in everything. That's the place where we decided that we need to be in every sector that is in shortage, where the extra demand, the over demand, oversupply is embedded and is there, is structural. This is the place where we understand that there is no way to solve any of the infrastructure issues in Israel without using any of Keystone assets. So solving Israel traffic jams will be through Egged. Egged is one of our major investment. It's not only buses, obviously, it's all the light rail in Tel Aviv, in Dan Metropolitan, obviously also outside of Israel, but building data centers. Without having power, data centers is all about power. Israel is maybe the main point in the Middle East to provide for all the hyperscalers, all the American giants that are coming to the Middle East and need to build data centers. Building data centers is all about power. And having access, we hold assets that provide 20% of the power generated in Israel. We have a variety of portfolio of lands. All this together provide us the ability to put the synergy between our assets and build the next infrastructure trend of data center, for example.
That's great, Navot. So you gave a couple of examples here this morning. You mentioned plants, you mentioned data centers, you mentioned, of course, transportation. But obviously, people here in the room and around the world watching it, they're thinking, okay, clearly Israel is a unique case because it's growing, both in terms of demographics and in terms of the economy, thank God, and also in terms of the challenges, the bottlenecks that you just described. So kind of the natural next question is, so what to do with that? In other words, in the world, when you look at the industry, you see different kinds of solutions. You see private market, you see public market, you see PPP, you see others. So when people ask themselves, how can I be part of the story? Obviously, you chose a different path. You have a listed entity. You floated Keystone. So can you share with us what's your thoughts about public versus private markets in building all these cranes that we all see when we land in the homeland?
So first of all, building infrastructure in Israel is building Israel. So we feel that we build Israel, we push Israel forward. Infrastructure is the basic for the development of Israel years to come. And building infrastructure and making Israel stronger by having the robust infrastructure for a robust economy is not just, as it used to be, a philanthropic issue. Obviously, we all Zionists and we all want to push Israel forward. But building infrastructure in Israel is a profitable issue. And we provide access to these assets because usually people in the even big organization don't have any access to these assets because we're talking about billions of dollars of each asset. So when we took Keystone to float in Tel Aviv Stock Exchange, now everybody has access actually to an investment which is similar to infrastructure index. When you hold Keystone, you hold transportation, you hold power generation, desalination, AI data centers. So the fact that there is access now to everybody who wants to develop Israel and also make some money from infrastructure. Infrastructure is a very attractive investment, but it used to be a closed club only for the giant pension funds and the institutionals. And now, once it's publicly traded, there is access to everybody.
Excellent. You know, something you said reminded me that sometimes we don't truly appreciate what it takes to build one of these projects or to support the kind of companies that you described. We experienced a war the last couple of years. I assume that many of your portfolio assets experienced shortage of employees, shortage of materials, cost of materials. Just very briefly before our last topic or the last question, how did you guys manage these kind of multiple fronts? I'm sure as a CEO of such a prime entity, you probably had to deal with these questions on a daily basis.
So again, we used to hold all our assets when we just started. We used to hold all our assets directly. But once we became big enough, we made every sector in a cluster. So today, Keystone doesn't really hold directly the asset. We have professional bodies. For example, for the generation, there is Keystone Power, who holds all the fleet of power plants that we operate and also all the power plants that we develop. So we have a funnel of power plants. The first layer is, for example, the layer of the already income-producing properties that provide the basic cash flow that comes to Keystone and then to its investors. And the second layer is all the in Keystone Power, they do all the appreciation of the existing asset, developing of the existing asset, and making more efficient power and more money from the same assets. And the third layer is the layer of the new developments that are the entry to the funnel, the power plant that will be, for example, in 7-8 years. Once you have that blend, you have a blend of different rate of returns of different assets, and altogether you have the very attractive risk-reward ratio of investment of that kind. In the same structure, we do it in all of our segments. So Egged became our transportation platform. Underneath, we do all our light rail trains in Israel and outside of Israel, and all the and in each of these platform, now we have a very professional manpower personnel that is focused on the specific segment and make sure that the synergy between the assets is at maximum.
Thank you very much. I think you described beautifully how you approach different parts of the US economy when it comes to infrastructure. In 20 seconds, when you envision, you know, everybody's talking about Israel 2030 and 2050 and 2080. Where are we going to be on the infrastructure front as long as it depends on you in 10, 20 seconds?
So I wanted to say that we're going to solve all the traffic jam in Israel and all the power supply we want, but we will be part of the solution to have it more and more efficient and better. I think the next, let's say, decade would be the rush for more power, for more data center. More data centers. Israel is a hub not just because the hyperscalers, the American hyperscalers that I mentioned, but also after the war and during, let's say, even the war in Ukraine, the necessity of huge data centers for security reasons and the ability to have them on the right level of immunity, let's say, is the thing.
Navod Bar, thank you very much, and please keep building and please be part of the story. Thank you.
Thank you. Now please welcome Ofer Yanai, CEO and founder of Nofar Energy. Mr. Yanai built Nofar Energy from scratch into one of Israel's leading renewable energy companies. He's also become a major figure in Israeli sports after purchasing Hapoel Tel Aviv basketball club and helping lead the club back onto the European stage. Mr. Yanai will be interviewed by Jerusalem Post diplomatic correspondent Amichai Stein. And let's have a round of applause for that.
He will join in a moment.
He'll join in a moment. In the meantime, isn't everybody having a wonderful and inspirational time? It's not always that we get a chance to really think about the issues in our society, both in Israel and here in the United States. Isn't that right, Amichai?
Yes. First, I think what we have to give a big applause for our moderator. Big model every night. And her legs that are standing here for a few hours already, and you still have.
Thank you.
We do need to give her a big round of applause. So Ofer and I will be here in a moment, and we'll speak with him about the energy sector, which is an issue which is, I think, in great interest of all of us, especially during these times of the war, which is a lot about the energy issue. So in a moment he will join us, and we will have him here on stage. Meanwhile, he's coming. Matan? Yeah, okay. We got an update. He's coming.
You okay?
We're okay. I can talk about energy sector and the food and basketball, but I think you can do it better than me. Yes, this one. Why you? Okay, Ofer has a problem with yellow because it's the other group that he doesn't like in basketball, right? He likes red. No, I'm the green one. Okay, in any case, Ofer, thank you very much for having you here. I'm really happy you can come. Your company has done an amazing growth period in the last few years. Can you tell us a bit about the numbers and branches you have increased in the last few years?
Well, I think actually the big change was the last year. When I founded my company, the first period, we did some breakthroughs. We put the kibbutzim into the renewable game. We put the first floating PV in Israel back in 2015, and we also the first to implement storage system in Israel. And by 2020, we took the company public. A year ago, I felt that the company is not responding well to the huge difference that happens right now in the market, and this is the AI. AI is going to affect our life in many different ways, but in energy, it creates jumps in consumption.
So this is a very interesting sector you're going in, because we're talking about not about the AI story and the change it has done to our life, but the big story of AI is how does it get it energy? So tell me about the changes your company and the involvement in really making it able to do more AI and more technological advances like this.
So just to give the explanation, we are now building, we signed a deal for the first AI project in Israel. It's a very small data center, 50 megawatt. The size is roughly the size of this room that we are in right now. The energy consumption is going to be, you've been to Israel, you know a bit of name of the cities in Israel. So twice the energy consumption of Afula. Afula is like 30,000 people. Twice the energy consumption. And Afula took 80 years to build the consumption. You build this AI, 2 years, you get in this jump in consumption. So this creates a lot of opportunities. I flew here first day, so I didn't really know what's going to be my schedule. And I found out that there were enough people flying to meet me in New York, and I find myself in a Sunday, have meetings since 7 a.m., back-to-back meetings. Because the intensity and the level of opportunity we have right now and the schedule, which is quite like an emergency schedule, is a huge opportunity.
So, Nofar Energy, I think you told me the numbers, the value was about 800 million when you first started with it. Now, how much are we talking about?
So a year ago it was shekels or dollars, right?
Let's talk in dollar. We're in the US.
In dollar, it was like 800 million. Now it's roughly 4 billion. This happened in 1 year. The entire Israeli market performed well, but Nofar performed significantly well.
But how do you have an explanation for this huge growth at the end?
I think we simply did the right move. We decided that, and we changed the strategy. We said we're not going to be just renewable energy company. We're going to be an energy company. We acquired Alumate that has a stake in a power station. We understood that we need to get to a big investment in the USA, and we mainly started to focus how do we respond to the AI revolution, and how can we create value from responding to that revolution.
So is it something that you are seeing, CEOs of other companies around the world telling you, oh, Ofer, you got a good idea, we are going to copy-paste it?
Yeah, I think that you can see some copy-paste of the strategy of Nofar, and the Israeli market is quite competitive. So we make a move, so you see it like 1 quarter, 2 quarters after that, other companies are trying to do the same move. But it's not just about declaring the strategy, it's also about implementing the strategy. You need to have the right management to take the opportunities.
So tell me, Israel is a small country when it comes to energy market at the end. But when it comes to the technology and advances like this, people look at us differently, right?
Yeah.
This is a much more advanced country. So can you tell me a bit what you're hearing from other people about what they're looking for when they come to the Israeli market? When they talk with companies like you, for example.
People that come to invest in Israel market, first they look for high-tech, they look for technology. But I had dinner yesterday with my friend from Jefferies, and he told me something very interesting. He said in 2008, the whole world was in mess. Israel, also the rest of the world. And the Israeli economy showed a lot of resilience. So in 2008, nobody noticed. But what happened in October 7 is that all eyes were on Israel. And there were a lot of investors that wanted to short Israel. And they find out two things. First, that it's very difficult to short in Israeli market. It's much easier to short securities in the US. And the second thing is that, thank God we didn't short, because the market really performed very well. So institutional investors, American investors now that are looking at Israel, they're looking at the resilience of the market, and they're looking at technology. But I run a company that is an Israeli-based company, is backed by the institutional investors, which is a phenomenal thing. We just raised preferred equity with 8.5. I don't know if you have professionals here, much cheaper than what you can get in the US. And we're looking to grow outside of Israel, because the Israeli market for us is very small. The current pipeline of Nafar is 30 factor gigawatt. The total gigawatt of Israel is 22. So Nafar worldwide is 1.5 times the total capacity of Israel. So this is what we are looking at, the opportunities that we have abroad.
So let's talk on your other love in life, basketball.
Yeah.
So Ofer is the head of Hapoel Tel Aviv group, which in basketball, which is a part of the EuroLeague. And when I said he has this yellow ribbon on the microphone, the color of the company is red. So tell us, first of all, is it the love of your life that you are finally able to, to invest in basketball? You told me you really liked it.
Yeah, I like it, but
as a kid.
But the love of my life is my daughter.
Okay.
There's no competition there. I really love what I do in Hapoel Tel Aviv. I really love what I do in Ofar, but the love of my life is my daughter.
And you're investing in a group which gives a lot of pride to Israel abroad, right?
Yeah.
Tell us the feeling to go these days to a basketball game abroad against a group. How is the feeling itself?
Well, first, let me tell you a bit the story of how I got into this story of Hapoel. So I acquired Hapoel 7 weeks before October 7. For me, it was something nice. It's going to be very nice to have a basketball team in Israel. But then 7 weeks later, October 7 happened. The fans of Hapoel are mostly in the Gaza envelope. So 53 of our fans were murdered this day. The community of the fans were shattered. And for me, the first year was, how can I use the team to heal the community, to bring joy to the community? By the way, it's a good story to tell, so I'll try to tell it. Why am I here in the Jerusalem Post Convention? In October 10, like 3 days after the massacre, I said, okay, I want the entire fans to be able to watch the team, and it was broadcast, the game in Europe was broadcast in a pay-per-view, and so the channel was blocked. So I said, hey, who owns this channel? So what is this guy, Eli Azor? Now, I don't know this guy, right? He's the owner of Jerusalem Post, but we are all his guests right now. So I said, okay, can I call him? I got his phone, I call him, I say, hi, Eli, my name is Ofer. It's the first time I talked to him. And I said, Eli, I'm the owner of Hapoel Tel Aviv. I have a lot of my fans now in the reserve, and can you please open the channel? I'm happy to pass you whatever amount of money you want, 1 million, 2 million, just tell me where and I'll wire the money, but I want you to open the channel. And then was like a silence on the line, for 30 seconds, silence, but I could hear him breathe, so I didn't feel that we got disconnected. And then he said the next sentence. He said, you think you're more patriotic than me? the channel is open. And he hung up. I had tears and said, this guy is going to be my friend. And every year I come to New York to honor him.
Let's give a big round of applause, really. But being, a basketball group owner, it's not only the pride, it's also feeling the anti-Semitism and hate abroad. You specifically had one incident as a private person, as an owner of a group, but as a private person.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a bit about these times, you feel the hate heads towards Jews and Israelis when you go to games?
Yeah, well, yesterday was the parade, right? Where was the mayor? So you have this kind of anti-Semitism in Europe, mostly is implicit. You don't feel it. But I had the opportunity, you can say the privilege, because I was kind of shocked by this incident. We played the game against the Greeks, the Panathinaikos team, and I was going, and then one of the fans, the guy that has a courtside tickets, it's 50,000 euro a year, this seat. So this guy is a wealthy guy. He started to yell something, I didn't say anything, I passed, and then he came behind me and he pushed me real hard. I turned around, said, what are you doing? And he said, move on, you fucking Jew. And he pointed to my kippah. I said, okay, thank you very much. I went to my bench. I have some Greek employees. Please call the president. They called the president. I sent my security guy. I said, this guy in a minute will understand who's the guy that he pushed. Please make sure he doesn't leave the arena. And they came immediately, and they decided to cancel his season ticket and to make sure he can never enter the arena again. After that incident, I decided that we will put the Israeli flag on the shirts of the team, because even though that you think you're just a team, this anti-Semitism shows you, everybody see you as an Israeli team. And I have one big comment to give you on anti-Semitism, because you probably feel it more than as Israelis. Most of the people think that the answer to anti-Semitism is that we will please the one that hate us, that they will love us. I have a totally different approach. I don't want to please, and I don't want to be loved. I want to be respected. I want to be respected, and I want to be feared. That's the situation.
So, Ofer, thank you very much for helping Israelis feel the pride. Continue and, take down these anti-Semitic abroad when you meet them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
We know you. How to make you feel safe, comfortable, and connected. To give you the authentic Israeli experience. With non-stop flights at the most convenient times, advanced Dreamliner aircrafts and airline partnerships. Great Israeli food, excellent service, and a friendly crew. We will always make you feel welcome and at home.
Our next panel is called Innovation to Impact, Building Israel's Next Economic Engine. Last year, the Israeli stock market experienced a historic, record-breaking year, despite Israel being engaged in a multi-front war. To hold today's discussion, we have four guests. Avi Balashkinov, chairman of the Israel Export Institute. Sharon Brownstone, Vice President, General Counsel, and Chief Risk Officer of El Al. Tzachi Namir, CEO, Jerusalem Development Authority. The JDA has been working to transform the city into a global center for innovation, business, tourism, and culture. And finally, Shlomi Basson, Deputy CEO and Group COO of the Bazan Group, one of Israel's largest and most strategically important energy and petrochemical companies. And they'll be interviewed by New York University professor and senior advisor at Kroll and international media commentator Ephraim Chalamish.
Guys, you can do better than that. Big round of applause. First of all, you cannot get better than that. You have Avi, who runs the face of Israel's exports. You have Tzachi, who is truly building Jerusalem when it comes to tech and beyond. We'll talk about it in a second. Sharon is trying to make El Al better, safer, and of course more successful. And then Shlomi is truly building Israel's energy base. But let's start with you, Shlomi, and please, if you don't mind, try to be short so we can cover as many topics as possible. Shlomi, Bazan. You know, everybody knows El Al, people fly El Al, but Bazan is kind of an interesting animal. Can you share with us here this morning, what is Bazan?
Okay, Bazan is a refinery, but this is the large energy company in Israel, strategic company. We we take crude oil and turn it into a product. Jet fuels that Sharon already used it, and diesel and bitumen and so on. So we are a company that not only refining it, we are already have a trade section. We are dealing with a supplier, with a customer. We have a shipping division. We have vessel that in the midstream, and we also have the logistic division that make all this process happen. So wait a minute, okay? We make the connection between the global energy market and the Israeli needs to the Air Force, to the electricity, for the transportation. So this is part of what we are doing, but we are meaning all this process cannot be without the people that work for decades to build their relationship with all the world, their ability, all the operational knowledge, and to how to take a decision under pressure during a wartime. So without Bazan, there is no electricity, there is no transportation, and Israel cannot win.
And by the way, we didn't mention that Bazan is actually a public company, which means that the public, of course, is part of the refinery and the energy generation we just heard about. So talk about energy, and of course everyone has been talking about fuel and jet fuel, of course. And let's talk about El Al for a second, which is of course a different industry but still connected. You know, we heard so much about the challenges of El Al, especially in light of the Korean War, but actually there are plenty of good news, and El Al is growing very, very fast. New markets from Buenos Aires to Copenhagen to Seoul and some other parts of Asia. What's the plan of El Al for the coming year and beyond?
So first of all, I'm very happy to be here, and I see a lot of Israelis' familiar faces. I hope all of you came with El Al flight, so that's one thing, only El Al. Yeah, so you said it all, you said it very accurate. El Al is expanding. It's one of the major pillars of El Al's strategy is fleet expansion. And just today, we announced the opening of the San Francisco route, which we haven't been operating to San Francisco for many years. We think it's a major news for the business community, not only for the business community, also for leisure. And we're going to have 3 flights per week to San Francisco, and that's adding to, lately we announced 11 new routes. We have to understand, I think everybody understands here, that in Israel, the Israelis, they need vacations with everything that is going on in our country. So we are trying to make it accurate for them and see what are the needs and what are the new destinations that we would go to. So we have new destinations in Europe, and as you said, Buenos Aires, which is a very important to the country as well. And Vietnam and Seoul, many, many destinations, attractive ones.
Thank you, thank you. Tzachi, we'll get to Jerusalem in a second because I'm sure there are certain parts of the Jerusalem economy that people here are not familiar with. But before we get to the micro, to the city level, let's stay on the national and international level. And here, Avi, you can actually expand more. You know, not everyone is quite familiar with the Israel Export Institute. There is a lot of public-private partnership when it comes to Israel's export, especially during these challenging times. Why there is a need for that, and what's your role in the story?
Okay, so the Israeli government established the Israeli Export Institution something like 70 years ago. And the role of this institution is to help to the exporters in anything they need abroad. We actually acted outside of Israel, 99% from all our roles. And we are dealing with most of the countries that we have diplomatic relations with them. And we are dealing, with everything. And our target is to bring solutions to the people who are leading the economy in Israel, the factories, etc. It's not easy, especially on the recent, let's say, if we're speaking about the last 2 years.
Sure, and we'll share some stories in a second.
Very, very difficult. It's not easy at all. And, anti-Semitism, anti-Israelis, anti, everything is anti. But we are helping, and we are doing our job. And we have also our brothers that they are all the economical attaches all around the world. Here in this hall, we have Nathan Sror that was on the stage before. Is the economical attaché for United States. And all our team are working 24/7 to solve problems.
Thank you. Thank you, Avi. It's pretty impressive. Tzachi, let's talk about Jerusalem for a second. You know, most of us, when we think about Jerusalem, we think about spirituality, we think about religion, we think about cultural and national institutions, but Tzachi is actually working day and night to make sure that a very important part of Jerusalem is being built as we speak. Tzachi, very briefly, what are you guys doing in Jerusalem on the economic development and technology front?
Hi, hello everyone. It's a big honor for me to be here. So as you mentioned, as all of you know, Jerusalem have a lot of meaning in the areas of historical and culture. But a lot of people don't know enough the ecosystem of the high-tech in Jerusalem. There is a nice exercise that I'm doing from time to time. I ask people how many high-tech companies, established companies and also startups, there are in Jerusalem. By the way, you can try to guess. Now, people answer me, there are a few. We know Mobileye, we know Intel, there are a few dozens. And actually, the real answer is that there are more than 400 companies in Jerusalem, which means that our ecosystem is very, very strong. Some numbers, we have in Jerusalem more than 40,000 students, a lot of them in the STEM and technology fields. As you all know, we have the Hebrew University, which is ranked as one of the 100 top universities, and a few colleges in the engineering fields and more.
And I think what's really interesting here is that although, as you just heard, there are so many STEM students in Jerusalem, there are more than 400 companies, but at the end of the day, you need to bring all the stakeholders together, and the Jerusalem Development Authority deals with the infrastructure, and we're going to hear more about that in a second, kind of to bring all the pieces together. Guys, there's always, when we have good news, it's a Jewish conference after all, we have bad news, and we had plenty of that over the last couple of years. Very briefly, I want to go through the panel and to hear a little bit about the challenges in your respective areas. Let's start with you, Sharon. Ladies first on this one. El Al, needless to say, tons of issues from COVID to restrictions, flight issues, of course now energy costs. Briefly, the title of this panel is Making Decisions Under Uncertainty. If you are part of the leadership of El Al, how did you make those decisions?
So it's very challenging, I will say. Since October 7, we've had a lot of challenges, operational challenges, as everybody knows. So there was a lot of information that on one day we thought it was very clear, and the second day we woke up and we saw that everything has changed. It only takes one missile that is targeted towards Tel Aviv or Ben Gurion area to change the entire operation. And unfortunately, we had these disruptions a few times during the last 3 years. Just the last round with Iran, I think everybody saw what he did to the aviation industry. I don't think there is another airline in the world
That's for sure.
that had suffered such a big disruption and got over it, I have to say, very quickly. So that's, I think it's sad, but it is what it is, that we figured out how to handle this kind of situation. And I think the one thing that was very clear to us from the very beginning of October 7 is that El Al should stay the bridge to Israel, from Israel to the world and from the world to Israel. And it doesn't matter how much it takes and what we have to do in order to maintain it. We had to do whatever we did, and we kept the airspace open. So
I think, Sharon, the most important thing is that you really, without saying it, you focus on resiliency. In other words, regardless of the consequences, you're moving forward and getting things done. Bazan, of course, needless to say, had to make sure that we've got the energy that we need, the refined product. People don't know, but Shlomi is personally very involved with that. He was an admiral in the Navy. His kids are leading officer in various units. He's personally involved in the war in various ways. And needless to say, so many of your employees are what's called the blue soldiers, because day and night they have to be part of the energy generations. Very briefly, what was your approach when you had to make decisions under uncertainty? We heard from Sharon about resiliency.
First of all, I'm not only a deputy CEO of Bazan Group, I'm also an admiral retired, but first of all, I'm a father. I remember the first night, I have 3 boys, one of Special Forces, I can't say where he served, but you can know where Bibi Netanyahu was served. And 2 are pilot in F-16 and F-16 and 15. Well, the first night, my sons called me and said, "Dad, we are taking off." I understand exactly that he is going directly to Tehran. The other son called me and say, "Father, I'm closing my phone. I understand that he crossed the border to Lebanon. I understand that we are in war. This is an energy war. And Bazan, I am also in war, but my battlefield is not in Iran, it's in Bazan. So the product, the jet fuels that I'm producing in Haifa go to Tehran, to Lebanon, to the submarine. So we have blue fighters. Soldiers wear green uniform. We wear blue. Same mission, different uniform. The Iranians understand exactly how important is Bazan to the national security, to the resilience of the country. So they target us. Well. They launch a missile and they hit us. I remember this night of the 40th of June 25. They killed three of our employees, our blue fighters, Uri, Daniel, and Igor. They all of them. We will remember them every day and every night. But we didn't stop. We didn't stop to produce. We understand how much important it's for Israel.
Thank you. I want to give.
So I think after they hit us, we recover after 2 days. It's unbelievable how we recover and we supply the demand to the army, to the Air Force, to the Navy, and the Strait of Hormuz show all the world how it's important not only to produce a product, only to delivery. So we have our vessels. We understand that no important cannot give us the crude oil. No supplier can answer to the army at 2 o'clock in the morning. So before the war, we was industrial company. After the war, we are part of the resilience security.
Thank you, Shlomi, and we're fully behind you.
One sentence? One sentence, because I think there is like a connecting line between all of the Israeli companies. Also in El Al, of course, that a lot of our pilots were part of the Iranian attack and was called on reserve. So, you know, all the Israelis, the companies are taking part of the Israeli big war, and they're also continuing to contribute in their commercial companies. So that's something that relates to all of the companies here.
And you know, people study resilience at universities, but at the end of the day, executives have to make those kind of decisions. I've seen it with all the companies I got a chance to work with. And Avi and Tzachi, before we finish, I want to hear a couple of, very quickly, stories that show the resiliency on your side. Avi, I know you and I talked about a couple of cases internationally where you played a long role.
We can see it, you know, we can see it in recent time. You can see, for example, the president of Turkey, Erdogan. Every morning he is waking up and said, okay, I have election in Istanbul, so how I will get more voters in Istanbul? I will say something against Israel. I will say something against the Israeli products. We have the Prime Minister of Spain that every morning he is getting up. He sees that there is more Muslims in Madrid and in Barcelona than in Arab Saudi. So he said, I must say something against anti-Semitism, something against anti-Israeli, blah, blah, blah. You can see this morning, the president of France, Macron, he wake up, he didn't sleep all night, he had problem probably with his wife, maybe she slapped him again, and he said, okay, in the next exhibition in Paris, very, very soon, Israel will not take part again. He did it last year, and he did it last year. Yeah. And we know in the Israeli Export Institute at the Ministry of Economy and in Israel, when they close our doors, we know how to get through the windows.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. We are fighters, and I'm calling to all the Jewish communities all around the world. Buy Israeli products. Buy blue and white. Fly only with El Al. Buy Mobileye. Buy everything that we are doing in Israel, and we are the best, and we will remain the best.
Thank you. Tzachi, last note going to come from you, Jerusalem. One of the ways for you guys to execute the tech strategy is infrastructure. If you go to Jerusalem now, you see the new rails, etc. Very briefly, what have you been working on to make it happen?
Okay, it's hard to be after Avi's speech. I think that Jerusalem, in a real revolution in infrastructure, we see it in three main aspects. One, the new, employment districts in Jerusalem, the gateway and more, city gateway. The second is transportation, okay? The new light rail grid and the train to Jerusalem from Tel Aviv. And the third is the housing units in Jerusalem. In the past, there was a real shortage there, which caused a young and talented people to leave Jerusalem, and we expect now that a lot of young people will return to Jerusalem.
Terrific. I just want to say, because we got to the end, what I really like about all these companies, if you really read more about them, and I really encourage all of you to spend the time after the panel, after the lavish lunch that we're going to have in a second that I'm sure you're waiting for, spend time on learning more about these institutions because they're really forward-looking. So I just want very briefly, before we thank them all, just to show you how each one of them is looking into the future. I can tell you Bazanin is investing a lot in renewable energy and a project with Boeing and the Technion. El Al is opening new lines. Jerusalem is not only about the past, as you just heard from Tzachi, all types of infrastructure, transportation, and tech solutions. And Avi, I think, convinced all of us that they didn't want us through the door. Let's go through the window, especially when it comes to new industry. Thank you very much for everyone.
Wait a minute. I want to say, wait a minute.
Thank you.
I want to say a few words. I fought in Bazan. My son fought at the air, at the sea. But all of us, the same part of the chain. But the support of the American Jewish community. Thank you very much. This is the national resilience. Together we share value, history, and responsibility. Together we continue to stand. Together we continue to steal. Big applause to you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Very much.
Thank you for coming.
What an exciting panel. Thank you. Toda. And thank you to Dr. Chalamish, who's very knowledgeable on so many subjects. I'd now like to welcome Noah Pollack, who serves as a senior advisor in the Office of the Secretary of Education as part of the Trump administration. He'll be interviewed by Amichai Stein, diplomatic correspondent for the Jerusalem Post.
Another one, no? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Noah, for being here.
Thanks for having me.
I'll start with the question. You know, we are having for the last few weeks the war with Iran. Now, usually in these kinds of situations, we would have seen protesters in universities around the US. We've seen it a lot of times in recent years. But now, the story is the quiet and the fact there's no protests. So it didn't come down from the sky. It's moves that the administration did.
It's because I'm here.
It's because you're here. So tell us a bit about the steps you and the administration did to make us reach such a situation.
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, it's like the dog that didn't bark. I think there's several factors. One major one is simply the presence of the big bad Trump administration, which, unlike the previous administration, took very seriously the protesting and took some very proactive steps with a number of universities to hold them accountable for anti-Semitism on campus. And you had part of what happened is just the universities. We were able to essentially pressure the universities into engaging in more regulation of themselves over the past year because they saw what the consequences would be of letting their campuses get taken over by a bunch of Hamas-supporting mobs. And so the universities adopted new student code of conduct rules, time, place, and manner restrictions on protest activities, and things like that. So they are actually self-regulating more. And I suspect that there was a number of private conversations that happened between student activists and administration officials at the universities to basically say to them, you cannot behave like this anymore or else you're going to get us in big trouble. And so that's, I think, the main thing is just our presence has a somewhat intimidating effect. Make no mistake, I don't actually...
What do you think, by the way, is the most dramatic moves you see as something you have done in the last 2 years?
I think the stepped up Title VI investigations. Title VI is of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, and it covers anti-Semitism. We've made that something where a number of schools are being investigated for Title VI violations. And a Title VI violation, when brought to the end of the process, can result in very serious financial consequences for a school, including being ineligible to participate in the federal student loan program, which for a school would be kind of a lights out moment in terms of their enrollment. But also the suspension of grants to a small subset of elite schools, and then that sort of elongated negotiation process to reach agreements with a number of those elite schools. Those are all things that I think a lot of schools who have seen this they don't want to be part of that. And so those are some of the things that have helped.
Tell us, what are you hearing from Jewish Israeli students, but not only them? Let's talk about Israeli supporters in campuses. What are you hearing? What are the voices you're reaching back to you?
You know, it's a mixed bag. On the one hand, you don't have the kind of flagrant, dramatic footage that we had in the year and a half after October 7th of really shocking behavior, you know, genocidal chants, harassment of students. You don't have that, but make no mistake, the schools have not really changed themselves. I mean, to shut down bad departments that are, you know, largely devoted to woke anti-Israel activism, to change the kind of people who are professors, to change the kind of students who get admitted, to change the curriculum and the values of these institutions. That is something that schools are not really undertaking on their own. And so I think students, on the one hand, you don't have the encampments anymore, but on the other hand, the kind of peer-to-peer interactions and general climate of anti-Israel bigotry on a lot of elites' campuses, that is very much still there.
But do students... Yeah, we can give her a big round of applause for all these steps. Yeah, that's the time. So do students tell you that they feel safe now? Let's say, putting on themselves Israeli signs, pro-Israeli signs, Israeli flag, for example, or we have not reached yet this kind of situation?
It's not, I think the students, it's not that they feel under physical threat. It's more that displaying your Zionism or your Jewishness or your support for Israel in any sort of public way in many of these schools invites a great deal of opprobrium and, you know, sideways glances and criticism and snide remarks. It's very much not cool to be pro-Israel today, which is one reason why I think it's actually really cool to be pro-Israel, because that's actually the counterculture today, is to be a Zionist. But it's not that there's a sort of physical threat, it's that the social penalty is enormous right now.
So I think it's a big question at the end, and it's going to be our final question, is, you know, you've taken amazing steps, but the question is, how do you take care that these steps stay, and how do you take care that the situation, let's say, won't be determined by who is in power and who is the administration? Are there ways to promise that this situation we're talking about now will continue for the future?
This is a big important question, is essentially how do you reform the schools and bring them back on track? And this is much bigger and deeper than anti-Semitism or Israel. This is about Western civilization. This is about the purpose of a university. Our elite universities have badly lost their way. And one of the reasons they couldn't get the protests and the Hamas activism under control is because I don't think the university leadership really even knew why they were there and what the university exists to do in the first place. But there are important things. For the changes to really stick, the institutions themselves have to be able to govern themselves. The federal government was never designed to be like the police force, the investigative and oversight and enforcement body for hundreds and hundreds of universities across the United States. No federal government could do that, and we wouldn't want the federal government to do that. The universities have to figure out how to bring themselves back from their current position. And that's going to be things that are like very boring, around reforming the tax code, around all the different kind of perks and exemptions that universities get that give them so much money that they're insulated from having to compete in the marketplace, and insulated from having to uphold the basic values of the society that they operate in. It's things like that, governance reform. Look up a bill that was signed into law in Texas at the end of 2025, SB 37. It's very boring, but it's very, very important. SB 37 will do more to address anti-Semitism in the long term in the Texas university system than a lot of other things that are taking place, because it will enable the university to police itself rather than be policed from the outside.
So there's a lot of work still left. You've done an amazing job. You've done a lot of work. You, President, all your team has done an amazing job. So thank you very much for these kinds of moves. And let's really hope that, like we said, it's not a moment, but something that will continue towards the future, that students, pro-Israeli students, can feel safe in universities.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much.
Such an important conversation. Thank you. We now turn to a deeply meaningful conversation titled Sacred Duty, Zaka on the Front Lines of Tragedy. Please welcome Moshe Rosenberg, Executive Director of Zaka USA, along with Sheriff Greg Champagne from Louisiana. Zaka, yes, absolutely. This is huge work. Zaka is an internationally recognized post-disaster response and recovery organization that has played a critical role in responding to some of Israel's most devastating tragedies. The discussion will be moderated by journalist, Ma'ariv political analyst Danielle Roth of Neri.
Hi. Hello. Are you hungry? Okay, 10 minutes, okay? Okay, 10 minutes. We have those lovely
7 minutes.
7 minutes? Oh, no, 10. If you want 7, I can make it 7. It's okay.
Depends on how hungry everybody is.
He can speak for himself. He doesn't.
Guys, thank you for being here. It's an honor for me to interview you both. You are so great. Dear Moshe, on 7th of October, you called your brother in Israel. He's a commander in Zaka. Can you please tell us about this conversation?
Before I start, I want to thank Sheriff Champagne to schlep all the way from Louisiana. You know what it means, schlep? You don't know, because you're not Jewish. So on October 7, which was Simchat Torah, I went to shul in the morning, and as soon as I got there, I heard, people were standing, talking, and rumors started to spread of what's going on now. Nobody knew, of course, and we had tens of casualties that the Arab invaded some towns, some villages, and I couldn't wait until the holiday was over, and I called my brother. My brother is a volunteer with Zaka for 29 years. And he picks up, I hear all the noise in the background, and I ask him what's going on. So he said that he is in the Shura army base, which that's where all the bodies were transferred. And because of his seniority, he was in charge of all the Zaka volunteers. And I asked him, what's going on? So he said, Dante is hell. I mean, we still don't know. And as he talks to me, I hear his radio goes on, and an army commander asking him if Zaka has spare body bags that they can get. And he told them no, that even Zaka ran out of body. So I asked him, how can I help? He said, here is Dubi Weissenstern, Zaka CEO phone number, call him, he will tell you. I called Dubi, and he tells me that he has volunteers waiting to go into the envelope to collect bodies, and he needs some bulletproof and helmets. So I asked him, okay, how much you need? He said 85,000. I said, okay, let me work on it. He called me 2 hours later. He said that he's short of body bags, other stuff, and he's faxing me a bill of $1 million shekel. He said, okay, let me work on it. One thing led to the other, and I found myself, that's where I'm at now.
Yeah. The reason that I wanted to talk about this conversation is because it shows the chaos that was in Israel and the meaningful things that Zaka did even from abroad for Israel. So thank you for that. Sheriff, hello. How are you?
Great. Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
Great. Yes, of course. Can you give us like a view about the relationship with Zaka and your work? Because you have a great relationship that the audience must hear about.
Yes. I'm going to tell you that Zaka you have an amazing organization, unlike anything I have ever seen, that is truly doing God's work. I had not heard of the organization Zaka before October 7th. During that year, 23-24, I was honored to be the president of the National Sheriff's Association. And in November, literally a month after the attack, our leadership was invited, and we were able to travel at the guest of JINSA, which is Jewish Institute of National Security of America. And it was my third trip to Israel, so I was familiar with the layout of the country. I had been there on a couple of prior counterterrorism missions. I know we got to get quick. I know you're trying.
No, I just want people to hear better.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
and so
that's perfect. Thank you.
We were introduced to Zaka and the organization at its headquarters in Jerusalem in a kind of a basement area. Not an impressive accommodations, but they certainly do great work there for volunteers. And we were able to get the briefings from military, and of course police was our thing. We spent a lot of time with the Israeli police. I think they call them the blue police over there. And a lot of people tend to forget we went to Sderot Police Station, where we actually met with law enforcement officers, your police there, who actually went from policing the streets like we do to becoming combat soldiers in an instant, literally defending their families that were a couple of miles in homes behind them. Something that is unfathomable to really an American police officer. I mean, we deal with criminals from time to time, we get shot at from time to time, but to have to go into the combat mode is unbelievable. And I'm just trying to make this as quick as we can because I know everybody's hungry, but after that, we toured the kibbutz Be'eri, and it was the devastation, and I can't describe it. I know I was supposed to get that question, how do you feel? It's difficult to describe. I've spoke to numerous groups about it. We toured that. I don't know if many of you heard of Mrs. Vivian Silver, who was a peace activist in Be'eri, they identified her body through the work of Zaka the evening before we were there, basically from a bone fragment the size of a thumbnail, due to the work of this God-given organization. It was thought she had been kidnapped and was in Gaza, but they found out she was killed in her home and incinerated. That evening, they brought us back to the IDF Public Information Center, and it was a group of 6 of us, and they showed us the 45-minute video of actual surveillance.
Horror movie. The horror movie.
We try to describe it, and horrific is not even a good enough word. I have a question. How many of you have seen that video?
That's a good question, because it's not a lot.
I'm going to tell you why I'm asking it. I mean, I've seen it 3 times. I've made arrangements. The National Sheriff's Association annual conference has seen it, both our winter conference and our summer conference. It has been brought by the Israeli police attaché to state sheriff's associations. I've given speeches about it, and it angers me when I hear the apologists talk about, they try to minimize October 7th as some type of small military skirmish, just really downplaying it. And I said, well, wait a minute, your terrorists actually videoed it because they wanted people to see how horrific they could be and what terror they can inflict. So I know we have to protect the dignity of victims in that video, and that's a thing, but I think that needs to be shown more. Back to Zaka, we've established a relationship with them. Their resilience director, who Zared is here, their psychologist. She's going to do seminars with our Sheriff's Association next week in Omaha, Nebraska. We're really looking forward to that, Zared. So we have, I think, a lot more to learn from them. We argue about that, but I think we have a lot more to learn from them than they from us. Sheriffs around the country have different responsibilities in different places. The New York Sheriff, you may not have heard much. Well, I mean, they have certain responsibilities, but many of us around the country provide general law enforcement services. We patrol the streets, crime scene, we do everything. So it varies from state to state and county to county, but we have now are bonded at the hip with Zaka, and we look forward to a meaningful relationship and how we can help them and learn from them.
That's great.
So thank you.
Thank you so much. Moshe, we have like a minute, but I want, you won't be able to leave before you tell us about the special technology of Zaka, which is so meaningful for honoring Kvod Hamet. Can you tell us about it, please?
One of the things...
the microphone, please. Thank you, sir.
So one of the things that we're trying to teach and advocate is to minimize the autopsies. We are not against autopsies. We also want to have answers if there's a murderer, to bring him to justice. We are not fighting against autopsies, but we are showing how you can replace autopsies with modern technology. We use modern technology all over in all aspects of our lives. So we can replace autopsies with MRI, CAT scan. They can have the same answers without violating the body of the victim.
Yeah. Moshe and your Sheriff, I'm sorry that we don't have like an hour to discuss more, but thank you so much for your meaningful words. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Absolutely excellent. Thank you for such a meaningful panel. You have all officially made it to the lunch portion of the conference. Sure. Which might be the most popular panel of the day. We're now going to begin serving lunch. Please remain seated as we have some short entertainment before we continue with the next part of our program. We kindly ask everyone to be respectful and keep conversations to a minimum so we can properly hear and enjoy our guests. And now we are going to have several beautiful songs from our singer, Judah Gavra. Round of applause for Judah.
השניים, מה שלא ראתה שפכה למים, כמו סופה מן הים, עולה, חוטפה שנגנה, פועל ועטופה בעיניים. הלב שלי מעלים ידיים, והמועד לא עומד על העיניים, שבכלי שבו גרים, והשמיים עולים חמה, ופה בתוך ביבשה, ורק אתה יכול להפוך מסגדים למחור, לזכך את החור, לרכך מהכל. ורק אתה מבין איך לגשת ללב שלי, לשקף כל כלים שלי, מעוות הלב. שלי לא בשניים, חציו לשבת, חציו לשם שמיים, כמו סופה לים, עוד אופייה של ים, רואים את התעופה בעולם. ורק אתה יכול להפוך מסגדים למחור, לזכך את החור, לרכך מהכל. לשקף כל כאב שלי, מעוות הלב. יש עוד צד שנציג לצד, בין ציר של צד לצד, רק אני בעולם שלם ולשמור. ורק אתה יכול להפוך מסגדים למחור, לזכך את החור, לרכך מהכל. לשקף כל כאב שלי, מעוות הלב. ורק אתה יכול להפוך מסגדים למחור, לזכך את החור, לרכך מהכל. ורק אתה מבין איך לגשת ללב שלי, לשקף כל כאב All right, I think we should pick up the beat a little bit. Guys, feel free to join me. Put your hands together, you can stand up too. Let's go with Feel. A little bit more flavor, please. הוא יושב שם בבוהים, הוא האופן כל חולים, הוא הנותן לשיחה אל הילדים, הוא העושה משפטים, הוא בשמיים והוא היחיד, הוא הגדול הנורא, הוא השומר עלינו מצרה. אלוה שמור עלינו כמו ילדים, שמור עליה תעזור, תן לנו אור ושמחה נעורים, תן לנו כוח עוד ועוד, שמור עלינו כמו ילדים, שמור עליה תעזור, תן לנו אור ושמחה נעורים, תן לנו עוד לאור. מה כבר מותר לנו עוד בימים, מה כבר מותר כל היום, שנשיחה והמון מבטים, לילה ביום של חלום, הוא בשמיים והוא היחיד, הוא הגדול הנורא, הוא השומר עלינו מצרה. אלוה שמור עלינו כמו ילדים, שמור עליה תעזור, תן לנו אור ושמחה נעורים, תן לנו כוח עוד ועוד, שמור עלינו כמו ילדים, שמור עליה תעזור, תן לנו אור ושמחה נעורים, תן לנו עוד לאור. שמור עלינו כמו ילדים, שמור עליה תעזור, תן לנו אור ושמחה נעורים, תן לנו כוח עוד ועוד, שמור עלינו כמו ילדים, שמור עליה תעזור, תן לנו אור ושמחה נעורים, תן לנו עוד לאור. תודה רבה, thank you so much, thank you so much. Guys, the next song, everybody knows it. Let's hear it. תמיד אוהב אותי. Let's go. חלום פתוח. תמיד אוהב אותי? Song 5. ירושלים של זהב ושל נחושת ושל אור, הלא נכון שיריים אני כינור. ירושלים של זהב ושל נחושת ושל אור, הלא נכון שיריים אני ושוב נראה ים המאה בדרך ירושלים של הזהב ושל נחושת ושל אור הלא לכל שיריי עדי כאילו ירושלים של זהב ושל נחושת ושל אור הלא לכל שיריי עדי כאילו אך בבואי היום לשיר ולהפליג שורותיי קטונתי מצעיר פניי ומאחור המשוררים כי שמך צורבת השפתיים כי משיקת צער אם אשכחך ירושלים אשר כולה זהב ירושלים של זהב ושל נחושת ושל אור הלא לכל שיריי עדי כי נוסעים לו ירושלים הלא לכל שיריי עדי כי Okay, I guess that's all we needed. Jerusalem of gold. All right. השבוע בטוב תמיד מתפעלים ובירכת הנקודות הטובות יותר פלייבק בצ'אט רואה שאני רוצה להיות טובה כמו יוצאים חסר בכיגור כמה כיגור השם גרוע את הרצון שלנו שהשיג לו בטוח רואה בביזיון שלי ומה שהרגשתי איך התחלתי שוב כל יום מחדש השם בא, תמיד אוהב אותי ותמיד יהיה לי רק טוב השם בא, תמיד אוהב אותי ותמיד יהיה לי that's right, let's go ויהיה לי עוד יותר טוב ועוד יותר טוב ועוד יותר טוב ועוד יותר טוב עוד יותר טוב ועוד יותר טוב ותמיד יהיה לי רק טוב שומר לכם עליי ותמיד עונג אם עדיין לא ממשיך לחכות מלא אותי בזה שאתה תמיד עונג ולקרוא לי חדש מתנה ותרים אותי ברחמים כאלה כמו שבעולם הזה נקרא חיים שירו כולם שכן אתה שומע פתאום ונחייך נהיה בריאים ונשאיר Are you ready guys? Let's go! השם בא תמיד אוהב אותי ותמיד יהיה לי רק עוד יפים לצקקים את השם בא כולם תמיד אוהב אותי ותמיד יהיה לי רק טוב ויהיה לי עוד יותר טוב ועוד יותר טוב ועוד יותר טוב ועוד יותר טוב עוד יותר טוב ועוד יותר טוב ותמיד יהיה לי רק טוב ותהיה לי פרנסה תהיה לי עשירות ורווקים ורווקות תהיה להם זיוות תהיה גם רפואה שלמה ובריאות איתנה חיים יפים מאושרים שנה אחרי שנה שבא תמיד אותי ותמיד יהיה לי רק טוב השם בא תמיד אותי ותמיד יהיה לי רק טוב ויהיה לי עוד יותר טוב ועוד
תודה רבה. תודה, תודה, תודה. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Ize Kev, that was so fun. Thank you. That's exactly what we needed. As lunch continues to be served, we'll present our Rising Leadership Award to Ahavat Hashem Gordon. Yes, a professional Muay Thai fighter from Israel who has not only achieved incredible success in the ring, but has also used his platform to support Israel and speak out against anti-Semitism. Ahavat Hashem is one of the most prominent talents to emerge from Israel's combat sports scene. He delivers a powerful message to Israel's young people. No matter the obstacles around you, success is possible. I now call on American Jewish radio host Sid Rosenberg to present the award and ask Ahavat Hashem a few questions. Please join us on stage.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Ahavat Hashem Gordon. This kid's a real champ. He's a real champ.
Thank you very much.
It's not often I'm on stage with anybody who can kick my ass, but of course, I got 40 years on you. How old are you now?
20.
All right, I'll be 60. I got 40 years on you. But you're the real champ. In fact, I've got a friend of mine, I told you this morning, it was on my radio show, Sitting Friends in the Morning, 6 to 10 every morning on 77 WABC. They're making a movie about him. They're making a movie about this kid. That's how tremendous he is. He's a real inspiration. And your last fight, you took on a guy from Turkey. And obviously there's a lot of political strife between the two countries. How'd you stay focused on your fighting skills rather than the individual and the country you were fighting against?
So I always try to keep it politics out of sport. That's the main goal, to put politics aside. But eventually, the opponent took the opportunity to talk on internet, anti-Semitism, and post stuff against Israel, against my country. So he definitely made it a lot more personal than what it was, and I couldn't shut up at it. So I did what I did in the press conference. It got heated up, and eventually I needed to stay focused. I knew my real job is to win him in the fight. So my mind was always winning, meditating the winning and making Israel proud, the Jewish people proud. In this fight, I knew millions of people were watching and millions of people all over the world. And mostly the soldiers are watching it around the world. And for me, the soldiers are everything. So touched with everything that happened after that.
That's awesome. So I will tell you, when I was a kid your age, I used to go to this school in Brooklyn, New York, and I got picked on all the time because I was Jewish, but I couldn't defend myself. I was like 80 pounds, asthmatic, you know, braces, buck teeth, the whole thing. So I took a pretty good beating. But over the years, I started to go to the gym because I wanted to get back at the guys that beat me up 40 years ago. That's how immature I am. But in your case, when you're out there and you're fighting, your Jewish identity is out there for everybody to see, right? You flaunt the fact that you're Jewish before you win your next fight, right?
100%. I always show who I am and where I'm from, because I don't think anybody should hide their identity. You're not supposed to. So I always show everybody that you don't need to be afraid. Show who you are. Be yourself. That's my message to all the Jewish people.
So as we wrap this up, there's a lot of people out there right now that draw inspiration from you, right? I mean, how cool is it, ladies and gentlemen, that this kid could actually handle himself physically? I say all the time, I got no issues with bullhorns and rallies and all that type of stuff. But the truth is, one of these days we got to train our kids like the good old days of the ADL, the JDL. When I was a kid, if somebody messed with a Jewish guy in Brooklyn, we would kick that guy's ass up and down the street for 15 blocks.
Let's go.
Now we don't do that anymore. Now we take off our yarmulkes, we hide our Magen Davids, we walk down the block. We need to get tough again like you. So for folks listening out there today and for young people who may see this, what is your message to some of the young folks, the Jewish young folks growing up in this country and around the world today?
So the situation is true. Like, it's had a lot of anti-Semitism, and people are looking for the weak, and they're not going to come as someone strong and pick on them. They're going to look for someone weak, they're easy target, and they're going to pick on them and try to beat him. But as a Jewish people, we don't have the privilege not to know how to defend ourselves. We need to stand our rights, be tough, be strong with our chin up, and learn self-defense, protect ourselves at all times, but never be scared and afraid to show who you are.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Ahavat Hashem Good. Nice job. Great job. Great job. Congratulations. Take care.
How's lunch, everybody? That was very special. Not the trip and fall, the panel. I want to make sure you all know about our program with Israel's Ministry of Tourism, which will take place later this afternoon. And it's going to include a presentation by actor Michael Rappaport, followed by a cocktail and dessert reception. So make sure you stick around after lunch. You are not going to want to miss this reception in the afternoon. And it's going to be followed by delicious desserts, so stay tuned for that. Now, while you're enjoying lunch, we'd like to continue with our program. Please remember to keep side conversations to a minimum so everyone can hear and enjoy the discussion. I'd now like to welcome Tila Falik Levy, community, political, and educational advocate, to moderate a panel titled Allies in Faith, the Power of Christian-Jewish Partnership. Joining her on stage are Sandra Hagee Parker, chairwoman of the Christians United for Israel Action Fund. What an excellent duo. Please welcome these two wonderful, powerful women to the stage.
Thank you.
Great to see you.
You too.
Great to see you.
Can you sit in the middle, maybe?
In seats 2 and 3. 2 and 3. Let's have another round of applause for these powerful women.
Thank you. I'll stay, you go.
Thank you. Thank you for that kind introduction. Sandy, I love it when we get to stand on stage, sit on stage together and talk about the things that we love.
Like
America, Israel, and everything that we like to do for
and
them.
unity, and the power of unity.
So this is titled Allies, right? In the title of this panel, we have the Allies in Faith. What exactly do you think that being an ally means, and how does it connect to our faith? Because at the end of the day, we have two different religions, but the shared values is what bring us together. Tell me a little bit of what that means to you.
It's actually very simple. Bottom line, Christianity would not exist without Judaism. And the opposite is not true. I like to remind people, I say, hello, my name is Sandra Hagee. I'm a Christian, Jesus wasn't. And so you cannot divorce our faiths from each other in terms of our origination story being grounded with Jewish roots. One can simply not be anti-Zionist, anti-Jewish, or anti-Semitic and also claim to be a Christian.
I think the same goes, though, for being anti-American. Today, to be anti-Zionist, anti-Jewish, or anti-Christian is actually taking God out of the equation, and it becomes anti-American when you are against the values that these countries were founded on. So when you see this next gen, whether it's people that are Democrats or Republican, whether it's men versus women, whatever it is that the division is being highlighted, how do you see the role of Christianity or even Jewish faith come into this role for the future of this friendship that we now have, which is so close?
Well, I think faith is central to it. I think whether you're a Christian or a Jew, you have seen that unless this issue means a great deal to you in terms of your identity and your faith walk, then it's not going to stick and it's not going to resonate. I don't have a problem with people on college campuses being confused and asking questions. That's what college is for. The problem is when you have knowledge and that knowledge is separated from wisdom, specifically wisdom found in the Word of God. The Nazis were some of the most educated people on the planet at the time, but they did not have godly wisdom. Our role at Christians United for Israel is to make sure that our millions of members, including our college students at our 300 campus chapters nationwide, always have godly wisdom coupled with that knowledge before they act. There is no point in having knowledge if you don't use it, but if you don't use it wisely, it can be very dangerous.
I ask everyone to just bring your conversations to a close so that we can give some respect to our speakers that are on the stage. Thank you so much.
Sandy, what did you say? You're going to start singing?
No, I was told I couldn't.
Anyways, back to shared values.
Hebrew's outstanding.
And back to shared of the love of God, the love of America, and the love of Israel. We hear a conversation among actually the Republicans that are so worried about the future of Republicans that are young and that are now becoming more anti-Israel. Why do you think that is happening, and what can we do to fix it?
Well, I think first of all, we need to stop acting like Chicken Little and stop pretending like the sky is falling. If the younger generation has questions or wants to resist the older generation, that's just a pattern that's tale as old as time. So I think the more accurate way to look at it is that the younger generation is questioning the values of the older generation, and some of those people also happen to be Christians and Republicans. Secondly, I think that it's extremely important that we also underscore that not only is standing with Israel and the Jewish people the righteous thing to do, but regardless of how you pray, regardless of how you vote, standing with Israel and the Jewish people is also the rational thing to do. If you look at this totally agnostically, you get to the same net result. If you want a strong America, then you want a safe Israel. Members of Christians United for Israel know that the most America first thing you can do is stand with Israel. We've never spent a cent in the Jewish state. The whatever they're calling it, 200 billion adjusted for inflation since 1948 is a drop in the bucket and the largest ROI that this country has ever made. We have America's most elite military buying our weapons, creating American jobs, supporting American industry, and testing those weapons in actual wars that we have no interest in fighting, and then sharing the technology and the lessons learned from defending our shared values and defeating our shared enemies. If you hate Israel, you should still be for Israeli military assistance if you value America and your own nation.
You briefly said some of the things that KUFI does on campus, but I know that how hard KUFI actually works in DC. Tell me a little bit about the role that you guys have and how hard you've worked to get there, to be able to pass legislation to support the Jewish state, but also to support what's going on here in America when it comes to these shared values. What role specifically is KUFI playing in DC, and how can we support you in that capacity and in that hard work that you guys do, really, for us in the end of the day?
Well, like I said, standing with Israel is an element of our faith, and we believe that faith without action is dead. So what we do, specifically in Washington, D.C., is use our voice to pass meaningful policies at the federal and state level, things that we have passed at the federal level. We've sent over 1 million emails on the Taylor Force Act, which became law. We ensured that Turkey would never be sold an F-35. That was 4 years ago. We've not now seen how important that was. 3 years ago, we insisted on increasing military cooperation with Greece and Cypriot nations. These sound like really unsexy, boring policy ideas, and they are. But how many of you knew somebody that was getting evacuated through Cyprus last April, and you saw that it was important to look at the region and maybe reignite those conversations with people that had been left out in the cold since the Cold War? Whether it's combating anti-Semitism on campus through our campus chapters, combating anti-Semitism in churches through defeating the fallacy of replacement theology, or combating anti-Semitism in Congress on the left and the right, Christians United for Israel goes where the fight is. And if that is something that resonates with any of you, you can join us at our summit, July 5th through the 7th. Tila has come. We have the largest Jewish community enrollment to date thus far, and we are so happy. If you want to go to the Jewish Super Bowl put on by Goys, come to the CUFI Summit, July 5th through the 7th.
I have been there, and you know what? There's something so special about seeing so many people that are not Jewish supporting Jews, supporting Israel, and supporting the same causes that we care about. And it's something remarkable that your family has created, because you inherited that from your incredible parents, which really goes back to another conversation that's the uncomfortable conversation that people are not sure how to approach when it comes to Christians and Jews. Jewish people historically have been scared of this relationship between Jews and Christians. We know why that is. So many people have gone after the Jews in the name of God and in the name of the church. But something happened and something changed. Tell me about how that changed, when it changed, and what you think Jews can do to celebrate this friendship that is now not just a friendship, but it's an alliance that Jews cannot survive without. Jews are not enough people in the world. We just said there's powers in numbers. We need you, and we love you. But how did it start, and where is this going?
Well, the 2,000-year flinch is justified because, as you said, horrible atrocities have been committed under the banner of Christianity against the Jewish people. That is a counterfeit Christianity. We know that those crusades, the inquisitors et al., had nothing to do with God, and was no different than the people now who use the phrase "as a Jew" to legitimize their own Jew hatred. It's just somebody trying to usurp the faith of a people to legitimize their hatred. What changed, I think, very simply, was in 1948 when Israel became a nation. That was the largest single modern miracle that proved that the Bible is true and that God is who he says he is. The existence of the nation of Israel is the one thing that reveals God's identity to the entire planet. If the state, it is, people say, why Israel, why Jews? I've heard about chosenness, whatever. We know the Jewish people did not choose this for themselves, and on most days you would probably like to be less chosen. but the Jewish people were chosen by God so that God could be glorified, so that people could look at this tiny pinprick nation surrounded by enemies with this tiny people that no matter what group, what religion, what organization, what podcaster, what politician, or what pundit tried to come after it, they would continue not only to survive, but to thrive. That is what winning looks like. When you are at the top, people try and pull you down. So I say this in closing because it's so important to stay on time at these things. I don't want anybody in this room ever to be discouraged. Never forget that it is much easier to worship the cult of conspiracy than to take a stand for anything, much less take a stand on the side of righteousness and the side of God and the side of Israel and his people. But like us or not, the Christians of Christians United for Israel stand with you forever.
We don't like you. We love you. We're so happy to have you on board. And the rest of those podcasters that are noisy and create a lot of hate and a lot of worry among all these Jewish mothers that are worried about their children, it's thanks to people like you that we feel safe. It's thanks to the organization that you have created with your family that Jews find strength to be able to continue every day. And at the end of the day, the lobbying and the legislation that you are passing in DC, where the elected officials are making decisions that are actually on Israel's side, is what gives us the strength to move forward. So thank you. We love you, and we look forward to continuing and investing in our friendship and our alliance. Thank you.
Israel High.
Big round of applause. Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, please welcome Alex Bruzewitz, CEO of X Strategies and advisor to President Trump. At just 28 years old, Alex became one of the most influential young figures in MAGA world politics and was named to Time 100 next for his growing political influence. Alex will offer a few remarks.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the warm welcome. It is an honor to address this conference, especially at such a pivotal moment. We gather today amid real challenges facing the United States, Israel, and Jewish communities across America. Yet I stand before you as a friend and ally who holds deep respect for Israel and the Jewish people. Let me be clear from the outset. The rise of anti-Semitism in this country and around the world is unacceptable and must be confronted with strength and resolve. Just weeks ago, we saw disturbing incidents in Queens and a 56% surge in anti-Semitic assaults in Brooklyn. Under President Trump's leadership, I am confident the Department of Justice will continue to prioritize the protection of Jewish communities and all Americans. That said, while many today will focus on Israel, I want to speak about America, because after all, this is our home. I also want to speak about how we can strengthen the U.S.-Israel alliance for the long term, because a strong, enduring partnership serves both nations' interests. Israel remains one of America's closest and most capable allies. Together, we have dismantled terrorist networks, pioneered groundbreaking medical and technological innovations, and built a partnership that President Trump deeply values. In the recent war, Israel has demonstrated remarkable military and intelligence capabilities, two qualities that make it exactly the kind of strong partner America wants and needs. However, we must acknowledge an important reality. Israel's favorability among the American people has declined in recent years. Less than 40% of Americans have a favorable view of Israel. Just as recently as 4 years ago, a majority of Americans had a positive view of the nation of Israel. Polling shows support eroding across party lines, including among younger Republicans, my generation. A majority of Republicans under 50 have an unfavorable view of Israel. It's not good. The first step to solving any challenge is facing it honestly. I personally want this alliance to not only survive, but thrive for decades to come. And that requires all of us who support it to advocate for the relationship in ways that resonate with the American public. The strongest alliances are built on clear, aligned national interests, not unconditional deference. Healthy partnerships like our special relationship with the United Kingdom allow friends to speak candidly when needed while maintaining deep cooperation where interests align. President Trump has criticized allies like the UK and even joked about Canada without damaging those vital partnerships. True friendship means treating each other as sovereign equals. Unfortunately, some of Israel's most vocal American champions sometimes fail to understand that. For example, when reports emerged of a potential US-Iran deal, Senator Ted Cruz, oftentimes called Lion Ted, immediately accused President Trump and his administration of appeasing Iran before any of the details were even known. Weeks earlier, he declared the phrase "Christ is King" anti-Semitic, which was an attack that offended millions of Christians, including me. With all due respect, this confrontational style is not the most effective way to build broad support for the alliance. I believe Israel would be better served by advocates who practice greater restraint, wisdom, and a clear focus on American national interests. In other words, Israel should politely ask Ted Cruz to shut up. But my friends, the good news is we have a proven model for success. Ronald Reagan was one of Israel's greatest friends. In 1982, he criticized Israeli bombings in Lebanon as needless bloodshed. Yet his comments did not weaken the alliance. Just years later, he elevated Israel to major non-NATO ally status. That is the mature approach we should emulate. Praise when praise is due, offer honest counsel when needed, and always prioritize mutual strength. This is why I strongly support Prime Minister Netanyahu's vision to gradually phase out U.S. military aid. A more self-reliant Israel demonstrates the confidence and capability that we admire. Moving toward this model will strengthen the alliance by framing it as a true partnership of sovereign nations, not dependency. It aligns perfectly with America First principles while showing the world that Israel is a powerful, independent force. Let me close on a note of optimism. The United States and Israel share democratic values, innovative spirits, and determination to confront common threats. By advocating for this alliance based on clear mutual interests, highlighting Israel's impressive capabilities as a battlefield-proven partner, and fostering honest dialogue, I'm confident we can rebuild broad, durable support across the American public, especially among the next generation. I am an ally. I believe in a strong, vibrant U.S.-Israel relationship, and I am convinced that by being candid about the challenges while emphasizing the tremendous opportunities ahead, we can secure this alliance for many generations to come. Thank you, and God bless the United States of America.
Thank you so much, Alex. That was great. We're now fortunate to welcome Congressman Randy Fine to the stage. Congressman Fine represents Florida's 6th District and has become one of the most outspoken pro-Israel voices in Congress. Please welcome Congressman Fine. You were so funny last night.
I'll try again. Well, thank you for having me, and thank all of you for being here. You know, today is an interesting day. We live in interesting times. If you had told me 2 years ago that I would be standing before you today as the newest Jewish member of Congress, I would have told you you were crazy. I have a number of firsts. I'm the first Jewish Republican ever elected to Congress from Florida. I'm the first member of Congress in American history. I'm the first member of Congress to have served in the Florida House, the Florida Senate, and Congress in the same 6-month period. Look, when you win an election to the Senate and the president calls and says, I want you to run for Congress, and you tell him no, he announces that you're running anyway. So that is how I ended up coming here. But perhaps in the first that I'm most proud of, and what I want to talk about the most, you'll see that I wear a kippah. Thank you. On the day that I was elected, on April the 1st of last year, I did not. A month after I got elected, I got put on the Education and Workforce Committee. I got asked to go to a hearing with 3 university presidents that were not doing a good job protecting their Jewish students. And that morning, my son, a junior, said to me, Dad, I want you to wear a yarmulke today. I said, why? We only wear one when we go to shul. He said, because I have friends that are in college who do not feel safe wearing theirs. And you have this nickname, the Hebrew Hammer, you need to go and show these university presidents why. And I wore it that day, and you can find the YouTube videos. One of the presidents got fired under my questioning afterwards. And the reaction was so great, my son Jacob said, Dad, I want you to keep wearing it until every Jew feels safe, no matter where they are. Whether they're at university, marching in the Israel Day Parade, going to the supermarket, or anywhere else. And I said, Jacob, that probably means I'll wear it the rest of my life. He goes, that's okay. 3 days after I started wearing it, I had the privilege of being the Speaker Pro Tem of the U.S. House of Representatives. As I stood in the gallery, I noticed an Orthodox family come in. I knew they were Orthodox. They were the father was wearing dark clothes. They had 14 children with them. And as I was being the Speaker Pro Tem, the 9 and 10-year-old kids started pointing at me, and I couldn't figure out why. I realized it was because they saw someone wearing a kippah, someone who looked like them. And I turned to the staff person and I said, has anybody ever done this? They said that we've been waiting 3 days for you to ask us that question. They said in the 249-year history of the United States, not only has no member of Congress ever worn a kippah to be Speaker Pro Tem, no member of Congress has ever worn a kippah. You are the first. Now, I believe that God puts us where He wants us to be, and He sends us messages about what He wants us to do. And what He told me in that moment is He wanted me to wear this as a symbol of the fight. That we live in a time where too many of us are afraid of who we are, and frankly, too many have become ashamed of who they are. But in the 3,000-year history that we have existed, those who have prospered the most have been those who have leaned into the fight. And we are lucky because we have friends in that fight, and we have no greater friend than Donald J. Trump. I'm often frustrated because people say Israel's had no greater ally than President Trump. And that is true, but American Jews have never had a greater ally than President Trump. It is why in the Republican Party we are rooting out anti-Semitism, while in the Democratic Party they are embracing anti-Semitism. But yet the times that we live in are uncertain. We deal with this threat, a 47-year war that Iran has waged against the United States. And we face the challenge to make sure that that nation never gets a nuclear weapon, that they would detonate in this city or Washington, D.C., or Orlando or Los Angeles. Fortunately, we have a president who doesn't just make promises, he keeps them. And I have every confidence that in the end, he will get that job done. But as I wrap up today, as I conclude for you, I want to exhort all of you to make the same decision that I have. I took my 14-year-old to the Holocaust Museum a few months ago. I felt he was old enough to see the most horrific pictures. And the part of the museum that affected him the most was not the part about the Holocaust. It was the part that talked about what led up to the Holocaust, the first few galleries. And he told me, he said, Dad, if those pictures were in color, if those signs were translated from German to English, that could be New York City. And he was right. See, in 1932, there were two kinds of Jews. There were those who left, and there were those who died. They obviously didn't deserve it, but that's ultimately what happened. In 2026, there is a new kind of Jew, the one that is not afraid, the one who is willing to fight. And that is the choice that all of you have to make in this room. I can fight for you in Washington, but I am just one voice. We must stand up and we must fight with all of our strength, with all of our power, to make it clear in the United States and around the world, we are here to stay. We are going nowhere. We are proud of who we are. And working together, we are going to make sure the United States remains safe for Jews, that Israel remains, and that our days ahead of us are going to be far greater than any of them that have come behind. Thank you all very much for giving me the chance to fight for you. I promise I will do it every day. Thank you all very much.
Absolutely excellent. Nothing short. And now we welcome a man who could become New York's next governor, Bruce Blakeman. Mr. Blakeman currently serves as a Nassau County executive and is running for governor of New York State. He'll be interviewed by Alex Winston, news editor of the Jerusalem Post.
Only two? We don't even have a minion?
Do you guys hear me now? Wonderful.
Okay.
I'd like to ask you guys, who here lives in New York? Full-time. And who would like to see a Republican governor?
Even if they're not from New York.
Mr. Blakeman, thank you very, very much for joining me on stage today.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask you, this is obviously a very famous city for its Jewish life, its Jewish world, and its Jewish history. But we've seen over the past few years how anti-Semitism has become a political issue, a defining political issue, particularly post-October 7th. Where, in your opinion, has New York State failed its Jews?
You know, I think that there is a lot of responsibility to go around for the rise in anti-Semitism. There are those who are ignorant, and there are those who are evil, and then there are those who are indifferent. And the fact of the matter is that, as Randy Fine had said, and I agree with him 100%, in the past, we haven't fought for our rights, our civil rights, as Jews. And the fact that we are now standing up to anti-Semitism, think about the fact that we live in one of the greatest cities in the world, probably the greatest city, with a population of over 1 million Jews. And we have a mayor that is a virulent anti-Semite. He says he's anti-Israel, but he's pro-Jewish. That's nonsense. When you only criticize the state of Israel, a state that has a democracy, civil rights, an independent judiciary, religious freedom, and you don't criticize Iran, Russia, China, Cuba, Venezuela, I could go down the list, you are an anti-Semite. Zoran Mandami is an anti-Semite.
There are many Jews across the state who still vote for the other party that you're standing against. They still believe in the democratic principles. What can you say to those Jews to sort of make them realize that you are the right choice? And not just Jews, sorry, everybody else as well.
So let me tell you how I handled the pro-Palestinian professional thugs that occupied Columbia University, blocked bridges and roadways, harassed and committed acts of violence against Jewish students, the same ones came to my county. And they tried to get away with that in my county. In my county, when they came, and we know who they were because our intelligence bureau was sharing information with NYPD and the FBI. These are paid professional thugs. They came and they had a little different reception than they had here. I had my K-9 unit, my mounted unit, my SWAT team, aviation, our community services, emergency services units, and we told them, there's the sidewalk, you stay on the sidewalk, exercise your right to free speech, but we will not tolerate you harassing anybody, committing acts of violence, occupying buildings, blocking roadways. If you step off the sidewalk, we will arrest you. They tested us. We arrested them. They tried to storm a synagogue. We had 4 1,000-pound horses drive them back, and they never came back to my county. That's the way you treat them.
No, it's positive to hear a politicians talk like that. I'm from England, and I left 15 years ago because I foresaw the future. But, I mean, it sounds like you're willing to stand up and protect Jews and protect Jewish rights and their civil liberties.
Well, you know, coming from London, I'm sure it's very discouraging that there are parts of London that even the police won't go, that you have a city, a once great city, that now is being destroyed by lawlessness. And I think that from what I'm reading, that the people in Great Britain are starting to wake up. They're starting to realize that the values of the people that are causing all their problems are not Judeo-Christian values that made a great America, that made a great Great Britain for that matter, the once great Great Britain. And I think they're starting to realize, and I hope they're realizing, that the shared values between the United States and Great Britain are the values that made us both great powers, free people. Capitalism has been the greatest economic system in the world. And to quote one of your greatest leaders, if not the greatest leader, Winston Churchill, we have a mayor that believes in socialism. I actually think he's probably a communist. But Winston Churchill said that socialism is nothing more than shared misery, and who wants to be miserable?
Absolutely. You touched upon, you mentioned just before Columbia University, and obviously this great city has many famous educational establishments, many of which have been in the news for the wrong reasons. What can be done to combat the mentality of the youth today, to make them realize across the state, to make them see what has been happening?
Well, first of all, don't give money to universities that are woke, left-wing, anti-Semitic establishments. Don't send your children there. Look, there used to be a great cachet about saying that your kid went to an Ivy League school. Now I think it's a badge of shame in some of these universities. Go on the internet, look at those universities throughout the United States, very fine universities. They're not Ivy League universities, but they're just as good. And they have conservative values. They have large Jewish populations. You are allowed to exercise your right to freedom of religion at those institutions, like my own. I went to Arizona State University. I believe we have the 10th largest Jewish population, but we are ranked in the top 10 in religious freedom and the ability to have different opinions without being shut down by the left-wing, liberal, woke, anti-Semitic professors that are in our liberal institutions such as the Ivy League schools. So don't send your money there. Don't send your kids there. There's great universities throughout the United States that you can send your kids to.
Well, guys, you've only got a few months left to vote, so please, a big round of applause for Mr. Bruce Blakeman, who's running for governor of New York State. Mr. Blakeman, thank you very much.
God bless you. God bless the state of Israel. And may Hashem bless America.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Great energy. Now, Please welcome Yaron Waxman, co-founder and CEO of Hagal Sheli, an organization that serves at-risk youth, trauma survivors, including former hostages, and others. For 13 years, the organization has been using the sea as a tool for resilience building.
I'm part of the Midburn production, and we were down south on the 7th of October. We woke up to what everyone now knows, what the atrocities and the massacres that happened on the 7th of October. Being within the framework of Hagal Sheli made me realize and accept that, yes, okay, something's different, something's not right, and I need to deal with this.
I am 19 years old, and I'm in a wheelchair because I have something called Duchenne, which is a muscular dystrophy. It makes the muscles become fat cells, and this is why it takes physical abilities. They help me go beyond the limits, go beyond what I think is physically possible.
I was really lost. I didn't have any friends. I had no mentor, no father figure, nobody to guide me, nobody to show me a way to live or what to do or how to do it. My parents are Israeli Arabs. As a child, I was bullied because I was overweight, I was different. In every way you can look at it, I was a liability, but they took the chance on me, and I'm happy they did.
I want to tell you a story about a 12-year-old boy I took surfing. Just 3 days before we met, his entire family was murdered on October 7th. He is exhausted and his eyes look empty. Somehow, I managed to convince him to paddle out to the sea. I'm extremely nervous, unsure of what to say to him. Somehow, he agreed to come out. I push his board for the first wave. He loses his balance and crashes into the water. Second wave, he falls again. He says that he needs to go out of the water. Now he says, "Take me back to shore." I tell him that I'll help him get there, but that the fastest way to do it is by catching a wave on his surfboard. He agreed to try again. I hold the nose of the board with both my hands and look into his eyes. "You can do it," I say. "Just close your eyes for a moment, take a deep breath, and visualize yourself standing." A wave washes in. I push his board and then he stands up. He rides the wave, lifting his arms to the sky, shouting, "Yes!" And then he looked back at me. There it was, a smile. We kept surfing every day in a group from his evacuated kibbutz. Surfing together helped them realize that they don't have to face this pain alone. The sea and the community became a safe space for them during one of their darkest times. This is a glimpse into surf therapy and to what we've been doing for over a decade. My name is Yaron Waxman, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Hagal Sheli, My Wave in Hebrew, the largest surf therapy organization in the world. Thank you. Our country has sadly become a universal case study for trauma, something many of you have experienced firsthand. Because trauma does not discriminate, regardless of religion, nationality, gender, or age. Throughout the years, I've looked into the eyes of thousands that carry the pain they've endured. All walks of life, individuals who've been wounded physically and psychologically. We are facing a national mental health crisis. So why is surf therapy especially effective in addressing trauma? Trauma traps your mind and body in place. Stuck with repeating nightmares, constant triggers, reliving the same moment of danger over and over again. Surfing, on the other hand, demands total presence. You have to be exactly where your body is. Breathing, balancing, and always moving. By enabling this level of focus, surfing breaks the trauma loop, bringing the mind and body back to the safety of the present. I know that surfing for trauma healing works. I've seen it every day with groups taking place on a weekly basis. We've worked with over 20,000 individuals, 5,000 of them in this year alone. Toda Rabba. We're working with released hostages and their families, veterans from the IDF, amputees, evacuees from the Gaza envelope, and from the north, everybody. But how do we measure this impact? 2 years ago, Dr. Maya Levente-Roberts from Ben-Gurion University approached us. She wanted to conduct a study about surf therapy's effectiveness. The results were astonishing. They showed that 82% reported a significant reduction in PTSD symptoms. So what's the secret behind this impact? Approaching trauma in a consistent, non-stigmatized group environment. This insight led us to develop the system model, a 3-pillar framework to help mitigate trauma symptoms. It incorporates shifting structure and emotional experience and anchoring. Surfing, according to the system model, creates endless opportunities for self-reflection and growth, providing individuals with the tools to rebuild a sense of control and reconnect to their inner strength. Something magical happens in this moment. Something magical happens in this moment. Every wave becomes a teacher, and every wipeout is a chance to rise again. As in the sea, so too in life. The fact of the matter is, we cannot prevent trauma, but we can control of what happens next, one wave at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Yaron. And I took an extra deep breath because of you. Please stay on the stage with us. Yaron will now be joined by Raz Karni, head of Nirem Youth Village, founded by former Navy SEAL comrades in memory of Shayetet's 13 fighter, Nir Krichman. The organization has become one of Israel's leading rehabilitation programs for at-risk youth. In addition, he'll be joined by Ori Schnitzer, co-founder of Safe Heart, an organization that was created as an emergency mental health initiative immediately after the October 7th Nova Music Festival massacre. This panel is called Turning Trauma into Strength and will be moderated by American-Israeli journalist Mayan Hoffman.
Wow, Yaron, that was so powerful. And as you alluded to, since October 7th, we think that 1/3 of Israelis are suffering from symptoms of depression, anxiety, or PTSD. But what you alluded to is something uniquely Israeli, something that has emerged. Organizations across Israel finding creative, human, and uniquely innovative ways to turn that pain into resilience. So now I want to ask you, in your talk, you described a child who lost almost everything on October 7th and somehow found himself again riding a wave. After everything you've seen through your work in the field for 13 years and throughout all of your different programs, What have you learned about people that they actually need in order to begin healing?
Thank you. So I think that people need something to look forward to. We need community. We need somebody to see us and believe in us. And I think our program, what we're trying to do is be very accurate at their needs and our ability to shine upon light and hope.
Thank you, Yaron. Now, we didn't mention, but we have on the stage somebody very special, Mayanzi, who is a member of the K-9 unit in the Army, but is also a Nova survivor. Now, Mayan, you survived that festival, and after everything you went through, how are you dealing with this reality today? What does it mean to live with trauma?
Thank you. Thank you for having me, first of all. I think when I get asked this question, usually, people expect a sort of answer of, oh, you know, it was a horrible day, but I'm fine now. We're all fine now. It's over. It's behind us. And that's so far from the truth. Right now, you're seeing me here. I'm dressed nicely. I look okay. I'm smiling. What you don't see are the sleepless nights that I have, the nightmares that I have, the infinite times that I could get on a bus on my way to university, fighting the urge to go back home, and then a panic attack out of nowhere because someone dropped their phone. And to me, it sounded like a bullet. And these are the things that you need to remember that we are going through all the time. I am making progress. Thank you so much to Safe Heart, who have provided me with mental health support. And I have joined university. I'm currently studying at Reichman University in the International School, Business and Entrepreneurship, because I believe that we can heal somewhat from this event and make a difference in the world. But it's not easy. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share a little bit of my experience with you.
Thank you, Mayan. Now, Mayan, you mentioned how you've been working with Safe Heart, and Safe Heart has played such a key role in your beginnings of your recovery. Safe Heart works specifically with victims of trauma, and especially those from the Nova Music Festival who experience such extreme terror, but actually in altered states. Are you seeing the same need, Ori, for a community and connection, or is, as Yaron alluded to, or is healing for those survivors taking a different form?
It's a great question. So first of all, it's not an either or. It's a both and. What we see, we've been working for 3 years, almost 3 years, with survivors of the different festivals and their families, and we've worked with over 3,000 survivors to date. And we see one thing. The basis is to create a connection, a relationship, to tether someone to reality when they went through the unimaginable. And I say the unimaginable is not even the correct word, and I hope that none of us can even imagine, will need to imagine what happened on that day. The first lifeline to anyone is a person, is a therapist, is a specialized therapist that understands them, that can connect to them, that can be their tether to life. So that's where we start. And on top of that, we have group therapy, and we do amazing work also with Hagal Sheli. On top of the basis of relationship with therapy and psychiatrists. So it's not a both and. It's not an either or. It's a both and. And I just want to say for just a moment and really connect it to today. Just an hour ago, I got a push saying that Iran just came out of the negotiations for ceasefire. And what most people might think is, wow, will I be able to get a trip back to Israel? Who knows? And what first comes to my mind is that, oh no, if there's going to be missiles again, I know what happened last time, that we got 3 times the amount of survivors that called us looking for psychiatric care, for therapy, because every missile, every operation makes it worse for them and for many others in Israel. So to bring up their voice, even though it has almost been 3 years, it's still relevant and alive for all of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that really ties to Raz, who's here from Miriam Youth Village, such an important organization. You know, Raz, you work with many teens who are already very vulnerable before October 7th. Then the war, displacement, anxiety, and a lot of instability hit an entire generation of young Israelis. What worries you most right now about Israeli youth? And are there any places where you actually can find sheds of hope?
I think there is hope. In Irim, our approach is love and borders. Love and borders, we work hard. We work hard in the youth village. We work hard in Nirim, in the neighborhood, in the rough neighborhood that we are going. And in the last 2 years, in Nitzan Nirim, which is a special school in Sha'ar HaNegev, after Nitzan Liebstein, he was killed in Kfar Aza with his father, Ophir. He was the mayor of the area, and also his grandma and many other civilians from Kfar Aza in this day. And our approach coming from the Navy SEALs, the Israeli Navy SEALs, is working hard, getting to the field, a lot of journey, a lot of effort. And if you have just one person that believe in the kids and give them love and give them border, it's happened. It's not a miracle. It's a hard work, and we still need to do it every day, every single day.
Amazing, thank you. Now we only have a few minutes left, but I want to ask a question to each of you. One question that you'll all answer. Something a little bit broader. Around the world, people increasingly describe Israel only through the lens of war and trauma. But all of your organizations are showing something entirely different. In less than 1 minute, I want to ask each of you, what gives you hope about Israel's ability not just to survive this moment, but to come out stronger from it? And before we turn to the organizations themselves, Mayan, you take the question too.
First of all, the initiative, seeing the initiatives from the 7th of October. Safe Heart was founded on the 7th of October. That to me is insane. While everyone is running and trying to survive for their life, organizations were already starting to form, and people who had no connection to the event or no connection to the area that we were in jumped from all over Israel to come and save us. And around the world, people started doing hasbara on the very same day. I think that in itself shows the immense amount of strength that we as a people have. And that is what gives me hope at the end of the day, because I know that my family, all of you, all of the Jews around the world, everyone in Israel, we're all in this together, really. And that's what gives me hope.
Thank you, Mayan, and it's amazing because you're completely right. Such innovation. They just announced recently 178 mental health technology companies developed out of the October 7th, forming to help Israeli society and even as many organizations. So Ori, turning to you, how are we going to have trauma turn into strength?
So first of all, I'll maybe say the obvious and take a look to your left and right. Take a look at each other. When coming to places like this, when meeting with the strength that comes with knowing that we're in the right direction, that we have friends, that we have allies, that we have partners, first of all, also outside our borders, is an amazing, powerful feat of strength. And the second thing is, since the 7th of October, I don't think hasn't been a day I haven't been busy with working with people who were affected from the kibbutzim, from the different settlements, the Nova survivors, their parents. And I can say that there is so much power in the Israeli people that when they need to come together, when they need to support each other, and that as itself is a strength that was energized in the past 3 years, unfortunately through very terrible circumstances, but I can say that the people of Israel, all the peoples of Israel, all the faiths, all of them that have come together understanding that we have one destiny is a realization that I feel in my core and that I wake up every day to, which fills me with hopefulness that our future is brighter.
Thank you. Raz, same question.
I get my hope with one story. Rafael, he came from jail 3 years ago to Nirim Youth Village, and nowadays he finished a great matriculation diploma and is going to serve in the Navy SEALs, just like Nir Krichman, the fallen Nir Krichman that called. So Rafael, he gave me hope, and a lot of youth like him, we call them youth at risk, but in many ways, they rescue us.
Beautiful, and we are only down to our last 30 seconds, but Yaron, wrap us up. How do we turn trauma into strength? What gives us hope?
So what brings us hope, I see our participants in the beginning, they consume the program, right? They take it, they grab it, it's all for free, by the way. No borders, no boundaries, just come. We do it with groups. But to see them starting volunteering, taking the course, paying it forward, this bringing me hope. And the second thing is looking at this beautiful crowd today.
Sure.
Round of applause for ourselves.
Yeah.
Listen, the sad truth is nobody, no one is going to take care of us. And we got to take care of our own and keep Israel safe. And just so you know that we see you guys here, we see what's going on in America, and we will be here for you as well. So hopefully we'll do good things. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Am
much.
Israel Chai.
No, we're going to have to, Am Yisrael Chai for sure. We're going to wrap up with a video of Safe Heart. Thank you all so much for being on the stage.
תודה רבה.
לב בטוח שלחו לי הודעה. אין דבר כזה כאילו שאתה לא מטפל בעצמך. כאילו אנחנו נעבור 20 מטפלים, אנחנו נמצא לך את מה שאתה צריך. היא שלחה לי פסיכולוג שגר קרוב אליי, מסייף ארט. בן אדם מדהים שעזר לי בצורה שלא הייתי יכול לעזור לעצמי.
כמו של המטופלים, היה להם את השבט שלהם של הנובה. הייחוד זה שנוצר שבט גם של מטפלים.
יש את התמיכה המלאה, אם זה הדרכות, בקבוצתיות או פרטניות, ריטריטים, כל מצוקה שיש לי כמטפלת, פשוט יש לי גב בעמותה. הם נותנים את המעטפת לנו, ואנחנו מצליחים להחזיק את המטופלים ככה.
אם היא לא הייתה שולחת לי את ההודעה הזאת, כאילו של, היי, מה קורה, אתה מטופל? כאילו אולי לא הייתי מטפל בעצמי כמו שאני מטפל בעצמי היום. אכפת לנו ממכם, בא לנו, באמת בא לנו שאתם תצאו מזה. אין לנו אינטרס כאילו, אנחנו רק רוצים שיהיה לכם טוב. וזה מדהים בעיניי. תודה רבה לכל הצוות של סייף ארט. אתם עושים עבודה באמת באמת עבודת קודש. מבחינתי אתם אנשים מדהימים ואני מעריך אתכם ואני אוהב אתכם ואני מחזק אתכם. על אמת.
I'd now like to invite Jerusalem Post CEO Inbar Ashkenazi, along with Chantal Belsberg and Mark Belsberg, founders of One Family, to the stage. Inbar will present a special award honoring the Belsbergs for a quarter-century of dedication to supporting victims of terror and bereaved families in Israel. Earlier this year, Chantal Belsberg was awarded the Israel Prize for Lifetime Achievement on Israel Independence Day. The Israel Prize is the country's highest cultural honor and is presented in the presence of Israel's president and prime minister. Chantal and Mark, thank you for decades of standing beside victims of terror during some of the darkest moments in their lives. Following the award presentation, the Belsbergs will take part in a short interview with American-Israeli journalist Mayan Hoffman. But before that, we have a short video.
25 years ago,
The Sbarro bombing in the heart of Jerusalem killed 15 people, mostly children. Chantal and I sat with those families, living through unimaginable loss. The deadly terror attack lasted only a minute. Soldiers in a war are killed in an instant, but for their surviving families, the journey of healing can last a lifetime. We came to understand two truths that would change our lives forever. First, no one should have to walk that painful journey alone. And second, the key to healing is meeting and bonding with people who truly understand their pain, because they too have suffered the same exact tragic loss. These two insights became the heart and the mission of One Family. For 25 years, One Family's social workers have reached out to every family in Israel struck by terror or the loss of a fallen soldier. Each member of those families receives tailor-made emotional healing programs and financial support. We've created regular camps for children and teens, mentorships for young adults, healing retreats for bereaved parents, separately for widows and widowers, for bereaved siblings, for grandparents, and special divisions for the over 100 children who've lost both their parents, and separately for the 42 twins who lost their twin brother. And slowly, something remarkable happens. People begin to smile again. Children laugh again. Lifetime friendships are formed, and families discover strength they never knew they had. Recently, Chantal was awarded the Israel Prize for implementing this vision. But our real inspiration comes from the thousands of One Family families who teach all of us what hope, courage, and healing truly mean.
Please join us. Yes. Right.
A word very much deserved. Now, since October 7th, the scale and the complexity of trauma in Israel has changed dramatically. You, Chantal, and I have spoken before, and you talk about twins who lost their other half, more children who lost both parents, an entire family shattered. What does trauma look like today compared to before October 7th, and what are the new needs that you're seeing on the ground?
You're asking my wife that question? I think I'll answer briefly.
I was asking Chantal, but Mark, you're welcome to answer.
What's that?
You're welcome to answer if you prefer.
Okay, all right, thank you. I think the last session talked a lot about trauma. I'll spend 1 minute on trauma. As you have to understand, in the country of Israel, 2,195 soldiers and civilians have been killed in the last 2 years in terror attacks. That's as many as were killed in the 25 years prior to that. 2 million Israeli citizens attended a funeral, right? And 350,000 soldiers over the age of 25 did reserve duty on the battlefield. The element of trauma, I want to take 1 second and tell you, like, just so you understand. I went to a funeral where my son was almost killed, and 4 of his friends in battle were murdered. I shouldn't say murdered, they were killed in battle. The bawling that went on at that funeral, the crying, I never have recovered from that funeral. So trauma is a mass problem in Israel. It's a problem that's too big for us to solve. And there aren't enough people handling it in Israel to solve it. Therefore, what Chantal and I decided to take on something that was solvable. There's 13,000 people who've lost a mother, father, brother, sister. Those are the people who need us the most. And those are people that we can deal with, and we'll talk about how we deal with them.
For sure. I mean, in one family has spent decades, it's much longer before October 7th, really since the second Intifada, supporting those families and victims of terror, helping them rebuild their lives after unimaginable loss. Chantal, this one's for you. We're talking about tens and thousands of Israelis carrying layers of trauma now from war, as Mark just alluded to, displacement, reserve duty, bereavement, and a lot of fear. How do we even begin to respond to something that is so widespread while still making every individual that you work with feel seen?
Okay, when the numbers are so big and loss is on such a large scale that people tend to be forgotten or almost ignored within all the numbers. So what we try to do at One Family, we really work hard against that. We try very much to make sure that they don't get lost within this like tragedy. It's a tragedy, but we need to make sure that every person gets remembered. So for every person who lost somebody, it's an entire life. You lose a child, a spouse loses a husband, children lose both parents, a child loses somebody else, putting them to sleep at night. It's an entire world. So what we try to do is to make it very personal at One Family. So we visit every family. We make sure to remember everybody's names, to know birthdays, to be there for yortzites, to be there for life moments, really to make them feel like we're there and like we see them. Another big part of what we do is to make sure to create circles, a lot of circles of togetherness. So what we would do is we'll bring all the bereaved families together. We'll do like bereaved parents and circles of, you saw it in the film, we talked about that a lot of circles of bereaved parents all over the country, and circles for widows and widowers, and circles for children who lost both parents, and circles for orphans, and like a youth division for children who lost parents, and then circles for children who lost siblings, really, because the worst thing that could happen to them is really to feel isolated. So what we want to make sure is to bring them in and to make them part of a circle. People say things like at work, people will say, you know, you're moving on already, without realizing that entire life was shattered and that they're not the people that they used to be. So that's very much what we would do at One Family, is really to surround them with people like them, to surround them with people who understand what loss is, to surround them with people who talk their language.
And I know that you're starting a new program specifically for the children of parents struggling with PTSD and trauma because of their military service. Can you tell us just very briefly, maybe in just a minute, about this program and why you felt that it was so urgently needed right now?
Even though we spent $12 million this last year on the bereaved families, we sensed, by the way, in part of that, we took over 4,000 bereaved parents and bereaved siblings away on 1 week healing retreats in Israel and outside of Israel with psychologists. But in addition to dealing with all of those, we realized there was one segment of the trauma population that no one was paying attention to. And since we know soldiers who are in the field who are suffering trauma, and we know what happens in their household afterwards when they're diagnosed with PTSD, there's over 35,000 soldiers, by the way, diagnosed with PTSD. Family is a mess. Mom and dad gets home from wherever he is screaming, yelling, impatient, not getting out of bed for days. That the children of PTSD fathers are suffering tremendously, and the effect will be for generations. And so we decided, we stepped in, and we've approached the Army to give us all the names of the kids of the PTSD fathers so we can invite them to an event. We have our first event. 500 kids have already responded to our first gathering of these kids to be able to make sure that that trauma that affected their parents will not go on for generations.
Incredible. And you know, we're down to only 1 minute, but I always like to end on a positive note. So Chantal, I ask you, with everything you have witnessed over these last years, and especially in the last nearly 3 years of ongoing war, please, what gives you hope?
That's a good question. I think what gives me hope and what gives me a reason to get up in the morning is to know that we can make a difference. To see bereaved mothers go to shivas and help other mothers, to see children who lost both parents, to find out. Last week, we just found out that a couple that we thought, where the news had said that they basically committed suicide, where we found out that they were really killed by a 17-year-old Arab. And so now there is an orphan, a child, and the family had said from the beginning that it can't be and that, they were really killed. So the orphans that one family looks after, know and they want to go and they wanted to go to the Shiva and they want to take care of him. So really to see that circle, and also to see a room like this and people who are interested, what gives me a lot of hope is to know that people are interested, people want to help, and with everybody's help we'll be able to accomplish what we need to do.
And we certainly will. Thank you so much. What an honor to interview both of you.
Thank you so much.
I want to end on a positive note. I enjoyed so much the Israel parade. And the theme of the Israel parade was Am Yisrael Chai. Am Yisrael Chai. We are there for everyone who needs us, and I'm sure everyone in this room is there for everyone who needs us. And thank you.
Very, very emotional. Very powerful. Please welcome Ayelet Shaked, Chairwoman of Cardon Real Estate. Shaked also serves as chair of Friends of Schneider and previously served, of course, as Israel's Minister of Justice and Minister of Interior. We'll watch this short video and then she'll be interviewed by Idan Queller, White House and diplomatic correspondent for Walla News of the Jerusalem Post Group.
All hospitals are really great, I'm sure. Schneider's has a way of making you feel special.
Schneider Children's is Israel's only standalone pediatric hospital dedicated entirely to children's health.
Children come here from throughout Israel and from our surrounding countries. There is no field in medicine that we do not treat.
We have the biggest pediatric hematology-oncology department in the country.
We are the only hospital that does organ transplant in children in Israel.
We talk about children as above and beyond borders, above and beyond politics. Whoever we can help, we try to help.
The hospital was founded by visionary philanthropists Helen and Irving Schneider. In the 1980s, they saw the need for a world-class pediatric center in Israel, modeled after the leading children's research hospitals in the U.S. When Schneider Children's opened its doors in 1991, it quickly became a pillar of Israel's healthcare system and a pioneer in combining pediatric care, research, and teaching under one roof. Mindy Schneider and Dr. Michael Lesser continue their legacy. Today, 1 in 3 Israelis is under the age of 18, a proportion far above the average in other developed nations.
From being terrified to stepping foot into the hospital to a feeling of hope. We're living proof of the fact that a donation can save a life.
Thank you for your generosity.
And thank you, the American Friends of Schneider, for this amazing video, but not just for the video, but all the things you do. And Ayelet Shaked, you are the chairman of the American Friends of Schneider. Tell us something about the doing of your organization and the Schneider Hospital with those kids.
So thank you for hosting our hospital. Schneider is the only standalone pediatric hospital for children in Israel. Actually, it's the largest and the best hospital for children in the Middle East and one of the best in the world. And when I joined to be part of Friends of Schneider, I thought that the hospital is like a sad place because, we are taking care of sick children. But actually, it's a happy place because most of the children recover. It's really amazing to see it. You know that in Schneider, between 80 to 90% of the children that have cancer recover. And those are amazing statistics and actually very, very happy place. We also have a big innovation center. And since we belong to Clalit, Clalit is the largest HMO in Israel, we have the largest database in the world for children. So we are using it for research, for innovation. So it's a really, really unique place.
Well, Ayelet, I would love to speak more and more about what you're doing there in Schneider, but I do have to ask you a couple of questions about today's news. And I know because you're here and you're so attentive to our conference, I will brief you about what's going on. So apparently Israel was about to operate in the Dahia in Lebanon, but then a conversation between Trump and Netanyahu took it away for now. There's a new ceasefire. What do you think about what's going on between Israel vis-a-vis the US and Lebanon, and of course the situation with Iran?
So first, currently there is actually a horrible situation in which almost every day an Israeli soldier is killed by explosive drone. Actually, 10 minutes ago, it was just published that an Israeli soldier, a doctor, the doctor of one of Givati troops, was killed by explosive drone. And a few hours ago, like 12 hours ago, it was published that other soldier from Maglan unit was killed, and actually like every day, another Israeli family's lives are ruined. And this is a situation in which, we cannot accept. So there are two options. Either the Hezbollah stop doing that, or that we will attack them back. Currently, our hands are tied, and we really cannot accept that. We respect the president of the US. He's a great friend of Israel, actually the best friend we have ever had, really. And that we love him, we thanks for everything he's doing. But we cannot accept the situation in which we cannot respond for all the things that the Hezbollah is doing in the north.
So now we are in the same equation of quiet will be answered in quiet, and this comes after Iran apparently threatened to disnegotiate with the US if Israel will not stop operating in Lebanon. So this whole thing, and I'm coming to the Iranian subject, what do you think about this upcoming agreement?
Okay, so actually we're in a very important point in the history, I think, that we will see what will happen with Iran. It's better not to have an agreement than to have a bad agreement. Now, what is a good agreement and what is a bad agreement? A good agreement is an agreement in which the Iranians will give the enriched uranium and will stop totally the enrichment. The problem with the JCPOA was that the Iranians continued to enrich uranium for 3 or 4%, but they kept their capabilities. And in this agreement, we hope that Trump will insist to take out also the centrifuges, that they will not have capability to enrich uranium, because if they have, it's just a matter of decision. They can decide that they want to get to 60 to 90, and they can do it. So the details of the agreement the details are very important, and let's wait and see what will be the results. But to give up on the sanction, to give a lot of money to Iran, and to leave them with the capability to enrich, it will be bad agreement, and better just to keep the status quo.
And now for the questions of all questions. Are you coming back to politics? And if so, in what party? And will you compete in the next election this fall of 2026?
You can't hold yourself.
I cannot. I have to come with some sort of a headline today.
So actually, you will all know in 3-4 weeks. It is too early now, Dan. You have a lot of experience. You know that it's too early. The elections will be probably in October. So in 3-4 weeks, everybody will know.
And many options, right, at the right wing?
There are a few options. I'm a right-wing politician, and if I will join, it will be with a right-wing party. But let's wait and see.
All right. Ayelet Shaked, thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you very much. And I hope you will join us in Schneider.
And by the way, before I'll go, take a shout out for our great Shana Fold, who hosting us tonight as the MC. Tonight, this afternoon, it's the same.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Idan.
Shana.
You're thorough and you're funny. Thank you. And now, turning back to security and defense, we have another engaging high-level panel featuring 3 distinguished guests. Please welcome Aviram Hasson, Director of the Israel Ministry of Defense Mission to the United States and Canada, Richard Y. Newton III, retired Lieutenant General in the United States Air Force and Director of Victory Capital Management, as well as David Zeiken, founder and CEO of Key Elements Group. The panel is called Security in a Shifting World, Israel, the US, and What Comes Next. The conversation will be moderated by Anna Aronheim, editor of the Defense and Tech by the Jerusalem Post.
Well, I have to say I'm really excited for this panel, for this talk. We have 3 really great speakers, so I'm very excited. I want to start with Aviram in the middle, if that's okay. You are very involved in defense procurement. And one of the clearest lessons that we are learning right now, especially from the war in Ukraine and in the Middle East, is that modern wars really consume munitions and interceptors at incredible speeds that we didn't imagine could be possible. Did we underestimate that scale for sustained wars?
Well, thank you for having me here today. And I do think that quantity is not the whole equation. And I think it's the whole ecosystem that need to be adjusted. And under the leadership of the Major General of the Ministry of Defense, Amir Baram, we just founded a new ecosystems that will make the IDF better and stronger than before. And it's counting on few pillars. One of them, by all means, is the quantities, but we should never overlook the quality, which is very important. Other than that is the industrial base that we have to make sure that can adapt and adjust itself to a new future, to a new outcomes, to a new normal, if we can call it this way. And of course, the supply chain should be resilient. We have to make sure that all supplies being provided. And last and not least is your capabilities of doing R&D in a short rounds. Make sure that you are fielding your capabilities in a matter of hours, unlike years in the past. That's the secret sauce.
Right, because years makes it irrelevant. David, I wanted to ask you also, because you've advised major Western tech companies and governments, including the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense. What did you discover on the ground that no laboratory or procurement committee could ever teach?
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. It was shocking to see how the best praised modern Western technologies failed at the battlefield. I think not a lot of current advanced weapons, when tested in lab, when they make to the battlefield, are ready to be deployed the way they were created. And what we've seen in Ukraine, it's anecdotal cases where one of the leading, I should be careful, one drone came to the battlefield, soldiers put it on a track, they drove 10 miles, and drone didn't take off. It wasn't built to survive the short ride to the battlefield. So fast adaptation is the key. What we see in Ukraine, they're learning the same day. And in the West, sometimes it takes years to create new generation of military products.
And so Lieutenant General Newton, when we're looking at how the defense procurement cycles need to change from decades to the days that we just saw, that we see happening in Ukraine, given the very, very close relationship between Israel and the United States, what do both countries need to change in order for that to happen also with our countries on the same day?
Yeah, well first off, it's an honor to be here. My wife Gigi and I are honored to be part of this conference. Thank you for having us. Lessons learned in Ukraine, the current conflict, and lessons learned also with the military campaign conducted so effectively by Israel and the United States that kicked off on February 28th. Lots of lessons learned for not only on the battlefield, but certainly in our defense industrial base. And what we're learning is, first and foremost in Ukraine, is the advent of unmanned warfare, the application of drones and other capabilities, the fact that Ukraine has been able to muster, has built millions of drones already this year. They employ 10,000 drones a day in the battlefield of Ukraine. 90% of Russian soldiers killed or wounded on the battlefield are at the hands of these unmanned capabilities that Ukraine has been able to develop. So the lesson for us being Israel and the United States, and particularly in the defense industrial base, is we have to change also. It's just as important not only on the battlefield, but what's happening in our defense industrial base, whereby we have to build hardware, bring new hardware to the battlefield in a matter of weeks. With that comes software updates, as well as a matter of a week or two, to also be able to apply AI and also autonomous systems. My final point is, however, this is totally transformational, not only for the defense industrial base, but for the defense establishment, the Minister of Defense, the Department of War, in both our nations, whereby we have to transform how we're organized, how we're trained, how we're equipped, but also how we build and develop leaders to be able to operate in this environment.
I want to go back to, let's give a round of applause. I want to go back to you, David. The security instability of recent years, especially with the constant wars that we're seeing right now and living through, and the growing threats that have pushed countries in Europe and even the Gulf and even Israel to seek genuine defense autonomy. Based on what you've seen firsthand, what separates a country from actually building that capability from one that just takes it?
It's a great question, very difficult one. I think lessons of Ukrainian war, lessons of war in the Gulf, the countries are looking inward. So I totally see how Gulf countries will build their own drone industries. Originally, they wanted to buy drones, but then they understood that they need operators, they need parts, and they need ecosystem. So, and we see this also in Europe. United States is potentially withdrawing from some of the countries. So the future, the countries which will be leading, those countries who have their own independent ecosystem, production, their own supply chain, connection between financing, policymakers, engineers, what we see in Israel. So this is the future of winning warfare.
So I want to bring that question also to you, Aviram. Have the past 3 years of war pushed Israel towards greater defense self-sufficiency or towards a deeper integration with the American industry?
Well, I think the answer is not so simple, and I think we're going at the end of this MOU from aid to partnership, and I don't think that the word partnership is the best word to describe it. I think it's going to be cooperation or even collaboration, trying to seek what's good in each nation, what are the strengths of each nation, and create a synergy for both nations for best outcomes.
Great, thank you.
Can I add something to that real quick, if I may? I think also, and that's spot on, we're all, as senior executives or senior leaders, we're all trying to grasp the terminology here, but it's the integration, it's the synchronization. What we've demonstrated, certainly back in June and now fast forward to now, is the need for that. Not only for the need of the cooperation and integration, but it transcends at the strategic level, at the operational level, at the tactical level, but also back in our defense industrial base, and so forth. And so, again, I absolutely, and that is really defining the future of warfare, and it's defining it on the shoulders of our men and women fighting, for our freedoms, both in Israel and the United States. Absolutely.
100%. And that actually goes into what I wanted to ask you, was that when we're looking at the past 5 years in Ukraine and the past 3 years in Israel, the front lines of the modern battlefield have shifted tremendously. So what do these wars reveal about how the defense ecosystem is actually aligned with today's battlefield realities? And where do the biggest gaps still remain?
Well, certainly what we're seeing in Ukraine is the speed of capabilities that are needed on the front lines, as well as the speed of technology that's being applied by Ukraine now creating its own organic defense capabilities. It's amazing. As I mentioned, they will produce millions of drones this year and probably up to 10 million drones next year. The lesson learned for us being Israel and the United States, and certainly the defense industrial base, is we need to keep pace with those rapid changes that are now being provided. Today, the drone, what's tomorrow? What's going to be that next technology? I think it's going to be the application of AI, the application of autonomous systems, and those need to be developed not from somewhere else, but in Israel, in the United States. And the speed of those capabilities, because it's not just the speed of the capability to get to the battlefield, but to get it in the hands of the warfighter, so that they can fight and win for tomorrow's wars and so forth. Final point is, we're talking about Israel and the United States, we're talking about Ukraine, but what are our other adversaries doing? China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, those other adversaries that really want to cause us harm.
Right, and I want to go back to you, David, and talk about Germany, because you've been in direct contact with members of the German parliament and about the pace of modern warfare, which we were just talking about right now. If NATO countries still need a decade or more to deploy a weapons system, what are they preparing for? Because that's not going to be relevant.
Yes, so if we look at current European defense programs, the products they're working will cost $100 billion, and attention, they will arrive at 2040, 2045. So this is for the wars fought in Gulf War 10 years ago. So the speed of innovation and disruption of current defense industry, of the processes they've implemented over the years, is a future. Because as a management consultant, when you look at the 10 years defense production cycle in the era of AI, this is unacceptable. And when you look at United States, we see how quickly the budget, last year budget for drones was $226 million, and for this year it's $56 billion. So the current Department of War is serious. They've learned lessons of Ukraine. I'm sure also they've learned lessons of asymmetrical war in the Gulf, how cheap, low tech managed to disrupt energy facilities in the Gulf.
So I can talk to you guys for hours about this topic, but I just want to thank you so much. It's been a real pleasure to have you on stage and to share your thoughts with our crowd. So thank you again so much.
Thank you so much.
Good job, Alan.
Now, please join me in welcoming Ben-Sion Levinson, founder and CEO of Heaven Drones. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Anna's going to stay with us. Heaven Drones is a company that has developed a hydrogen fuel cell-powered drone. During this conversation, you'll also have the opportunity to watch some footage of these drones in action and see some of the technology being discussed on stage. Ben Sion will be interviewed by Anna Arnheim. Please.
Thank you so much for joining us. How are you today?
Of course, my pleasure. I think I can go home. Listening to the past few sessions, it seems like drones is the main topic, so I might just go home.
Well, I think we need your expertise.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting how drones, a few years ago, weren't part of the conversation. You had to convince even defense customers why it's important, and unfortunately, today it's obvious. But yeah, there's a lot more to discuss here.
So why don't we go back about 7 years ago? Hamas was launching fire kites into the Gaza envelope, into Israeli communities, and you noticed that there was a pretty niche environment there. Now, so, like you said, so much has changed, everything has changed really, but can you share with the crowd your journey, how you were able to recognize that the future of the defense environment was really autonomous systems?
For sure. So, kind of quick journey. I grew up here in New York. When I was 10, moved to Israel. Served as a combat commander in the IDF. Back in 2018, I read in the newspaper that terrorists are sending fire kites and balloons to burn down Israel. And I'm like, startup nation being burned down by fires, the most primitive way of doing things. So I went down there and volunteered for a national project. And at first we said, let's try to pinpoint the location of the fires before they spread. So we built a drone with a thermal camera that can fly around and detect the fires. We realized pretty fast that by the time we got to these fires, they would spread. So we said, hey, Israeli hackathon style, can we build a drone that can put out the fires? So built a larger prototype. We found this chemical material that was able to extinguish fires, and we started putting out fires. And it was a fascinating experience. We realized pretty fast that the use case there is pretty niche because where in the world can you identify and get to a fire within 5 minutes? But this sparked my interest. And the more I dive deeper into drones, what I realize is that this will be a key part of the future. This will change our lives in many industries. But most of the drone market was focused on these small flying cameras, flying sensors that can see things like a fire. And through that crazy scenario where terrorists were trying to burn down Israel, right, just create destruction, I got to this technology and realized that if a drone can become a flying robot and do a mission, that can totally change the use case of drones. So this is back 7 years when I decided to found the company. And the first 2 years was definitely convincing the market that drones will be the future. And it wasn't an easy battle. Defense tech wasn't a thing. Most investors weren't able to invest in defense. Their bylaws or their funds wouldn't enable it. So it took a while, but I think as we're seeing now, this technology is changing the battlefield. As mentioned earlier, unfortunately, on a daily basis, we're seeing Israeli soldiers being killed by drones. And yeah, you would think that Israel is, right, probably the most technological advanced country out there together with the US, but it's still in this, part of the drone market, it's a challenging industry.
It's definitely a very challenging industry, and when we're looking at such simple technology going up against such advanced technology, it makes you wonder about the Israeli innovation. And your technology is built on that Israeli innovation, exceptional talent, and the ability to develop solutions that are tested not only in laboratory, but against the real operational realities in the field. Can you maybe explain just a bit more about the drone industry?
Yeah, for sure. So just to go back a quick second, we should ask ourselves, why is Ukraine successful in drones against Russia? Why is Iran better at drones to some extent than Israel? Why is China much better than the US? And the answer is that drones are much simpler than an F-35. So the nations that were kind of behind or didn't have the resources or the access to technology, they started building drones just as a way to get ahead. So Russia is a mega industrial nation. And when they attacked Ukraine, Ukraine didn't have much and they got into drones. So Simplicity definitely is a key part of it. It was mentioned earlier that quantity doesn't always matter. What I would say is that, of course, quality matters. But if your adversary is building 100 times more than what you're building, in the case of China with the US and other nations in Israel, it doesn't really matter how good you are because it's 100 against 1. So we have to be the best at this. But here's the good news. The drone, so 46 years ago, IAI in Israel was basically the first country to build the first drone out there. The Shahed drone that everyone is excited about out of Iran, that's an Israeli-designed drone. It's a long story, China, Iran. It's a story for a different day.
And
But
then we can also look at the Lucas drone of the Americans, which is based on the Shahed.
Israel, China, Iran, US. It's a funny story. But the point is that we have the potential to be leaders in this, and I think we have to make sure we're leaders in this as a Western world, as US, as Israel.
And when we're looking about how Israeli innovation and American innovation can go hand in hand, can you also talk about how Israeli drone companies are integrating more with the American ecosystem, how they share operational lessons, and what do you see as the most important piece of Israeli combat experience that the US drone industry and American warfighters really need to absorb?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and I think the companies that can figure that out really can scale. And that is that the US is by far the largest market, defense market in the world. And the US, you look at most nations, they're using, if they're Western nations, they're using US technology. If not, they're using China or Russia. Israel is very good at getting from 0 to 1. Israel has amazing engineers. Israel has amazing soldiers that came from the battlefield and had to deal with this as soldiers, and they got the insights and are now building things. We all know that Israel is a startup nation, not necessarily a scale-up nation. We're all working on that. We're structured as a US company with a very, very significant Israeli operation. And what we try to do is make sure that we're designing around the needs both of the US and Israel, and they're very often similar, but there's some differences. Being able to test these drones in the battlefield, right, and make sure that our warfighters in the IDF have the most advanced technologies, but do it in scale in the US, right? So that means manufacturer, there has to be a reindustrialization in US and allied manufacturing capacity because there's no way to win elsewhere. And what I would say is that what the US needs is drones that have been proven on the battlefield so that the US warfighters aren't trying out new technology for the first time. Now, unfortunately for Israelis in Israel is going to be at war. If we thought otherwise, the past 3 years have taught us the hard lesson. So that's really the best, right? Get these systems in the hands of our warfighters in Israel, and then get them in the hands of our warfighters in the US after they're battlefield proven.
Now, the United States is not only the world's largest defense market, but it really does set the direction for the industry as a whole. Now, how does Israeli bias towards rapid iteration interact with the American emphasis on process, certification, and scale when you're developing those autonomous systems?
Yeah, so if done correctly, it works beautifully. It's obviously easier said than done. Again, there are things that Israel is very good at. There are things that the US is very good at. One thing that's important to mention is just the scale of the US market. So to build a new technology, especially if you want to compete with the China, Russia, Iran, kind of part of the world, it really goes back to scale, right? And you have to have the customer there. So I really think that in a lot of technologies, and I think everyone here is here because they care about the US-Israel relations and how we have a stronger Israel by having a stronger US. But if we can do this specifically in the drone world by really combining both these efforts, the scale of the US, technology in Israel, there's always some sensitivities in the defense world on all sides, right? Sensitive projects. But we at Heaven, so we're about 150 employees today, split between the US and Israel. We're a US company with a very significant Israeli presence. We recently became the first unicorn out of Israel defense industry, and we're continuing to kind of push that limit. And a key part of our strategy is combining the best of what Israel and the US have to offer with the goal of building the leading Western company to really hopefully bring safety to our soldiers and then take this to many different industries and make the world a much better place.
A much better place and a much safer place. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. And continuing our discussion about the new Middle East and the rapidly changing region, I'd like to invite two leading voices on Middle Eastern affairs to the stage for a panel titled Allies in a Changing Middle East, Voices for a New Regional Future. Please welcome Catherine Perez-Shaktam, Executive Director of the We Believe Alliance and the Forum for Foreign Relations. Perez-Shaktam previously met with Iran's late Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. She'll be joined by Amjad Taha, an Emirati expert in strategic and political affairs. The conversation will be moderated by Alex Winston, news editor of the Jerusalem Post.
Guys, I'm really excited for this conversation. We've heard a lot of Israeli voices today. We've heard a lot of American voices, naturally. And now we get an insight from a different part of the world, people with different experiences. And it's going to be absolutely fascinating. Thank you guys so much for joining me today.
Pleasure.
Catherine, if I can start with you. For those who don't know, and you really, really should know, Catherine spent years living in Iran, infiltrating the regime, getting to know regime politicians, people, insiders. Obviously, we've just had a war with Iran, and we're still dealing with it. What did you learn from meeting these people, from meeting the regime? What did you learn about them that the West still doesn't understand?
Okay, I'm gonna boil it down to three things, because otherwise we're gonna be here for days. But the main thing I would say is that believe them when they tell you that they want to death to America, death to Israel, amongst other things. But really, what my meeting with Khamenei taught me, and it's actually horrifying, is that the reason why they are calling for the death of America, it's because America represents democracy with a capital D. It represents the possibility for someone to move within society and to reinvent himself or herself as many times as you want. It represents hope for nations across the world. Now, when it comes to Israel, when they talk about Israel, and I'm going to get slightly biblical here, it's coming from the horse's mouth who's not dead, thankfully, is that he was referring to the sons and daughters of Jacob. And by that, they mean to say that, number one, they want to destroy the Judeo-Christian world. Number two, they're coming after the God of Israel because they do believe in the prophecies, ours, and what they hope to achieve is a reinvention of the region. The third thing that I found out was that actually Israel is but one stop along the way of global domination, and I know what it sounds like. But really what they want, and if you look at the map, you will see that I'm right, and Saudi Arabia understands it now, is that Israel is not the ultimate goal. Israel is the one nation in the world that has stood up because Jews do not take a knee to evil. But really, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the rest of them are there to surround Saudi Arabia. Why? Because Saudi Arabia is home to two holy cities, Mecca and Medina. And if you do control those cities, if you do control and you become the custodian of the two holy mosques, you then control the Islamic world and the Arab world. And that allows you to repaint an entire nation of people to the colors of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And that is the real danger. Unless we understand this, we don't understand what the Islamic Republic is about.
Do you think that they are so good at playing these games, these double faces of what they portray inside and what they portray to the West?
Look, if we haven't found out now that they are liars...
They're still talking. I mean,
Well, look, they keep talking, but they win wars when they really lose them, if you recall. This regime, and I have met many evil people along the way, but those are special people. I have never seen... I mean, if you want a definition of a raging narcissist, I give you Khamenei and son. They're no longer. Thank God for that. Maybe there's a carton board box somewhere lying around. But those people are genuinely dangerous. And I would love, and I think that President Trump understands this more than anyone else. And we do, certainly. In the Jewish world in Israel, we do understand the threat. But the Islamic of Iran is really no joke, people. It is the one evil regime in the world. And if ever I could, give you a picture of what evil looks like, it is them. They have enslaved, and I don't mean occupy, I mean enslaved 93 million people. I have seen what they've done to Yemen, look at what they've done to Lebanon and Syria. Whatever it is that they touch disappears in darkness. And I beg of you to understand one thing, they will not stop. Do not be fooled by compassion. And I'm going to tell you, if you allow me, I'm going to say something that I keep saying and repeating, and I will do it until I'm blue in the face. If compassion you want to show it to the real innocent in the room, and those are the generation that have yet to be born. To show compassion to a group of people or an ideology that want to see your children dead is not compassion, it is cowardice. And I would like to think that as Jews, we have learned one thing. We do not bow, we do not break, we do not take a knee, and we stand for the state of Israel, because the state of Israel is the only thing standing between us and darkness. It is the light. So I'd like to honor it.
Absolutely. And Amjad, I'd like to ask you, from a Gulf perspective, you guys, I think it's fair to say, went through, similar to us, you went through the war. Were you surprised at the level of the Iranian attacks on the UAE? And what does it mean for the Abraham Accords, for the friendship between our two countries, that we were able to stand together against this enemy? Do you think that means that the Abraham Accords are stronger than ever, that the friendship between our two countries is stronger than ever?
Well, thank you for having me. I'm proud to be, thank you. I'm proud to be from a country that's UAE, a country that sees anti-Semitism as a crime, not an opinion. And anyone who is anti-Semites in the UAE goes to prison. It doesn't become an activist or a mayor. And after the 7th of October, when the filthy animals, which I think it's not fair to say call them animals, because we do have cats and dogs, are really great friends of us. The filthy Hamas, Iranian proxy, the Muslim Brotherhood proxy in Gaza, proxy of Iran, when they carried the 7th of October genocide against humanity, not just against the state of Israel, everyone thought, okay, this is it. The Abrahamic Accord failed, and the countries we joined the Abrahamic Accord will close the borders, will close the embassies, and kick out the ambassadors. None of that happened. We stood strong, brave, we fought back. We didn't close the embassy, not for one day. In fact, the only airline which was going back and forth from Israel to UAE and through the world, it was Dubai, Fly Dubai, was going to Israel back and forth and didn't stop one day. In fact, some congressmen, I was speaking to some of the congressmen, and they told me, Amjad, we wanted to fly to Israel after the 7th of October. American airline wasn't available. British airline wasn't available. Air France wasn't available. They had to come through Dubai, and from Dubai, fly there. Fly Dubai was available. It's because on a rainy day, you expect your friends to be there, not to hide away. And that's exactly what happened on the 28th of Feb. On a rainy day, when Iran started targeting us. In fact, Iran targeted us more than it has ever targeted any country through decades, with more than 2,800 drones and missiles targeting our mosques, our children, our hospitals. Now, why do I use these terminologies? Because a lot of protesters in New York, they love those terminologies, but they were on silent mode.
They're outside
when my country was attacked, they were on silent mode, because those rockets were not from Israel. They were from the Islamic regime in Iran. And this answers your question for who are those activists? Are they human rights activists, or are they a lobby activist? Because when my country was attacked, there are American citizens also live in UAE. There's 200 nations that lives in the UAE, and my country was protecting all those 200 nations, plus the synagogue, the church, and the mosque, which is the only country in the Middle East that you can find, plus Israel, you can find those synagogue, church, and mosque right next to each other. Have we failed? No. Are we going to go back from the Abrahamic Accord? Absolutely not. Will more countries join the Abrahamic Accord? Absolutely they will do so.
Fantastic. Well, we've run out of time, but I urge all of you to grab these two afterwards. Please, thank you, Catherine and Amjad. Thank you for joining me today. Thank you, guys.
Excellent. Excellent job. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. And now we're in for a very special conversation. Please welcome Amikam Norkin, former commander of the Israeli Air Force, to the stage for a discussion with Anna Arenheim, defense and tech editor by the Jerusalem Post. General Norkin is a fighter pilot whose military career spans more than 3 decades. Today, he's the CEO of Ace Capital Partners. Let's have a round of applause for him.
What an honor. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me here. And just for my friend from the Emirates, sir, thank you very much for your nation, for your friendship. And I think it's in the strategic relations that many of the people here even cannot imagine how deep they are. Thank you very much.
I actually want to start our discussion about Operation Roaring Lion and Epic Fury and what has changed between the Israeli and American air relationship from the moments the pilots were in the air heading towards Iran. What did that war reveal about the current state of the alliance between the two and the interoperability?
So I would like to start my answering by presenting the map of the Middle East. Because of 2 reasons. First of all, in Israel there is only one aviation. There is no Navy aviation, Army aviation. There is only one Air Force. And not like the American system, the air defense, the Iron Dome, the David Sling, and the Arrow, they are part of the Air Force. Second, look at the size of Israel. Israel got no strategic depth. And if I might have only one sentence to speak about, is to say to you that our strategic depth is your support. Our strategic depth is our relations with Emirates. Our strategic depth is the American support to Israel since October 7 or maybe since October 73. And of course, part of the strategic depth is the support of the Jewish communities around the world toward Israel. So, having said that, I would like to move to the next slide and to speak about the relation between the air forces. You know, I was the 18th chief, and we built those relations for many years. We are flying the American platforms. We are using the American technology. Of course, we integrate Israeli capabilities. We are flying together we do exercises. But at the end, it's all about people. So the pilots can speak to each other, and here we can see General Goldfein, the previous American chief. He visited Israel 2019. And for the first time, the American Air Force commander and the Israeli Air Force commander sat at the same cockpit, here, the F-15. I'm at the front seat, and Dave, my friend, at the back seat, and we are flying above Jerusalem.
What a beautiful picture.
So I got the privilege to own the skies as a commander, so I can fly low altitude above Jerusalem. And once we flew above Jerusalem, Dave told me it's like a dream come true, because I learned about this city since I'm 5 years old, and now I'm flying low altitude above this holy city. So the relations, Anna, become very close. And in his previous session at the White House, President Trump took decision to move Israel from EUCOM, from European Command, to the Central Command. Here in this picture, we can see at the COVID time, General Guy, he was the AFCENT commander, the Central Air Force commander. He came to Israel, and we start to build under the American umbrella a regional defense plan. How to support each other. Just another short picture. You can see here many commanders that came to Israel. They fly for us.
Blue flag?
Blue flag. And that's for you, my friend. The Emirates chief, first time ever in history, visited Israel 2020. So all those plans that we build become a reality at the war. And you can see here in this slide how we are flying. This is illustration that the Israeli Defense Forces spokesman published, how we fly above Iran and attacked hundreds of targets together with the American Air Force.
It's amazing. I want to turn now about the American-Israeli tech, because you were the air chief and now you're in the defense tech ecosystem. So where do you see the next breakthrough coming from? Is it going to be autonomy? Is it going to be AI-enabled targeting, space-based sensing, or something completely different that we're not talking about?
First of all, I think that together we developed the most advanced technology in the world. And today, the American Air Force and the Israeli Air Force, we are operating the most advanced drone fleet. So today, the drones, also some of the speakers spoke about autonomous, they are still operated by a man. There is a man in the loop. So there is a way, and the next step is that one person can operate a swarm, like 20, 50 drones that can designate the target by themselves and attack the target by themselves with no man in the loop. So AI autonomous, this is first. Second, space. Like we are talking about air superiority, we should speak about space superiority. We should do a lot of our defense activities from space. So AI, space. Third, laser. The laser become a game changer, will be a game changer at the battlefield. It's only the initial steps for the Israeli systems, for defense missions, but now we are starting to speak about offensive missions with laser. And I think that I might add to this least the quantum. So those areas are the next, let's say, generation for defense technology.
And so now what about the American-Israeli cooperation? Because you've seen everything, right? From flying F-15s to commanding the Israeli Air Force to now investing in defense tech. What do you believe that the next decade of American-Israeli cooperation will be like?
Well, I think that if I may use Aviram's answer, you asked him the same question: should Israel be more independent or to cooperate with America? I think that at the battlefield, we flew with the American pilots shoulder to shoulder. We should do the same now at the tech. The Israeli companies with the American companies need to build a process, a system that we can do innovation together. The Israeli Innovation Hub should be a source for the American scale-up capabilities and the American market. And together we should build the technology for the next threats. What are the next threats? For example, hypersonic missiles. We should do it together, not just to buy from each other, to develop, to do research, and to do R&D together. I think this is, it might be more important for both nations.
Great, thank you so much for joining us. It's been an honor.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very interesting talk and the photos. We'll now hear from Ari Steinberg, the CEO of Ashmoret, one of the most powerful consumer communities in Israel. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Steinberg.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here. For the past 3 years, Israel has been in a state of war. As Israelis, we constantly move between routine and emergency. One moment we are at work, at school, in training, and the next, everything stops and we run to bomb shelters. Only a few weeks ago, Israel was under attack by Iran and then Hezbollah for over a month, with ballistic missiles and drones raining down on the country hour after hour. Through my leadership across Israel's sports, education, and public sectors, I see firsthand the consequences of the war waged against the Jewish state, on our children, on our sports, and on our future. One of the fields most deeply affected by the war is sports. In Israel, training has been disrupted. Professional leagues have had to cancel games and at times halt entire seasons. Teams lost the ability to host international matches at home. Just imagine if the New York Knicks were forced to hold their playoffs in Canada or Mexico because ballistic missiles were targeting their cities, families, and fans. Overseas, Israeli athletes playing for international teams are facing major challenges. Attacks from anti-Semitic groups, protests, boycotts by competitors, and even teams that avoid signing Israeli players for fear of losing fans. Here are just a few examples. During a match between Maccabi Tel Aviv and Ajax in Amsterdam, Israeli fans were violently attacked outside the stadium by organized anti-Israel groups. Supporters, including families and children, were chased and assaulted in scenes that shocked Jewish communities around the world. What message is sent when violent attacks targeting Israelis and Jews in the heart of Europe are met with so little accountability? Artem Dovgopyat, Israeli Olympic gold medalist, was unable to compete at the 2025 World Gymnastics Championships in Indonesia after Israel's delegation was barred from participation. For an athlete at the peak of his career, missing a world championship can have major professional consequences. Despite these obstacles, Artem continues to represent Israel with pride at the highest levels of international sport. Yeah, sure. And I am proud that Artem lives and trains at Wingate, the home of our Olympic athletes. I am also the chairman of Wingate, she didn't say it, and the chairman of the Israeli Basketball Super League. And here's something for you. And here, in the United States, Israeli NBA star Deni Avdia has faced, we owe it to him, has faced backlash and hostility simply for expressing pride in being Israeli. Increasingly, Israeli athletes are finding themselves judged not by their performance, but by their nationality. No athlete should have to choose between representing their country and feeling safe or accepted in their sport. Ahead of the 2024 Olympic Games in Paris, hundreds of athletes and activists signed petitions calling on the International Olympic Committee to ban Israel from competing. That effort failed. And instead, Israel delivered one of the strongest Olympic performances in its history, bringing home 7 medals and proving that resilience can overcome hate. And I saw this reality in my own home through my son, Yonatan, who plays in Israel's youth soccer league. During the Iran war, their season was halted and players couldn't train or compete at all for 40 days. Unfortunately, there are many more examples. Friends, we are in a state of emergency. These are not isolated incidents. This is a wider challenge that tests the very values on which the world of sports is built. I call on international sports bodies to stand firm against political pressure and protect the integrity of sport. Insist that political fights stay off the field and that the spirit of sport continues to be one of respect for one's opponent. Just in recent weeks, Israel's national judo team brought home 3 medals in the European Championships. And I am sure that we will hear the Israeli anthem Hatikva at the 2028 Olympic Games in Los Angeles again and again. And at the end of this month, Israel will finally host the Maccabiah, the largest Jewish sporting event in the world, bringing together Jewish athletes from across the globe in a powerful celebration of unity, resilience, and excellence. Thank you. So to those organizations, athletes, and coaches who speak against us, I have one message for you. You will not break us. Israeli and Jewish athletes will continue to compete, to stand tall in the face of these attacks, and to bring pride, medals, and international achievements. Education and sports are one. They are the pillars of our national strength. From this stage, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to Israel's teachers and school leaders. You continue to educate and inspire our youth through the most difficult period in Israel's history. Under fire, with extraordinary uncertainty, you show up every single day. You are an anchor of stability and a source of hope for the next generation. And to you, the American Jewish community, thank you so much for your steadfast commitment to Israel's future. Your partnership, support for our education and sports, and unbreakable solidarity give us the strength to thrive and build the next generation of Israeli leaders. And before, that's for you, Thank you so much. And before I close, I want to recognize Israel's young generation facing an incredibly difficult reality with extraordinary resilience. You are true heroes. We will continue to play and deliver the global stage. We will continue to fight anti-Semitism and continue to educate our younger generation toward excellence, tolerance, and respect for others. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a delight. The Israel diaspora connection is crucial to a strong Jewish world. Diaspora Jews serve as supporters and advocates of the Jewish state and its people. At the same time, especially in recent years with the rise of anti-Semitism worldwide, many diaspora communities have increasingly looked to Israel for support. To discuss these important issues, please welcome Yom Tov Ranan, Deputy Director General of the Ministry of Diaspora Affairs and Combating Anti-Semitism.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Imagine a Jewish classroom in London, New York, or Buenos Aires. Outside, anti-Semitism is growing and the news is difficult. But inside the classroom, students are learning Hebrew, studying Jewish history, and building a strong Jewish identity and connection to Israel. When people think about protecting the Jewish people, they often think about Israel army. But one of our fronts is Jewish education in the diaspora. Today, the future of the Jewish people depends on Jewish education. It is not just important, it is how we survive. Jewish students around the world face anti-Semitism at school, on the streets, and online. Many are asked to defend their identity before they fully understand it. At the same time, more young people want connection, meaning, and pride in being Jewish. They want to understand their history and values. Security can protect people physically, but education gives them confidence and strength. When students learn Hebrew and Jewish value, they feel connected to their heritage, to Israel, and to each other. Jewish teachers are the heroes of the Jewish world. Every day, they support students, answer difficult questions, and help young people feel proud to be Jewish. They are educators, role models, and leaders. We have not given them enough recognition. The people teaching our children are helping shape the Jewish future. Israel believes that Jews everywhere are responsible for one another. Under the leadership of Minister Amichai Shikli and Director General Abi Cohen-Scali, the Ministry of Diaspora Affairs and Combating Anti-Semitism sees teachers as a central pillar of Jewish life and connection across the globe. Because teachers are so important, the ministry is proud to launch a new initiative together with the Jerusalem Post and United, the Global Jewish Education Teachers Award. This award will honor outstanding Jewish teachers in the diaspora who inspire students to connect with Hebrew, Jewish values, and Israel. This award is more than recognition. It is a message from the State of Israel. We see you, we appreciate you, and we value you. You are building the Jewish future. Nomination will open soon. This October, the ministry will host a major global conference for Jewish educators in Israel. The conference was originally scheduled to take place in March, but was postponed following the war with Iran. In this event, hundreds of teachers and education leaders from around the world will come together to share ideas, learn new tools, discuss the future of Jewish education, and recognize the importance of Jewish educators. Most importantly, teachers will see they are not alone. Educators from Toronto, London, Miami, Mexico City, and many other communities will meet and strengthen each other. The investment we make in Jewish education today will shape the Jewish world of tomorrow. Let us celebrate our teachers, support them, and continue building a strong connection between Israel and Jewish communities everywhere. Together, we can make sure every Jewish child can proudly say, Am Yisrael Chai. תודה רבה.
Thank you. We're now joined by Ifat Ovadia Lusky, chairwoman of the World Zionist Organization, who will deliver brief remarks. Please welcome her to the stage.
Actually, they upgrade me now because I am now the head of the Department of Combating Anti-Semitism in World Zionist Organization, and I just ended my term as chairwoman of KKL JNF. So good afternoon, distinguished guests. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today at the Jerusalem Post Conference in New York, a community that symbolized the deep and strong bond between the State of Israel and diaspora Jewry. Dear friends, since October 7th, the Jewish world has experienced an overwhelming wave of anti-Semitism. The continuous war of Israel's independence shows that the pattern repeats itself. When Israel defends itself and its home, anti-Semitism strikes again. Today, anti-Semitism often comes under the shape of anti-Zionism. Anyone who calls for the destruction of Israel or denies the Jewish state's right to exist is promoting anti-Semitism. And the goal is not only to harm Israel. It has always been an attempt to weaken the confidence of the Jewish people, to make Jews afraid of their identity and ashamed of their roots. In recent days, I have met with many leaders and members of the Jewish community here in New York. All of them are deeply concerned by the alarming rise in anti-Semitic attacks. But what concerns me even more is the possibility that the awakening will come too late. So today, from this stage, I want to say clearly to our brothers and sisters in New York and across the diaspora, wake up now. We all must wake up. And if there is one lesson we learned from October 7th, it is this. When your enemies tell you they want to hurt you, believe them. For too long, many people believed that hateful words were only words. October 7th proved us that words turn into actions. That is why we must never ignore hatred and calls for violence against Jews and against Israel. It is time to look at the danger and act with zero tolerance and anti-Semitism before it is too late. The time to stand up and act is now. Our answer to hatred is very clear. More Jewish pride, more Zionist pride, much more identity education for our next generation, more Jewish communities standing tall and not apologizing for their connection to Israel. The great question is not only how we fight anti-Semitism, but what kind of people we choose to be in the face of it. Will we be a people that reacts out of fear, or a people that leads with strength? Our answer must be clear. Not fear, but pride. Not weakness, but resilience. Not shrinking back, but standing tall and confident in our identity. Because the Jewish people have always survived thanks to our belief in ourselves, our unity, and our destiny. This begins with a deep understanding. Israel and diaspora Jewry are not two separate arenas. We are one people. Therefore, the fight against anti-Semitism begins by strengthening the connection between us, taking mutual responsibility and ending the division between us. Ladies and gentlemen, in the eyes of our enemies, we are all the same people. And there is an important point we must remember. The true strength of Israel is not measured only on the battlefield. It is also measured by our ability to continue to create, innovate, lead, and dream, even during the most difficult times. Israel continues to be one of the most innovative and influential countries in the world. And this is not by accident. This is exactly the Jewish story: to take pain and turn it into hope, to face challenges and build a better future. And this is the true answer to anti-Semitism: not only to fight the darkness, but empower the light. Because anti-Semitism is a story of hate, but the Jewish story is a story of life. Thank you very much. Am Israel Chai.
Now please welcome our panel, Leading Through Uncertainty, which brings together 4 leading voices in business, innovation, and the economy. Joining us are Ro'i Danino, entrepreneur and business mentor; Mark Levinson, co-chair of the New Jersey Israel Commission; Sanaz Yashar, co-founder and CEO of Zafran Security; and Professor Edward Yakubov, president of the Hulon Institute of Technology. The panel will be moderated by Dr. Ephraim Chalamesh, international commentator, columnist, and NYU professor. Thank you. Thank you. Hi. So Ryan Tov.
Go ahead, please. First of all, thank you for staying so late. Please, round of applause. So we learned a lot about defense, about strategy, about the economy, about the strategic relationships. Our goal for the next very few minutes is to pretty much tie everything together and learn about a couple of amazing institutions and individuals. Unfortunately, we don't have much time, so we go straight to the heart of the matter. Ladies first in this context. Sanaz, you started a great cyber security company, and what's really cool about it is you really created a category. In 30 seconds, what's the category and why you're rocking these days?
The category is not far from what the state of Israel is trying to do for the last 3 years. The name of the category is Continuous Threat Exposure Management. Since the threat also in cyber as well as the kinetic world is getting much more dynamic and you don't know where does it come from next, and surprise is the name of the game, is very important to do the right risk assessment, understand your vulnerabilities and defenses, and make sure that the top of the risk is remediated by AI.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ro'i, you are becoming a well-known individual in the world of economic growth, especially when it comes to turning distressed companies to more successful companies. You failed, you came back yourself, you tried to teach people from your own experience. In very few words, tell this wonderful audience what you learned from your own failed story.
So before 10 years, I lost $25 million in a business that collapsed. This major collapse learned me how to be a better leader and more honest and clamor. After the collapse, I learned how to identify risks before they become disasters. And this is what I do today. I help others
Terrific. And rumor has it that your wife is in the audience, and one of the reasons you managed to come back is because you've got your wife's back. So thank.
Of course. After 400 days in Gaza, she is the hero.
Amazing. And we'll talk about Gaza's experience in a second. Professor, please. Professor, people heard of all types of academic institutions mentioned here. You came all the way from Hulon. Very briefly, tell this esteemed audience what the HIT institution is all about.
We are focused on STEM disciplines. This is very, very important engine of growth. Just now, about 2,500 of our students are working in leading security, defense, and high-tech companies. This is our contribution to the economy of Israel. But we believe that we have a very, very short time for the next challenges around Israel. So we started this year defense tech at each faculties, and we believe that together with our institution and our partners in USA and other countries, we will be ready for next challenges.
Terrific. A good place to find good students for your institution, I give you a secret, it's New Jersey. And just by coincidence, the person who is sitting next to you is responsible to build strategic political and economic bridges between New Jersey and the state of Israel. Our good friend here, Mark, please share with the audience what the commission is all about.
Jersey-Israel Commission is actually the only commission in the United States. It's a state-funded entity. It's not a federation. It's not a chamber of commerce. It's funded by the state. And our goal is to enhance the economic relationship between Israel and New Jersey. We average about between $1.5 billion a year in bilateral trade, goods and services, just between New Jersey and Israel. We also have strong academic partnerships, New Jersey Institute of Technology and Ben-Gurion University, Rutgers University in Tel Aviv, and also many other relationships. We're very proud of what we do.
Extremely helpful. So, as you know, good success stories come with challenges. We just heard about Roi's own personal story. So let's just for 20, 30 seconds each, just to go back to the bedtimes before we get to all the great success story. Sanaz, you grew up in Iran. You made it to the Jewish homeland, and now you're here in New York. Truly a global story. Pick one little story from your own personal life that reminds us that you can build a great cyber company through this experience, please.
I think the game is about being different, but understand the other side. In a way, in my elementary school in Tehran, the first page of the book is in order to win and the game and the battlefield, you need to know your enemy better. This is what we learned in the 4th grade, and I think from why I believe that innovation and tech is 100% a win for the state of Israel, because we have been there. We need to be innovative to survive, and that is like really helping the co-founders that making themselves top of the business in US.
And also you told me when we actually prepared this session is that when you look at the world today, geoeconomics, geopolitics, things change so quickly that the system that you've built on the detection really fits these kind of personal stories changing by the day. We have a president of university, academic institution here. You told me that your personal story coming from Eastern Europe all the way to Israel 30 years ago really shaped the way you've built your academic career, running now an up-and-coming STEM institution, and maybe another time we'll tell the people how to survive the AI jobs tsunami. But in a few words, what you learned from your whole journey all the way from Eastern Europe to Israel, now running HIT?
The result is my home now. It was a very, very long period of my dream with my family to make immigration. We do this, and I'm so happy that we do this. I think that all Jews from all around the world should know that there is the unique country and unique way to be together. This is my message to all Jews around the world.
Terrific, terrific. Roy, you served more than 400 days in Gaza. That's what you told us. This is pretty impressive. Thank you for your service. You told me you spend days and nights talking to small to mid-sized businesses owners serving in the army about their challenges. Through this challenge, what you learn about how we can actually help them to be resilient and be more successful?
The true help that they need, the support of all of you on the small business in Israel, not on the medium business or big business, because there is a lot of small business owners that they are also resolved in the forces, and they fight two wars at the same time. And by the day, they fight in the combat inside Gaza, inside Lebanon, and in the night, they try to save their business and their family. And it's very important that all of the Jewish in the world support on the small business in Israel when they come to tour or buy online, because every year there is 15,000 small business that collapse in Israel. The microeconomic in Israel, it's not so good like the macroeconomic that we hear all the day about the high-tech and the security factory. The microeconomic in Israel have a difficult life, and they live all the time in uncertainty reality.
Terrific, terrific, very inspiring. And Mark, before we finish, New Jersey is competing against, of course, the other states in America, but also the narrative, right? Most people here know New York, know the New York-Israel bridge, but New Jersey is becoming really a big part of this story. Through the challenge of telling New Jersey's story to the world, what you learn, and give us some ideas, concrete ideas, how the people here in the room can be part of the New Jersey-Israeli bridge.
First of all, New Jersey has probably the largest expat Israeli community in the northern suburbs. The public education is #1. We are every governor, whichever side of the aisle, fights anti-Semitism, supports Israel. It's important for the state of New Jersey, but it's also because it's the right thing to do. We have the greatest universities, we have the greatest work talent, and we have the most flights during peacetime. We have the most daily flights from Israel back and forth to our region. So you want to come to New Jersey, come speak to us. We'll help you out. We want the jobs, we want the business, we want the relationship, and that's what we got to say.
That's terrific. And I know that we have in a few minutes the ambassador, the U.S. ambassador to the UN. I'm sure he would be talking to you about what it takes to move to New Jersey. Guys, please thank the speakers, these wonderful panelists. Join Roy for economics analysis, Sanaz, learn about her cybersecurity company, Mark to better understand New Jersey-Israeli bridge, and finally, HIT. Please be part of this story. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Excellent. And now, the moment many of you have been waiting for. We're about to hear from two individuals leading their countries through what can sometimes feel like an uphill battle against bias and misinformation at the United Nations. Mike Waltz, United States Ambassador to the United Nations, and Danon, Israel's Ambassador to the UN. Before we begin the conversation, Harley Lippman, founder and chief executive officer of Genesis 10, will offer a few brief remarks about these distinguished leaders. Mr. Lippman's philanthropy stretches from helping orphans in Cambodia to supporting IDF soldiers. He's been appointed to diplomatic roles by multiple U.S. presidents and is a sought-after commentator and analyst for almost every network from Fox to Al Jazeera. Ambassadors Waltz and Danon will be joined by Amichai Stein, diplomatic correspondent for the Jerusalem Post, for a special interview. Let's put our hands together.
A lot of people have asked me and said, why is it that the Iran war is so unpopular? Why is it that America can't understand why it's so important to break this regime? And I'll tell you why I think that is, because so many people have asked. I think the problem is mostly messaging. Here are the reasons why the United States needs to destroy the regime in Iran. Number one, they pose an existential threat to the United States. They already have built medium-range missiles that are hitting Israel. They're building long-range missiles with the sole purpose of reaching the United States with a nuclear warhead. So they represent an existential threat to the United States. Reason two, this is President Trump's strategy vis-a-vis China, America's #1 adversary. If you could leverage oil, which China desperately needs, by holding back Venezuelan and Iranian oil, which make up about 20% of China's needs, you could use leverage and prevent China perhaps from going to war over Taiwan, preventing World War III. Reason three, because they are the world center of terrorism, which costs lives and trillions of dollars. And last reason is because let's think of America at our best when we are seen as liberators, like in World War II. We went to Europe not to rape, not to pillage, but to liberate. The Iranian people are suffering terribly. Let's be known as a country that liberates people that are oppressed. Those are the reasons. That said, I want to introduce briefly, you heard the names, everybody knows Danny Danon and Ambassador Mike Waltz. They both have done an extraordinary job of defending the values we believe in, of humanity, of democracy, pushing back against dictatorships that want to damage the United States and Israel. So we're incredibly grateful to have them as representing two countries that work together to build partnerships, trust, and hope in the world. I want to welcome them up on the stage and thank them for their service and for everything they're doing to promote peace in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ambassadors, for being here. You have a very busy day. I know a lot of Security Council, a lot of business. Thank you very much. A lot of bad in the world. Let's begin with you, Ambassador Waltz. I think the first question of many Israelis now is, we have seen President Trump tweet about, Truth Social tweet, sorry, about Lebanon, which says the US achieved a ceasefire, or a ceasefire agreement with Hezbollah at the end. How much, many Israelis might be fearful that it says that the US is not with Israel all the way when it comes to the war against Hezbollah. What's the US stance when it comes to fighting Hezbollah, and does the US have red lines that it puts on Israel about it?
Well, I don't know about those voices that say the US isn't with Israel. I think it's indisputable that President Donald J. Trump has been the best president in American history, period, for the U.S.-Israel relationship. I mean, we could do the long litany of moving the embassy, the Golan Heights, right, the bold and historic action of Operation Midnight Hammer last year to take down Iran's nuclear program. And I think he's been very clear, Secretary Rubio has been very clear, and this is one of the things that has drawn President Aoun, the Lebanese government, into direct talks for the first time, perhaps ever, in that Hezbollah has to go. This is about the terrorist organization that Hezbollah is, that has led Lebanon from being the Paris of the Mediterranean into the destructive, destroyed place that it is today. So I don't see the distance there. They are certainly talking, but at the same time, he's been very clear that Israel has every right to defend itself, as it should. And in fact, after this, both Ambassador Danon and I will go back to the UN Security Council and make that very point on the global stage in front of the entire world.
So this leads me to Ambassador Danon. How is the cooperation between the two of you, the two countries, in the UN in the recent year and a half?
Sometimes I feel bad for my dear friend Mike Waltz because he's working for our issues, sometimes day and night. And I want to thank you, Mike, for your friendship. You have a great team. And when we finish this debate, we're going to go back to the Security Council because President Macron decided to call for an emergency session about the situation in Lebanon. He doesn't think about what's happening in the northern parts of Israel, about our casualties. And again, you know, we don't have to coordinate our messages. We don't have to talk, but when we come together, we are powerful, we are effective, and I want to thank President Trump and Ambassador Waltz for the alliance.
So let's go back to Ambassador Waltz. I want to ask you about Iran, about the nuclear issue. Is it a red line for the US, meaning without eliminating the sites, without taking out the enriched uranium in Iran, without these steps, the US will go back and to war against Iran? Because some maybe will feel that the US maybe will agree to a deal in any price. Are these the red lines of the US at the end, if not war again in Iran?
Well, look, I'm not going to get ahead of the president in these negotiations. If anyone doubts who is in charge, it is absolutely him. Just put your Truth Social on notifications, right? But we have to take a step back. He is the first president of either party that has taken the bold action necessary to actually solve this problem. He's not going to pass it on to the next generation. He's not going to pass it on to the next president. And it is not just his decision or the prime minister's decision. We're at the UN, and as I read our colleagues, the French and others, on a regular basis, there has been UN Security Council resolution after UN Security Council resolution that says Iran cannot and will not and should not have a nuclear weapon. And one of the things that I think doesn't get covered, frankly, as much in the press is if they do reach some type of breakout, that will mean a nuclear arms race across the Middle East. I explained this to kind of as a former congressman, to my constituents, of why this matters. If you have nuclear breakouts across the Middle East, that should scare every American, number one. And number two, the other piece that I don't think is getting enough coverage is if you think for a second Iran won't hand that capability over to Hezbollah or the Houthis or others, now you have terrorist organizations with nuclear proliferation, which I as a Green Beret and others have been fighting and my colleagues dying to prevent now for 20 years. And then finally, we cannot again, of the few things the UN does well, one of them was to enact snapback sanctions to complement the maximum pressure campaign that President Trump reinstituted. And I'm here to tell you the thing the regime fears the most is going broke, economic collapse, and internal uprising. I think they fear that even more than our great US military. And so keeping those sanctions tight and strong is something that Secretary Scott Bessent and us here at the UN are absolutely committed to do, because in one way or the other, Iran's going to give it up the easy way or the hard way.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Ambassador Danon, you know, we are here in New York. The mayor is Mamdani. He said that he will arrest Prime Minister Netanyahu if he comes to the UN, or he would like to arrest Prime Minister Netanyahu if he comes to the UN Assembly in September. So is Prime Minister going to come, or is these threats going to prevent him from coming in September?
Can I be undiplomatic for a minute? Don't pay attention to what Mayor Mamdani says. That's it. Before he got elected, he said that there will be no march on Fifth Avenue. Yesterday, I was there with many of you, and we saw tens of thousands of people marching together. Mayor Mamdani said before he got elected that Prime Minister Netanyahu will not come to the UN during the high-level week. So I have news for him. Prime Minister Netanyahu is coming this coming September to speak in the General Assembly. So We should continue with our strengths, with our values. We should ignore the hate. There's a lot of hate. You know, last week the UN Secretary General included Israel in a blacklist, blaming us for committing sexual crimes as part of our war effort. That's disgraceful. You know, our kids, my son was in Gaza, my daughter, she serves now in the IDF, so he put them on the same list with Hamas, with ISIS, and he ignored all the facts. For a year, we conducted a dialogue with the Office of the Secretary General. We asked him to show us the evidence. Zero, nothing. It's shameful, and I want to thank the US team again, and we are in the process of electing a new Secretary General, and until that happens in the next few months, until that happens, we have decided that with this Secretary General, we are done. We are done with Guterres. We will not work with him. We will ignore him until he will get out of his office this coming January.
I feel the hand is on the mic.
Yeah, no, if I could just add to taking on this cesspool of anti-Semitism that this place has become. It's in line with our values. But instead of complaining about it, this president and our team here is doing something about it. We are dismantling and defunding UNRWA. We are walking away from the so-called Human Rights Council that have so-called experts like Francesca Albanese. We're not just tweeting at her, we're sanctioning her and trying and doing everything we can to shut her down. I am proud to stand with Danny and Holocaust survivors in the General Assembly on Holocaust Remembrance Day, and thank God for great generals like Dwight D. Eisenhower, who said, I want this all documented because someday people are going to try to deny it. So under this president, there is no turning a blind eye. There's no just sending strongly worded letters. We are taking bold and aggressive action to shut these people down or frankly impose costs when they do things like try to penalize, debank, and blacklist American companies who want to do business with the state of Israel. It's outrageous, it's ridiculous, and we're not going to stand for it.
Let's talk, the final issue is something positive which is happening in the UN. You talked about the bad things. But we're seeing a growing Israel Gulf cooperation inside the UN, especially during the Iran war. Can you both tell us a bit about this cooperation? Ambassador Danon can start.
We all are very proud of the Abraham Accords, and we saw them in action in the last few months. To see the cooperation between Israel and the UAE, to see countries like Bahrain and UAE drafting a resolution against Iran. It wasn't the US or Israel. It was the UAE ambassador who got the support of more than 100 countries for a resolution isolating Iran. I think we can do more. We should make it like, you know, you have this platinum card on your wallet or golden card. So we should make it beneficial for countries who join the Abraham Accords. And many countries, not only in the region, they want to join the Abraham Accords, and I'm sure President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu will expand the Abraham Accords. And then one last point, you have to mention the Isaac Accords, Latin American countries that support Israel and the US, countries like Argentina, Chile, Bolivia, Paraguay. Hopefully soon we'll see Colombia and Brazil joining the Isaac Accord. So I'm very optimistic about it, Amichai.
Ambassador, do you want to add?
Well, I'll just say I was proud to host the Abraham Accords caucus of bringing the Gulf ambassadors, Ambassador Danon and others around things that we can agree on. And this is, you know, President Trump's approach. He is so proud of the Abraham Accords. He is so determined to expand them. And, you know, he believes business binds people. It's what I call commercial diplomacy. And the more we have countries across the region and the people of the region and the next generation of the region talking about how to work together with rail and roads and ports and data centers and AI, the less they're talking about their great-grandfather's grievance that, you know, goes back farther than anybody can remember. So he is not asking the world and the country, the region, when will you eventually get there? He's saying, let's get there now and be part of a new Middle East that can work together and create a new future for all of our children.
Thank you very much, ambassadors. I know you have a crazy work schedule still ahead. You're not going home. you're going back to the UN. So thank you very much.
Can I just close with this? We're approaching America's 250th birthday, right?
Mazel tov.
The world's oldest democracy partnered with the Middle East's only democracy. That relationship must remain strong. I'm proud of serving a president who's determined for it to remain strong. And the central thesis is our rights, our freedoms come from God. They don't come from a king or a czar or an emperor as existed all through history. They come from God, and then we, the people, decide what we hand over to a representative government. And that is a value that we can never, ever, ever take for granted, and that we will certainly be fighting for in the UN. And I'm proud to have a wingman right here.
Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much, ambassadors.
Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely excellent. No need to look into the newspapers. You heard it here first. Now please welcome a representative of the World Zionist Organization, Rabbi Danon Peretz, president of WZO. He's coming to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to leave you, before we end this conference, this wonderful Jerusalem Post conference, with a thought. A thought on October 7th, how this day, 31 months ago, was both the worst day in modern Jewish history, but also the greatest. Unfortunately, our son, Captain Daniel Perez, was one of 251 young men and women, not so young all of them, who fell on October 7th. He was taken hostage. We hoped and prayed for 163 days that Daniel was alive, only to hear on March 17th, 163 days later, that in fact he unfortunately had been killed on October 7th. We had to wait another year and a half until his body came back for a full burial. His body came back for a second funeral. We had buried his bloodstained body. And his body returned exactly 2 years later on, perhaps you can close the doors at the back. It'll be a little bit easier for me to speak. Perhaps I'll wait till the doors are closed. When the doors are closed, I'll continue. When the doors are closed, I'll continue. I can't speak like this, I'm sorry. When the doors are closed, I'll continue. As I mentioned, October 7th was both the worst and best of days. The worst, as I've explained for the last few moments, our son was one of 1,250 young men and women who fell on the day, 251 who were taken hostage in the day. We had to wait 2 long years for his body to be returned, as it turned out, on Simchat Torah, exactly 2 years later, where he was amongst the final deal of those bodies coming back for burial, laid a second time to rest after his bloodstained uniform had been buried a year and a half before, on that horrific day. Israel has not known one day of peace since its founding, and certainly not since October 7th. Only today, Captain Dr. Ori Yosef Sylvester was killed in Lebanon, and from that day where 300 soldiers and so many civilians were killed, until today, soldiers still die, and we hope Yosef, we wish Nechama to his family, will be the last. In short, not one day has Israel known of peace where we continue to defend ourselves against those who wish to destroy us. As we all know, wars on 7 fronts, which continues. We've all seen outside today the marches, the protests. Not only is the Jewish people in Israel face a 7-war front, but in every single community around the world, in all Western countries, bastions of democracy, it is only Jewish synagogues and schools and centers and conferences which are not protected for freedom of speech, but are protested for the most perverse wars to delegitimize and undermine the Jewish people. All that was unleashed in a way that many of us, certainly in this country, never thought would ever happen, that we're fighting, both in Israel, for our lives, and around the world, for, as my colleague Yifat Ovadialuski spoke about, how anti-Semitism is, of course, anti-Zionism. A friend of mine came back from South Africa. He was in a 5-star hotel, and he went with his Magen David, and he went into the hotel, and the lady at the hotel asked him where he was from. He said he's from Israel, he's Jewish. She said, "Oh, that's wonderful that you're Jewish, but you're not a Zionist, are you? Because if you're a Zionist, then of course everything changes." We all know that the blood libel of our generation, if it was in 1935, as we know in 1935, where professors would stand up and explain how simply science shows that the Jewish people are the children of a lesser God. It is not that we have anything against the Jewish race. Science has shown that the Jewish people are something lesser. They are der Jude. You don't have to engage. Today, as we all know, human rights are used to enlist human rights of genocide and occupation, all types of ridiculous claims against the Jewish state, to delegitimize our soldiers and our people, the Jewish people, the Zionist enterprise, as the blood libel of our generation. But I also want to end and say, October 7th, in my opinion, unleashed what we're still celebrating in some ways, the greatest day in Jewish history in the modern era. Because what we saw on that day was a show of courage and commitment which was unparalleled. Yes, the army and the government and all the national institutions of the State of Israel came to a standstill. But the Jewish spirit of soldiers and civilians, my other son Yonatan, a captain in the Israeli army, ran to fight. He was shot in the leg 120 yards away from where his brother was killed and taken hostage. Thousands of young men and women, soldiers and civilians alike, came and did everything that they could in order to defend against Israel. And until today, on every single border around Israel, as we know, and at every single community, Jews are standing up. And we saw a self-sacrifice, a courage and a commitment, a certain bravery that perhaps we had doubted exists with the Jewish people. I want to end and say this. Our sages teach us in Pirkei Avot that arguably the most important quality is, says Rabbi Yehuda ben Taima, Hevei az kenamer, be brave as a leopard. And that indeed it is the Rabbi Yaakov ben Asher, the great author of the Tur, who says, he starts his work of halakha to say that if you want to know anything about Jewish law, you need to know that the most important quality for a Jew is to have backbone and to be courageous. Because you see, he says, people, whatever the Jews do, there will be people who will stand up against the Jews and deny their very right, either to practice Judaism, as in the time of the Middle Ages, either to be Jewish, as in the time from Hitler to Haman, or in our era, to have an independent Jewish state like every other country. And therefore, the most important quality is that if you want to stand for something, if you want to know what truth is to be a Jew, we have to know how to stand up. And I want to say to every one of us, this is our great charge today. We have an opportunity to take the spirit of October 7th, of Simchat Torah, not only the pain and the brokenness, but the tremendous bravery of our soldiers and civilians then and resilience, and of Jewish communities all around the world. And our aim is right now to stand up. Yes, there will be protests from now on at every Jewish event and anyone who stands up for Israel, but that's okay. We've dealt with much greater things than that. We need to be brave and not brazen. We need to be courageous and confident and not arrogant, to stand up with backbone, to live with oz, to live with courage, because ultimately, hevei az kanamer, and when we live with courage and stand up with backbone and defend the Jewish values around every board in Israel and every Jewish community around the world, then King David promises us, Hashem oz lamo yitein. When we act with oz, courage and courageousness, Hashem yevarech et amo b'shalom. God bless us all. Thank you so much.
For all of you who've just joined us, any seat that is open is available to you, except for my seat in the corner. And we're going to continue and close. That was the perfect last remarks to conclude the first part of what has been a dynamic, insightful, and incredibly full day of conversations and meaningful discussions here at the conference. Now we're going to transition into a special program presented in partnership with the Israeli Ministry of Tourism and hosted by actor Michael Rappaport. So trust me, you're going to want to stay for this. The program will feature exciting presentations and interviews highlighting Israel's tourism industry, innovation, culture, and resilience. Following the program, we'll serve a delicious arrangement of desserts and offer a wonderful opportunity to network and mingle with leaders and guests from across so many industries who've flown in to be here. If you are watching the live stream, hold tight and we'll be back soon. Thank you, everyone. I'm Shanna Fold, and I've been your MC for today. Stay with us for the Ministry of Tourism event with actor Michael Rappaport.
How are you guys? Whew. Another day, another event, kooky craziness, backstage, spinning around. I am happy to be here. I am happy to be here in New York City. I am happy to be here this afternoon, this evening, to talk about Israel, talk about tourism, talk about my prompter is screwing up already. It is my honor to work with. Is this okay? Is this my thing? Are we good? We could just break the fourth wall here because it's jumping around here. It's an Israeli event on a Monday. It's going to be a little nutty. Everybody, take the selfies. Don't post it because I look crazy right now. All right, it is my honor to welcome someone who is working directly with everything tonight, because tourism is not just about flights. It's not just about hotels. It's not just about itineraries. Tourism is about connection. It is about bringing people to Israel so they can feel it themselves, feel the history, the people, the food, the faith, the culture, the energy, the life, the chaos at a time when that connection matters so much. The work of the Israel Ministry of Tourism is incredibly important. I have been to Israel, I am proud to say, 9 times in the last 2.5 years. After never being there in my life. So I am very, very connected, inspired by my trips to Israel. And I say that because every single time I go, something different happens. Not in a fake, polished brochure way. I mean something real, a conversation, a meal, a cry, a face, a cab ride, a walk, a moment where I say to myself, this place is unbelievable, because Israel is not something I understand from far away. I only got to understand Israel when I went there, away from the television, the headlines, the arguments of what people say online. Israel, for me, is something that I finally felt on the ground. The food, the people, the history, the sunsets, the energy of Jerusalem, the meals at the Shuk. They got my favorite fish sandwich at the Shuk. The beauty, the chaos, the imperfections, all of it. And it's a thing that is hard to explain if you haven't been there, far away. Israel can become just a headline, a debate, a news segment. But when you're there, it becomes human. It becomes a table that you sit at. It becomes someone who told you a story that touched you in a deep way that you weren't expecting. It becomes standing in line in the heat, waiting for some coffee, realizing that personal space is just not part of the culture. That is something that collectively I feel like we should all figure out, that if we don't need to stand 6 inches away from each other, and if you do have the audacity to stand 6 inches away, please use mouthwash. It becomes the airport lines, which is unprecedented. The airport lines are an experience by themselves. The cab drivers, I love the cab drivers. I love every single cab ride. Every single time you get into a cab, every face, every cigarette smoke, every non-English speaking cab rider, every partially English speaking cab driver is like a one-man show. These are like some of the best actors in the world, and I have seen some of the greats, but these guys are up there with some of the most elite in the world. It's what I love about Israel. It's not perfect, it is not polished, and it's not trying to be. The imperfections, the flaws are what make it special, similar to the great city of New York. And the more I've gone back, especially after the last few years, I understand something, that the real Israel is not always the people you see from the outside. Yes, there is pain. We know that. Yes, there is complexity. Yes, there is history and pressure, and there is emotion coming from every direction, but there is so much life. There is so much life that you see in the smallest details. You see it in Jerusalem before Shabbat. The whole city has energy, people moving, preparing, rushing, slowing down, getting into your personal space all at the same time. The shuk, oh, the shuk is unbelievable. Wow, it makes Canal Street look like Saks Fifth Avenue. The shuk is fantastic, not a quiet place. It is not a place to get peace and quiet. It is a place to get $16 Air Jordans, though. I remember the first time I saw those $16 Air Jordans at the shuk, I was like, they can't be real. They look fantastic. But I love the shuk. I love the people in the shuk. I love the food of the shuk. I love the real people. I love the humor. I love the soul of Israel. What is it? Okay. And just like Israel, I have to cut my speech short, but I'm not done. I am going to bring up the ambassador because he's an ambassador, and in this day and age, ambassadors, they need to go when they're called. Come on up, ambassador. I'm going to sit over here if you need me. I'll be right over here.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael. I thought I had a tough day today because I have to go to the UN to speak against the French resolution, but nobody told me I have to follow you on stage. I'm going to be very brief. You know, I want to thank the Minister of Tourism for putting up this beautiful event. I want to thank the Director General, my dear friend Yitzhakov. And I want to tell you very briefly, come to Israel. That's it. That's it. Come to Israel. Book your ticket. Book your vacation. I know we have in the room many operators, Jews and non-Jews alike. You know it was a challenging time for us, but there is no place like Israel. And I want to share with you an initiative that I started at the UN, inviting UN ambassadors to come to Israel. It wasn't easy at the beginning to convince them to join me. We take them first to Poland to visit the death camps, Auschwitz, and then we fly to Israel, and we show them. I don't need to describe you the beauty of Israel. We show them everything. But the most interesting part is when we come back to the UN, we have dinner, and I ask them to reflect about the experience. And I would expect that they would ask them what would have been the most amazing experience you had in Israel with me. And I was sure they would tell me, no, we met the Prime Minister, we went to see the communities, you know, very interesting stuff in 1 week. I was shocked. You know what they told me? The best experience we had in our visit to Israel was a Shabbat in Jerusalem. That's why when you bring people to Israel, they will get connected. Whether they will go to the shuk, whether they will argue with someone at the shuk, whether they will meet new people, they will see the diversity of Israel. And I think today, you know, we accomplished so much in the last 3 years. We have defeated our enemies. We brought back all the hostages back home to Israel. And despite all the challenges, our economy is amazing. Now it's your turn. Now you have to do the work. Now you have to start again, bring the groups to Israel. You know, I was in Jerusalem for Shavuot. I saw how beautiful it is, and Israel is waiting for you. The buses are waiting for you. The Israelis are waiting for you. The restaurants, it's hard to get place in restaurants in Israel, believe it or not, today. So I want to thank the ministry for putting all of us together here in this beautiful room. And I'm sure that our tradition is that we had hardship in our history, but we always knew to come together, to build up, to prevail, and that's exactly what we are doing. So thank you very much, and next year, all of you in Yerushalayim. Toda rabah. You saw? Sorry about that.
Don't worry. Thank you. Give it up for the ambassador. He's in there every day at the UN, dealing with the people that love us the most. I'm so confused. The prompter person is confused. No one's helping me. I'm just flying solo. I know I'm fine. I just don't want to say anything. You know, there's rules and regulations. I don't want to curse. My dream is, though, after the Knicks win the NBA championship, that we turn the UN into a practice facility for the Knicks and the Rangers. But that's neither here nor there. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm sorry. I always want to do a good job. I'm schwitzing and everything. Okay. I'm going to bring up Director General Michael Itzkoff.
Thank you, Michael. Actually, the ambassador stole my speech, but I will say something. Good evening, distinguished guests. I would like to thank the Jerusalem Post for the opportunity to stand here before an audience of leaders, business people, and partners, all of them friends of Israel. I also speaking on behalf of Minister of Tourism, Mr. Chaim Katz, who asked me to send these warm greetings to all of you. I'm coming from Israel during a complex and challenging time, but also a time when we are reminded not deep to connection it's between Israel and Jewish diaspora in the United States. Yes. For us, at the Ministry of Tourism, this connection goes beyond numbers and marketing. Every tourist who comes to Israel makes Israel stronger, but more than anything, they become ambassadors for Israel around the world. We know from surveys that the majority of visitors fall in love with Israel, and satisfaction levels are very, very, very high. Each of them goes home and shares their experience with the people around them, family, friends, and colleagues. That is why, even during this period, we did not stop, we did not pause our plans, we did not wait for the day after. In the last few years, we continued to invest in Israeli tourism, believing in its future and its ability to return and grow. In recent months, we are seeing a desire to come back to Israel, to visit Israel. Alongside the national concerns, we are meeting communities, travel agents, business people, and leaders who are telling us something simple. We want to come to Israel. That is exactly why We are launching a new campaign in North America today. Just this time we chose not to show only landscapes and sights. We chose to show Israel through the people, through real moments, experiences, culture, food, street life, music, and the joyful Israeli spirit. You know how we call this campaign? We will call it together. The campaign is called I Am Israel. It's designed to reconnect Israel to people's hearts, to remind them that Israel is home, and to make clear that Israel tourist sites are safe and open. Even in the hardest moment, we have seen just how resilient the tourism industry is, and what a strategic asset it is for the state of Israel. And we are already looking to the future. In 2026, the Ministry of Tourism will deepen in investments in technology and artificial intelligence, simply in AI. Do not forget, we are the startup nation. My friend, Israel is a story that no other country in the world can tell. We have history like no other country, a rich and vibrant culture, stunning landscapes, incredible food, innovation, and remarkable people like you. But above all, we have a joyful spirit. I invite each and every one of you to continue to be partners in this journey, to keep visiting Israel, to keep investing in Israel, and to keep being part of this remarkable Israeli story. We are not just rebuilding Israeli tourism, we are building its next generation. And we are optimistic, because we are Israeli, about what is coming soon. Before I finish, I want to congratulate the United States of America on its 250 years of independence. God bless Israel. God bless America. May the strong bonds between Israel and the United States continue to grow for many years to come. Thank you very much, and see you all in Israel. Thank you.
How's everybody doing? Everybody breathe. Check your phones. There's no game on tonight. There's nothing happening. Yes. I'm sorry? Oh, I thought he said me. Okay. Now we move on to the heart of why we are here tonight. Because I Am Israel is about storytelling. It is about identity. It is about showing Israel not only as a destination, not only as something people discuss from far away, but as a living, breathing, beautiful, one-of-a-kind place. Tonight we are not just talking about Israel. We're about to see it, to introduce the campaign and take us into the films. Please welcome Yoash Ben Yitzkat, VP of Marketing at the Israel Ministry of Tourism.
Michael is too tall. Distinguished guests, leaders of the tourism industry, ladies and gentlemen. We're gathered here tonight at a pivotal moment. In the world of global marketing, there's a constant pressure to conform, to blend in, and to adapt to the shiftings of winds and public opinion. But for us, in the marketing division of the Israel Ministry of Tourism, our mission is not to help Israel blend in. It is to ensure that Israel stands out, as it has for thousands of years. There is a misconception that our role is to explain Israel. I disagree. We're not here to offer explanations. No, we are here to offer apologies. The strength of a nation is not found in its ability to justify itself, but in its courage to be exactly what it is. Tonight, we're launching a campaign that strips away the noise. We all know the Israel that is portrayed on the evening news, the headlines, the conflict, the endless debates. But you, who know the pulse of the land, you know the real Israel. An Israel that is vibrant, breathing, and kicks with life. While the screen shows one thing, the reality on the ground is a nation that never stops building, never stops dreaming, and never stops dancing. It is a country that is confident in its strength and certain of its future. This is the Israel we are inviting the world to see, not through a lens of crisis, but through a lens of vitality. Because in Israel, tourism is not a transaction, it is a connection of the soul. We're offering tourism with meaning. When you walk the stones of Jerusalem or stand by the quiet waters of the Kinneret, you aren't just visiting a destination, you are stepping into a story that began 3,000 years ago and is still being written in our modern, vibrant streets today. This is where the Bible is the map and the soul is the compass. It is a journey that doesn't just fill a passport, it fills the spirit with an eternal truth. And to the professionals in this room, you are the architects of this connection. You give people the chance to see the truth for themselves, to see a nation that is an internal beacon of resilience. As you watch this film, I ask you to listen to the heartbeat of the land, feel the pulse of a country that knows exactly who it is. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to present to you, I am Israel.
I have been here since the beginning. I am ancient and brand new. I've seen exile. I've seen return. I carry scars, but I don't rest. I grow. I rise. I remember. I've been called many names. A miracle, a dream, a spark. But I don't answer to names. I answer to hope. I am Israel. Yours to explore.
Wow, give it up. That was fantastic. That is what we mean when we say, I am Israel. I want to thank the Israel Ministry of Tourism, our partners, the creative teams, the community leaders, the media, and everyone who showed up tonight, the security for keeping everybody safe, especially now. And if there's one thing I've learned in my 9 trips in the last 2.5 years is Israel is not something you could fully understand from far away. You have to experience yourself. You must encourage other people to go. You must encourage people to get to Israel so they could walk the streets, to meet the people, to feel the history, the culture, the energy, and the heartbeat of the country, because once you do, Israel becomes personal. And when it becomes personal, it stays with you. That is what this campaign is about, not just visiting, feeling Israel, finding your own connection, showing up, and keep visiting. If you haven't been there, I'm sure everybody in here has been to Israel. Go see it for yourself and go find your own Israel. Thank you so much. Thank you for being patient. I am Israel. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Michael, for moderating that special session, and thank you to the Israeli Ministry of Tourism for bringing us this wonderful experience and programming. Thank you all for spending the day with us and for being part of such an important gathering. We look forward to seeing many of you at our next event in Australia, revealing a couple more details. It'll take place on November 12th and 13th. As we conclude today's conference, we'd like to take a moment to recognize the brave soldiers who fought to defend the state of Israel, including those who lost their lives in that effort. Please also stay, enjoy the delicious desserts provided by the Ministry of Tourism, take the opportunity to connect with some of the remarkable people that have shown up for this important event. It has been a pleasure to host you today. My name is Shanafold, and we're going to close out the live stream after the next song, which is our national anthem, Hatikva. So for all of us who are viewing online, just keep in mind that we're standing tall for Hatikva. Thank you again for joining us today. Have a wonderful evening. I am Israel. לילה טוב.